Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? It is Friday today, isn't it? Hope you're all having a good Friday so far. First one in today, none other than Nietzsche. Hope you're doing good. We also have Conrad and Major Govin here. Welcome in, people. Hope you're having a good Friday so far. Afternoon. So the plan today is as per usual, as they say, as per usual. We are gonna continue working a bit on Shroud of Gloom. Exactly what we're up to, I don't really know. We'll see. We could do a bit of bug fixing. We also could, because we do have some small little bugs and tweaks we need to sort out. We also have one major-ish feature I want to add at some point. That could be something to look into as well. Refactoring stream. I do have one thing we do actually need to refactor as well, because I realized in the game I have these, like every time you click on an exit, we have a direction, right? So for example, like if you click on a door straight ahead, we have the like forward direction, which is going to like zoom, like it does a little animation when you walk through and when you enter the next room to kind of show the movement, I suppose. But I realize we have an issue there, which I think I want to change. Whenever we call that function, I think we actually want to pass in two different directions, like an exit direction and a entry direction. Because I do think there could be potential cases where we actually might want it to change a little bit. Like, just because I go into something straight ahead doesn't mean that we want to zoom into the next room. Most of the time that's going to be the case, but I have an example I can show you guys later to give you guys a better idea. How's your game going, Conrad? Hope it's going good. Yeah, other than that, yesterday I didn't do too much work. I did do a little bit of art, but when I say a little bit, I mean like as little as you possibly could. I added a background for the wire puzzle.
20 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Grand Parade good, preparing to release 0.051 on itch this weekend. Nice, man. Exciting. How do you... I always find this interesting. Because it looks like you're using semantic versioning, or whatever they call it. What is your personal thought process as to how you update those numbers, like your version numbers? Because I've realized that a lot of people do it differently. So for example, you say you're now at 0.51 or 0.51. So is that... How do I explain this? Is that... Because I know that, I think it was Brainonder said he did 5.1, he appended when he did a new one. So 5.1 would have been like an update to 5, whereas for me like 51, that would have been the update from version 50, which is an update from 49 and so on, right? But then there's also the discussion about like when do you decide to update the like the last number rather than the middle number? Do you know what I mean? I learned the numbers are major, minor bug fixes. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. That's like the, exactly, major and minor update, which I think when I read about it, it seems like the actual definition of that, at least in terms of software, maybe not game specifically, but that tends to be that a major update is non-backwards compatible, and a minor one is most likely backwards compatible, to like differentiate those. And then, as you said, like the last one would be patches or like bug fixes, so that's more like small stuff. And yeah, exactly, 1.0 tends to be like the actual release. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's kind of how I'm going by it now, because let's see, I did update 0.1.0, because I added a few new features, and that's kind of how I've started viewing it, as in like, if I add new features, if I do something where I add a new feature, so for example, with that specific update, what did I do? Let me have a look. Yeah, so this is when we added the prototype version of the map, particle effects, more rooms and room ambience and spatial blend. So I did like a bunch of new features. So that's when I go like, okay, this is enough to be considered a major update. But then here I only did bug fixes and tweaks, and that's when I'm like, okay, this is going to be a minor update, and so on. That's kind of how I'm going. Like, whether or not I consider something to be a new feature is what decides whether or not I do a major update. Have you got a version for your current state game? I do. So right now, like the released one on Steam is version 0.1.1. So that's after the bug fixes and stuff. But I am currently working on update 0.2.0. Because now, once again, we have a few new features and stuff with the close-up puzzles and inspectable items and all of that good stuff. What's up, Swizer? Welcome in. Bem-vindo, pá. Come here. Hello, long-bearded game dev Viking. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good, man. Sexta-feira, né? Dude, I shared that song on the Discord today. Holy shit, that got me back. Such a good song. This is one of my favorite Portuguese songs. Sexta-feira by Bossa AC. Holy shit, it's such a good song. It's fucking catchy, man. I don't know what you guys think, the fellow Portuguese people. That's a very good song. Okay, you like it too? Yeah, I really like it. It's a good ass song. É sexta-feira, sue a semana inteira. No bolso, não trago questão. Okay, what were we talking about? Yeah, I love that song. The update logs, okay, let's see, or versioning. It's not a proper way, I have my own system. 1.x.x is after the game is released. Yeah, so that seems like the conventional one. Full version x.1.x is for a bigger milestone. Okay, I see what you mean. So 0.1.0 will be the demo. And then maybe like 0.2.0 would be like the beta. Okay, so yeah, basically the difference that we do is that a minor update, or whatever you want to call it, like the middle number, is still like a pretty big milestone in terms of like your version number. Whereas for me, I don't think that would change. Like, I can't tell you what version I will have in the beta build. I don't know. Maybe that would be like 0.49. You know, there's no way of telling, because I think that when I enter beta is when I've just gotten enough updates for me to be like, yeah, this seems like a beta now. And I think I'm gonna just keep using the same versioning, but just call it a beta. Because what I do in game is that I say like, you know, right now it says that this is the alpha version 0.1.1. So for me to switch into like a beta or a demo, I would just switch that word instead, but the version would actually stay the same. But this is what I mean. I think this kind of, I don't know why I find this interesting, but it's always fun seeing how people think about stuff in different manners. That's totally fine. Main thing is that you have a version system that works for you and you know where you are with it, than not having one. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, because I also want to be very clear. I say that what seems to be the conventional thing to do and so on, but like obviously this doesn't matter whatsoever. As long as, like, you do want to have preferably your players should at least understand it. So like if they see two version numbers, they should at least have an idea. Like if they don't know which one is the latest or the most recent update, that's gonna be confusing. But as long as you're consistent and it makes sense, it's completely fine. Like, do it however you want. Basically, release milestone any update. Yeah, exactly. So you do more last number updates. I do more middle ones in comparison. Because I do like... I suppose what I actually do is... Yeah, I do release new features and bug fixes. That's kind of how I do it. I have a set of requirements in my mind to consider the game to go from 0.1.0 from 0.0 something, okay? I think I'm around 5-10 builds away from it, okay. So that would be for the demo, you said, right? Don't be a forever beta, Andy. Like Star Citizen, yeah. I'm using it for saves and data structure. I have a versioning on my JSON, so I know what is compatible with that. Ah, I see. Stroll, what's up, Sadist? How you doing? Welcome in. I've had so many aspects lately that I've given myself 6 months learning curve to learn more about Unity, this and that. Hit some walls with the current project and it frustrates me, but then I remember that anything is possible, so it's B2B for me. Wait, B2B? Business to business? I think so. Back to basics, never mind. Yeah, I mean, best of luck, man. And if you ever have anything you want to show, Major, feel free to do so. So yeah, what I did, I can show you guys what I did yesterday. Like I said, I didn't do very much. This is what I did. I did update the screenshot here. So as you can tell in the wire puzzle, we now have a bit of this like wooden background thing going on. I think it's pretty neat. It was a little bit too, like, this didn't match the amount of details in the rooms and stuff when everything, like, it was just a black background. So I think this was pretty neat. So far, I like it. Something I actually need to do as well at some point is to update these fucking GIFs. That is quite important because these are very much outdated. We have the wrong flashlights. Now details in the rooms and the highlight system works very differently here. You can see how like every single object, whether interactable or not, is pretty much highlighted, and it looks kinda bad in my opinion. So this might actually be more of a priority, if anything, technically speaking. Will do, I got some stuff in the works, I'll keep you posted if and when. Sure thing, man. The flashlight is different, I like it. Wait, do you like this one or the new one? I think maybe adding another one here. I also don't know if the like intro cutscene GIF actually is that good. Like both, but the new one is well crafted. Yeah, I much prefer the new one, because I think adding the hand, it's actually, technically speaking, it is the same flashlight. Like it basically, the form of the flashlight is the same. The difference is that we now have like a hand holding it, and you can see like the battery display. And this one was also like too pushed out into the room, like, so it looked kinda off, I think. Can you tell me a little bit more about the flashlight/light mechanic in your game? Yeah, so partly the light works to make stuff interactable. So as an example, if you don't have a light on, you can't play, right? Because you can't see in the dark. So stuff is non-interactable in the dark. This is quite easy to tell. So basically what I do is that I actually have a light manager in the game that checks whether the flashlight or any light is on. I do have certain things that are like basically overrides this. For example, like here there's technically no light on, so this object is always interactable. But then now, if I turn off the flashlight and I turn off the light, I can't click on anything. However, once again, we have slight changes here where the light switch is always interactable, because otherwise, if we reload the game, if you don't have the flashlight and you turn off the light here, you would be soft locked and you can't continue. But then the biggest one, the more like unique thing, I suppose, which is something from the Game Jam version, is not implemented in this version yet, but something that we are going to do. If you don't know, the theme of the Game Jam that we originally made this game for was safe in the dark. So the like core mechanic in the Game Jam version is that you have to, like, whenever the monster comes and like looks into the room, you have to turn the flashlight off to remain hidden, to remain safe in the dark. So that is a mechanic that I do want to have in the full game as well. Like, have it so that you have to turn off the light to basically hide. Like, it's basically a stealth mechanic, right? Like, you need the light on to be able to interact and progress, but you need to balance it where you also need to turn it off for like the monster to not see you, if that makes sense. And yeah, like I said, that is something I do want to have in the full game as well. But I don't think it's gonna be like the core mechanic in the same way as it was in the Game Jam version. The new one got a button too. No, I mean technically they all do, because you know you can click on it to turn it on and off. But if you're referring to the new thingy by the pinky, I can't point at it because I move it away. That's actually the battery display. So the white middle bar keeps going down the more battery you lose. What's up, Sandy? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. So you have X amount of time to turn it off? Exactly. So in the Game Jam version, you would have like, for example, you would see the monster through the door here and he would walk like back and forth. So you would have to listen to where he is. And as soon as he gets close, like, you know, you need to make sure to turn off the flashlight in time, basically. But I do think I want more variety in like how the monster works for the full game. So I don't think because in the Game Jam, you know, in the Game Jam version, the monster is consistently walking back and forth, looking into the room. And that's like, you know, it works fun as like a shortly or arcadey horror game. But for a full like 2-3 hour game or something, it's gonna get way too boring, way too fast. Because you're gonna get used to it, and it's gonna be, there's not gonna be any variety in it. So I think I want something similar in this version, but it shouldn't be consistent. Like, I think it's more important that we try to build tension rather than constantly have the monster around and, you know, jump scare on jump scare, basically, because that kinda, if anything, it kinda ruins the tension. Kinda or like, not unironically, but like you wouldn't really expect it. It seems logical. They're like, oh yeah, just have the monster nearby all of the time. It's gonna be way more scary. But I actually don't think it works that way. It's like a bit unintuitive, because for something to be scary, I do think it's more important to build the tension in between those scary moments. Like that's kind of what makes the scary moment pay off, if that makes sense. So I think we want more non-lethal scripted jump scares, just scary stuff that happens, but maybe that doesn't kill you. And then maybe later on in the game we can do something similar where we have a more like present monster who's like, if we want to have like a stressful, I don't know, peak in the end game or whatever. But I don't want that to be the entirety of the game. So I do want to do a little bit more like atmospheric horror and that kind of stuff. Okay, like I said, we still have a few bugs we could look over. do want to make the escape here. I've been discussing a lot with my playtesters as well regarding key bindings, which is something I'm still not entirely sure about, like whether or not we should do more hotkeys in the game. I didn't want it for the game jam version. I don't know, maybe if it would be good for this version of the game. In the game jam version I didn't want it because it would have made the game so much easier, because if, for example, if you have a key binding to be able to instantly turn off the flashlight, you would be able to turn it off a lot quicker, right? And the issue there is that would make the game a lot easier, which means that we would remove like basically the vast majority of the stressful elements of the game jam version. But since this like turning off the flashlight to stay hidden is not gonna be the main mechanic in this game, I don't know if it actually matters as much. If you would be able to say press F to turn the flashlight on and off, or I don't know, click I to open the inventory. It's something I'm still kind of considering, but yeah, if anyone has any thoughts, any opinions, feel free to share them. Do you have a web page for this game? I don't currently. Probably should do at some point. What's up, Amesis? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Wait, the flashlight doesn't have an on-off function button. Like, it doesn't have a keyboard button. Like, obviously you can turn it on and off, but as of right now, the entirety of the game is point and click. Like, all of the UI is fully like point and click, right? Like, I don't use my keyboard whatsoever. I can play the entire game using only my mouse. But it is something I'm considering, whether or not for the full game, maybe it wouldn't be that bad of an idea to... I don't think I wouldn't ever want to switch to only have key bindings, because now it changes the game quite a lot, and we kind of force... Now you force players to play with two hands. I think there should be a way to play this game with only the mouse, I think. I also don't know how I would even set up the key bindings, because if I have like F for flashlight, I for inventory, and M for map, I feel like that would be awkward. Like, if I imagine how I would actually be playing the game, I would be using like my mouse to point and click, like interact with stuff, and then what, like hold my hand on like I and M, or hold my fingers on I and M on the keyboard. Like, this feels awkward, because you don't really use the keyboard otherwise. But I don't know, it is something that has come up in playtesting feedback every now and then. I'm quite happy with the new interactable system though, or inspectable item system. So for anyone who wasn't here last stream, we made it so that you can actually inspect items now, similarly to the map. So a bit more fun. Like in the game jam version, you would click on an object and it would just like pop up on the screen, whereas now we have this like first-person animation similar to the map. So if we cheat, I can give myself this. We have the wiring diagram. This is the first inspectable item. And here, you actually bring it up like this. I think that's pretty cool. So far, I like it. Kind of sells the first-person perspective a lot more as well. Zoned out for a second. No worries, Major. There's a light in the world similar to your flashlight. I've been neck deep in Linux server and shit for a day now. Wait, there is a light in the world similar to your flashlight. Wait, what are you referring to? But I managed to have connected my...
Time for the daily wordle.
Okay, what's up, Spec? Let's do the daily wordle. But I now managed to connect... Oh, to your dedicated server. Nice, man. Much is broken as my soul, but we're getting that. Let's go. I mean, I'm happy you're making progress, though. How close are you to actually getting the like demo out, or because you're doing a demo first, are you not? Or are you going like proper early access? No, you must be planning on doing a demo, right? Yeah, just we talked about Steam Next Fest and stuff, right? Should have a hard preset button for on-off mouse only as default and not changeable. Wait, what you mean? Oh, do you mean like if I would have a, I don't know, like setting in the game whether or not you can use keyboard shortcuts? Oh, mouse button on the side. Oh, I see what you mean, like using the, like, what is it, like mouse 3 button or whatever they call it. Like one of those. That could actually be quite interesting. Since you're holding the flashlight with your right hand as well, it would feel pretty... Or mid-mouse, yeah. That might be better because not everyone has a... Not everyone has the secondary buttons or whatever. That could actually be a pretty interesting idea. And the thing is that if we do key bindings, I also think if I implement like the new input system in Unity, do you use that one, Amisis? Which input system do you use? I think that like doing it so that people can change the key bindings would be pretty easy as well. Like I said, I'm not fully decided on this yet, but I think it might be worth giving a go to see how it feels. I feel like. Yeah, I'm releasing a demo hopefully next week. Let's go. But I don't know. This seems to be quite different from how my self-hosted version. A lot of stuff went broken and the fixing is very slow, but you gotta do a bunch of steps to do anything, damn. Yeah, I can't do nothing but like commend you for actually going multiplayer. It's fucking... You got some balls, man. Jumped off the VPN to ask for the Wordle link. I wanna try at the same time, for sure. For sure. So I think the like official Wordle, or whatever you want to call it, is the one on New York Times. It's this one.
Time to stretch.
What's up, Ameripon? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. Yeah, it probably is.
Cheers.
I'm lurking right now as I have to focus on DB on database related stuff. Best of luck, but Wordle first, let's go. Cheers, Major. Multiplayer is something else for sure. Yeah, dude, I would not. I am not cocky enough to try multiplayer yet. I'm gonna say it. I just ain't. Because we still don't have a check-in redeem. Oh, shite. What should the check-in redeem... Like, what should the sound effect be? Do you have a good idea? What is the sound effect? I learned a new word today with this Wordle, but somehow got it. Interesting. You need a little delulu to do this, yeah. I suppose that's fair. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Just realized a road is a pretty good word. 3 different vowels. That's pretty sick. Check. I guess it should be something related to your Vikingness. Because you want it to be relatively simple, like it can't be too hype or whatever, right? Because the check-in redeem is something that might happen like 20 times during a stream. Like every time someone does it, it shouldn't be like the stream is exploding. The one thing I can come up with if we're gonna do like Viking themed is to have like the Viking horn. However, I already used that one for follows. If we figure out a good sound effect idea, or by biting cheese like straw, that should work. Then we technically have 2 cheese redeems, since the hydrate says cheese as well. It should work. I mean, it could be something quite simple as well. It should be just like... I mean, it should just be a hello in some regard. Okay, that is pretty good. We know we have an R and there's an E at the end. This should be the check-in video cut.
Is your name Bart?
Mm-hmm.
What the... Does your father know you're working here?
It was his idea.
In that case, I'll have a whiskey sour.
What, the whistling part?
Is your name Bart?
Should just have that as well.
What the... Does your father know...
Or this.
What the...
It should have it, to be fair. This should be the checking sound effects.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
The thing is that it can't be too, like, having all of this I think is gonna be too long. Potentially,
Welcome to Good Burger.
like, you should have just that part. Because I don't, like I said, like, this is something that might be redeemed quite often, so it can't grab, like, too much attention, if that makes sense. How do you say hello in Gen Alpha Swedish slang? What would they say? I mean, there's definitely slang terms you could use for... I mean, that's true. Maybe we should just do some Swedish slang for hello. A Swedish friend I used to know used to say hallå. Yeah, I say that one quite a lot as well. I wouldn't go as far as saying that's a slang. That's more like, you know, just an alternative, as in kind of whether you say hi or hello. Whereas we also have stuff like you could go, I don't know, tjena or tjenixen or something, which is a little bit more tja even, which is more like saying yo, I suppose. I would say that's more like proper slang, more like informal. Because hallå, I could say hallå at a job interview, and that wouldn't really be weird. Whereas like, dude, that fucking, the spelling, oh yeah. It's actually a little easy, but that's a kind of interesting one, because it's like slang, because it comes from like tjena, I suppose, which is another way to kind of say yo or something. And this is like a way to kind of make it sound a little bit more silly. So you go like tjenixen, but yeah, it's spelled kind of weird. Of course, that doesn't format. Yeah, I have no idea what you were trying to do there, Sandy. Yeah, that's like the difference between casual and formal rather than slang. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Bem-vindo. In Portuguese, we have a few alternatives. Olá, e aí, yeah. Opa. Hey, maybe there are more. Yeah. Oi is not very common in Portugal. That's more of a Brazilian one, right? Now there's quite a few. How you doing, Dan? Kommer Jeppa. Speaking of, penis, okay. I don't know if I want that one. What's up, Hadouk? How you doing, man? That would be very funny, though. But we will be dropping a lot of PP words during one stream. copy paste of the word. Oh, I see. Okay, we got 2 more lanes here. Let me sort out the word though real quick, and then we'll have a look at them. Okay, we know we have an E at the end, and we're not starting with an R, but we have an R somewhere. I think we should just do another word at first. So let's do something like... maybe get an I in here, and an A. That would be pretty good. Something like... hails, maybe? Okay. So we have an I in the middle and an E at the end. Oh, that's interesting. So there must be... it almost has to be a consonant here. Yeah, no, it must be. I-Y-E? No way. No way. There must be a consonant here. So it should be R. As in I-R-E. That could be it. But that would mean we most likely... either we start with a vowel... doing something like, you know, this, starting with a vowel and then a consonant. It should also be a double consonant. I'm kinda leaning towards a double consonant. Something like, what should we do? Do we have L? No. A T, but we don't have S. We do have a W, that's a pretty common one. In double consonants. I don't know, something like twire? Don't know, I have no idea if that's an actual word. Twire. It should be. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So now we know a lot. R only has one place, so it has to be... try something E. Trine? Maybe? Tribe? To be fair though, I do have a little bit... Chex did say that he learned a new word. I feel like tribe is a pretty common one. So if I'm gonna go slight meta strategy here, it probably isn't tribe. Maybe I'm making an assumption here. Maybe tribe is the... because that would have been my guess otherwise. But now I feel like it's not gonna be. Now I feel like it's something like trine or some shit, which I don't even know if this is a word, but could be. Or trite, could be a double T.
You said Chex not spec again, you twat.
Oh my fucking god, did I actually? Holy shit, man. I need to stop, man. I need to stop. I need to stop. I don't know how this is fucking happening. Nope. Okay, is it tribe? Dude, if this is tribe, I'm gonna get mad at you, man. What the fuck? What is this word? Oh, I should have done something else to get more vowels out there. I might actually fail this one, and I am blaming Spec for this. And I did say the name right this time. Trife? I think that's a word. Tripe. Tried. A lot of these sound trime. Tripe, tried. Trife? No. Dude, Spec, this is your fault. This is your fault. I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you. If I lose, this is on you, man. Get banned. I'm joking. Trife? Tried? I think it's trife or tried, maybe? Can't be double R. It could be a double T. Trite? Dude, am I actually gonna lose here? It has to be one of them, right? It has to be. Tried or trife? I'm feeling trife, but I might fail here. I don't want to lose! I haven't lost on stream yet. This would be the first time I actually lose. Tried or trife? Tripe? Tripe. Trite, trime, trive. Tried. Strife. I think it's one of these. It sounds the most likely. Tried. Trife. I don't know either one though. Tripe. No. Trime. 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 Could be. Thrive? No. Thrive would be a word, but... I think it's tried. Maybe. Fuck off, man! Tripe! It was tripe! Oh shit, dude! Okay, where are you, Spectacular? You again, unmoderated. I'm blaming you for this. Unmod... Screw you, man. Okay, slash ban... There we go. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. First time I actually lose. What's up, Verity? How you doing? Welcome in. Okay. Let's see, did anyone else get it here? Let me catch up. I've been told that oil is used in England, but as a way to get the attention of someone. Yeah, it is. That is true. It's quite informal way though. Like it almost, I would almost go as far as saying that it could be rude. But just that's a little bit like saying oj in Swedish, I think. Which it sounds a little bit... It sounds like I might do it to a mate of mine in Swedish, go like oj. But like I would never do it to like an acquaintance or like someone or a stranger on the street, you know. Because it sounds like the thing, like oj for example in like British English. I feel like it sounds like the kind of thing that an old man shouts to some kids who are making a mess in the street, and he goes, "Oi, stop that!" Do you know what I mean? Like it sounds a little bit. Whereas I know that of course in Brazil it's a little bit more like it's like saying hello, you know. Oi, oi, how's it going, mate? Yeah, exactly. I don't know though. To be fair, if anyone else wants to disagree with what I just said, then do so. But that's kind of the impression I have. Like I wouldn't walk up to like a fucking Starbucks and be like, "Oi, can you give me a coffee?" You know, it sounds like it would be a little bit. Like it sounds ruder at least. Checkspade, yeah. Tribe, yeah. I tribe I would have guessed no matter what. But I think I got set up by Spectacular here because he said that he learned a new word, and that's when I was like, it's probably not gonna be tribe. But then I still guessed it, so fuck. Maybe I should have gone with my gut there. He's never gonna say it correct. Of course, when you are blaming me, you're gonna get it correct. Nope. Yeah, the thing is that I ended up with two. I think what I should have done... Can I go back and see what I was doing? Yeah. I think this. The ending here is dumb. This is not how you're supposed to play Wordle. Because what I'm doing is that I'm guessing one letter at a time. This is stupid, right? So what I should have done is that, like, at least maybe say that I guessed on this one. When that failed, I should not try with one new letter. Like here I should have made an entirely new word with the remaining letters to just get as many as possible out. So I kinda did screw myself over, to be honest. Whichever one. Google all the meanings of the possible answers. Whichever one you think Spec doesn't know, go with that one. That would have been funny. I got it in like 4, nice. Yeah, that's another one. That's kind of like saying oi as well. Like it sounds a little bit, it sounds like you're talking with authority, or like it sounds like it sounds a little bit like you're, like to a mate I think it's different. Like obviously I could go like hörru, or like oi to my mate. I don't feel like that's any weird, because we're already quite informal to begin with. But like to, you know, a random person on the street, I would never go like hörru, oi, oi. Like that would be fucking weird. I would feel so rude if I did that. How do you pronounce island in Sweden again? That's how you say it. Yeah, no one else would do this low-wage job. What's up, Josh Cooper? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good Friday. I did radio, then tribe next. That's how I had 4 tries to random that missing letter. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's Swedish is funny when it comes to, like, you could even say like island in Swedish is literally that is how you say island. So if you wanted to say like river in an island, that would be O-I-N-Ö. Technically you would probably say på, like on an island, but theoretically. Oh wait, you should actually do the opposite. An island in a river. O-I-N-Ö. O-I-N-Ö. Oh, that's technically a full grammatically correct sentence. 4 words, 5 letters. O-I-N-O. I did Crane then Prime. Oh yeah, Prime was a good one. That's like 3 letters right there. What's up, Mr. Castle? I don't know. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. My favorite thing about languages is how dumb they are sometimes. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I love languages. I think they are so fascinating. But there's so much stupid shit you can learn as well, which is kind of funny. I agree. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Getting ready for work. I want to be scared with a horror game. Well, you would be in the right place, but I can't say I got too many jump scares in the game yet. We are still quite early here. I've been mostly focusing on the mechanics and stuff. But we're getting there. Okay, we've been thinking about whether or not we should have like a check-in sound effect redeem. So I think we have a few more ideas from people here. Let's see, I don't remember who is from who. I think this was from Spectacular. Oh, what is this? This would probably freak me out, man. Fuck off, I'm not having that. That's gonna scare me every time someone comes in. It's a pretty good sound effect, though. Oh, and that could work pretty good for my game instead. But that would freak me out, man. I can't do that one. No jumps, just boo D wishlisted. It's coming. That's the point? No. Dude, you're gonna give me a heart attack. What's this? Honk sound effect? Was this from Major? I think this might have been from Major. That could work. The hyper-realistic knock-in sounds? No way, dude. Those are messed up. I think I'm gonna do those in the game, though. That would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. But yeah, have you guys seen those when you're watching some YouTube video and all of a sudden you hear those like, and with headphones, and then you hear those like super realistic knocking sounds? Fuck me, dude. And this was from Ameripon.
5 ways to say hello in Swedish.
I wonder if I'm gonna learn something here.
Hej.
Yeah, hej.
Tjena.
Tjena.
Hallå.
Hallå, hallå.
Hejsan.
Hejsan, hejsan.
Tja tja.
Tja, tja. Do you guys know how to instantly sound better in Swedish? Just repeat the same word twice. All of this, like if you want to say thank you, hello, or whatever, just say it twice and you will instantly sound more Swedish. Because everyone goes, hey, hey, tja, tja, tack, tack, all of the fucking time. Yeah, we should definitely do like a IKEA. Okay, maybe not that one, maybe not for IKEA, but you know, for these like common phrases. Made something pop out of the screen every time someone redeems this one. Holy shit, man. No. No. I don't like it. But fortunately though, I actually don't stream with headphones on, so it actually doesn't really work on me. I think you need to have headphones on for this to really do the trick. But I would freak out everyone in the chat instead. I feel like this is mean. This one is a classic? Yeah, it is. You could whisper wishlist Shroud of Gloom every time someone checks in. That would be pretty sick. Speaking of which, did you guys know that you can currently wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam? Isn't that fucking sick? Did you see that? You can actually wishlist the game right now. So if you want to do so, you have a link right here. Just click that link, click that little wishlist button, and I think if we're lucky, we might hit 300 wishlists very soon. We are very, very close. Last time I checked, I think we were at like 296 wishlist or something. We're getting there. What's up, Blue Blue? How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, welcome to the Chili's. That could work. Is it possible to have multiple sounds on one check-in claim and some of them will play randomly? I think so. I know that you can do random stuff. Can you do it specifically for one redeem? That's a good question. That could be nice just to have some variety as well. Channel point redeems. Oh yeah, you can randomize. As long as 2 variants have the same condition, then I can enable randomization. So yeah, that should work. We should be able to have a few different ones. Okay, Ameripon. You do the Japanese one. You do a little Ohayo gozaimasu or something, and send that to me, and we do that as one. And then we can do Shena Shena or something. And then, not the knocking one, fuck off, we're not doing that one. That's not happening. Maybe that's what we should do, we just do a shit ton of different... We just randomize the language you say hello in. Hong Kong, we can add a Hong Kong one. What's up, Acrylic Pixel, how you doing? Welcome in, man. Mr. Castle, thank you very much for the follow. Let me know if I'm saying your name correctly, by the way, if that's how you want it to be pronounced. But thank you for the follow, I appreciate ya. You are sweet. Good, good, nice. Glad to hear it, man. How's your Ghost prototype going? You should get a WebGL build up on it. I know it sucks making WebGL builds, but I promise you're gonna get more and more plays to check the prototype out. I've been lurking a bit, seeing you work on it though. Seems cool, man. So far, I like what I see. I've not done a web build, but I can give it a go. It's pretty easy to get it on itch. Like, just make sure. I don't know if you maybe have to install something at first, but if you get this, you can just switch to the WebGL platform, build that, zip all of those files into one, upload it to itch, and you're pretty much done so. So it's fairly easy. It's just that I know from personal experience with like the game jam version of Shroud of Gloom, I have like 95% of my players played in browser, even though I have a big text saying that I highly recommend that you download the full like standalone build. The vast majority of people still played in the browser. I think people on itch are a lot less likely to actually download a game, because so many are browser played. So I think it would be a good thing if you want to get more people to try it out. Yeah, like as a language nerd, I'm kind of starting to feel like maybe we should just do hello in a bunch of different languages. If you add a little nudity and not safe for work tag, you'll 30x your plays and downloads. Probably. I mean, American would know. American would definitely know. So I would trust it. Goes in nude game. Exactly. Okay, do we have any people who speak other languages? Anyone who want to record sound effects for me? Have your own little sound effect here in the stream for people checking in. I feel like this could be pretty fun. We just have different languages every time someone checks in. Just hello in a bunch of languages. I think that's a pretty cool idea. I kinda like it. But we also need to make a redeem for it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a slight little distraction before we start working on the game. Not anything too uncommon around these ends. But you know, you gotta have a little bit of fun every now and then. We did get quite a lot done, worked over the last stream, so a little bit of distraction is okay. It's okay, we're fine. We are fine. Alright, I do have this one, but this is for highlighting messages. We do need an image for it as well. Let's do Apollo. Load this one. Little distraction on this stream? No way. Yeah, exactly. Okay, what should we do here? I mean, you could do like a waving hand or something. I hate drawing hands though. Oh, you know what we could do? Maybe. Or is that the wrong size? We could do my emote, right? Emotes, new emotes. How big is this one? Well, that's way too big. Why is that so big? That can't be the one. Oh yeah, I did little Christmas versions of my emotes. Spectacular, you have to record yourself saying hello in Czech. That is now your obligation. You have to do it. If anyone else wants to have a little custom sound effect here on the stream, let me know. Let me know if you speak any other language. Or do you want to do a Brazilian one? Do it, do it. Feel free to just send me, either if you link it here, or if you can record it and send it to me on the Discord, or as a DM to me if you want, if you don't want to put it in one of the chats or whatever. Whatever works for you. If you record that one, I would add it. But why is this one so big? I need to have a smaller version of it, right? 10. Okay. So sprite size, we should be able to do this at 10% nearest neighbor. That should be that is correct. So how big is this one? I think this is probably too big. 35. That is a bit annoying. So for this to actually look good, it needs to be like 28. Which this is looking a little bit messed up. I guess maybe it should work. I mean, it is going to be quite small. It's not like you're really gonna see this. You're not gonna see the fucking details of this one. That art is great, thank you. Appreciate ya. Should use something from a game as an icon, you know, to promote it, even on check-in. But I don't know what would work for like a hello, because I also kind of want it to make sense. Like it should be go with the like check-in kind of thing. At some point I might do a very expensive redeem for a jump scare. And then we just use, I did an old emote, this one. We use this as the thingy. This is also, I should say, this is slightly modified, but the original pixel art character is made by Exile, another fellow streamer. So this one specifically, I cannot take full credit for. Oh shit, 29, wait, that's fine, we just remove one more pixel somewhere. Let's remove that one. 28 times 28. I mean, this should work. Well, that's not true. I have worse beard than that. It is more like this. Kinda true though. I think this might be fine. It is gonna be quite small, like on the actual stream thing you're gonna see it in like this size, so if this is not perfect... Well, I also have no, that's gonna be too big as well, right? The chirpy high emote. This is probably even bigger. How upscale is this? 10 by 10 as well. Yeah, I think this might be even bigger. Not canvas size, sprite size. Yeah, this is even bigger. Actually, it looks pretty shit when you close up. Fortunately, you can't tell those messed up details on the small version. I think this might be fine. I think we're gonna try this for now. Sport as... not as an emote, I want to do this as a... channel point thingy. So we're gonna do, let's call this like check-in. Hello. Hello 28. Boom. Wait, did I do that in 400? That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I think I did. Yup. Now I want you to be 100. Boom. 100%. And then this is going to be hello 56 pixels, which is 200% of the native size. Last but not least, we need one that is 112, and that, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, acquaintances and anything in between, is 400%. Boom, that should be those. So now we need some sound effects. I mean, I suppose we should have one Swedish as well. What should we do, like... You need to do this also for redeems. I thought only for emotes. I mean, different sizes. I think you do. I think you do, unfortunately. You don't have to do it for like... You don't have to do it for emotes anymore, to be honest. I think you can make it like auto-size it. However, I have found that it tends to be lower quality. And it doesn't take that long for me to do the different sizes. And it just makes me be able to know that they're not gonna do any like weird anti-aliasing or whatever when it's pixel art. What's up, Ejude? How you doing? I have a question for you. Can you help me on this topic? I am proficient in programming emulation games. So I'm looking for a program for Windows 11 to install such a... so that I have a ROM built in without having to install them separately. I am not sure exactly what you're referring to, and if anything, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to ask if you say that you're proficient in programming emulation games, because I'm not proficient at fucking anything. But, wait, what are you, let's see here. ROMs built in that without having to install them separately. Yeah, I don't really know what you're looking for, unfortunately. Okay, did we have the alert thing? Yes. I can show this on stream, can I? I should be able to. Power-ups... Yeah, this should be fine. Right? Yeah, this is fine. Should I create this one through the bot? Do I need to do anything with the bot with this? I don't think so. Let's do... add a new custom one. We're gonna do like hello. This one can be quite cheap. What's my cheapest one right now? 50? I guess this one should be cheaper, so we do 25. Yeah, here I can not only upload one, so here I am actually forced to do 3 of them anyway. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Will you give me help? I don't know if I can, unfortunately. Like, I don't know, I don't understand what you're looking for. Isn't checking gonna make more sense as the name of the reward? Yeah, maybe that is true. I think that is what I have seen most people do as well. Check in, I suppose that would be with a dash, right? Because that's like a... Is it? Is it not? I think it is. Because check in without and with a dash would be different, right? Am I going crazy here? No, both are correct. According to Cambridge Dictionary, the correct usage of this phrase is both check-in with a dash and check-in, which means that the hyphenated and non-hyphenated forms are both acceptable. However, using these terms interchangeably can lead to errors highlighting the positive. Okay, no, so I think they are different. Yeah, because this is like the verb or the action to check in something, whereas a check-in, that's like a noun, right? Like this is the noun of like a check-in, if I'm not mistaken. This is the verb to check in. So wait, which one should we do? I mean, both kind of work. If you do it, the redeem is like a check-in, or it's to check-in. Fucking hell, both works. I am way too detail focused to do this kind of stuff. I'm just gonna do this. It's fine. 9 AM, I'm going to do something useful today. Let's go, up early. Blue is gonna be productive. I'm here for it. Be a special and make a check underscore in. Yeah, exactly. The action would be checking. The thing as a concept would be check. Exactly, yeah. That made sense. Here both would work though, right? That's the annoying thing is that both actually work, because this is the name of the reward, and you could see it as this reward is a check-in or it is to check-in. Like, both are arguably correct, right? But I think we're gonna do this one. I don't know, let me know you're here. Sure. Require viewer to enter text? No. Background color. We could do a blue one. There's no blue ones nearby it. Maybe red? No, because the emote is red. Let's do something like that. Here we have some stuff though. This should be... Redemption per stream should not be limited, but redemption per user. Each user should probably only be able to do this once per stream. So that people can't like spam it too much. Because like I said, it's pretty cheap. Alright, we have an ad going. I'm gonna take a quick break, just go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Give me just like 30 seconds, 40, 50, 1 minute. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, limit redemptions per stream? Probably not. Cooldown? I wanted sandwich cake now. Holy shit, it's the best thing ever, dude. I would eat sandwich cake every day of my life if I could. I actually would. I don't think that would be an issue. Should we do like... Wait, what is this? Up to time between redemptions, minutes... I mean, we could do like a 1 minute kind of thing. Just to make it not like too spammable. Do you know what I mean? What's up, Peepa Poopy? How you doing? Sandwich cake with ham... But cake, I don't know about that one. Dude, it's so good, Sandy. I promise you. If you gave it a shot, you would like it. You would like it. I think we might try something like a 1 minute cooldown. I kinda wish I could have done just like 30 seconds or something. Is this gonna be necessary? Like, otherwise it could get a lot of... It could get very spammy. Is that a problem though? Because people can still only do it once per user. It might be fine, maybe we don't... I think we're gonna add a cooldown if we need it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought as well, like, when we have the one per viewer, it might not really be an issue, because at least one person can't just sit there and spam this anyway. So yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. I'm gonna try it. If it seems like it gets too spammy, then we'll sort it out. Okay, so I'm gonna create this one. And then I'm gonna disable this one, because you don't have to waste your points right now, because we don't have the alerts in anyway. I should be able to do this. Damn, I have quite a few ones. I don't know if all of these are active at the moment, but... Once again, just for fun, basically the plan is that we're gonna do hello in as many languages as possible, just for fun. So every time someone checks in, we're gonna have a sound effect of hello in a different language. If anyone is interested in having their voice be one of those languages, let me know. Did I add a new one? I didn't. So here, we can do this. We don't need any text-to-speech and stuff, so... Alert condition should be... Am I blind? Oh wait, do I need to enable it maybe? Or am I blind? Oh, does it need to be enabled? It might need to be enabled. Oh wait, no, I think I just need to update this page. I think that's what it is. Yeah, check in. Currently disabled, that is fine. Check in. Duration probably does not need to be 10 seconds. Let's do like 47? No, 4 seconds. That's fine. And let's change this to something like bum bum bum, just checked in. Or checked in. Camper checked in. Yeah, that's fine. I go here. Can I keep that normal? Drop shadow? Do I use drop shadow on my other ones? I don't. We don't wanna show redemption message. No, Sailor. No, no, no. Boom. We're gonna remove this one. Alert sound. We're gonna remove that one as well. What's up, AE? How you doing? Now there's a rare event, hats off, are you ill? Did you hit your head? Yeah, this is like what? I think this is the third stream now, when I haven't had anything on my head. Things are changing. I am reinventing myself. I am born anew. This is the Binding of Chirpy, rebirth. How you doing, AE? Hope you're having a good Friday so far. Looks like you transitioned from boy band style for modern startup corporate trademark. Okay, fam. Oh, that's funny. Can I duplicate these? That would actually be pretty sick. Is that possible? Yeah, create randomized duplicate. That is what we want. However, we do need a sound effect. So let's record one. That's fine. What should we do? Tjena tjena, maybe, for the Swedish one. Does your head also feel naked without a hat? I wake up, beanie on immediately, stays on until I go to bed. A little bit, but I've actually started... Like, I started not wearing something on my head quite a while ago, to be honest. Like, I'm gonna be honest here, I mainly wore it on stream. Like, as soon as I stopped the stream, I would take off my hat and, like, semi-tie my hair up. It's just that it was too short to tie up in a way that looked presentable whatsoever. Obviously, I didn't care when I was just sitting by myself, you know. So it's kind of fine. But back in the days, like when I was like a teenager and stuff, like I would always wear a cap, and that at that point I could definitely relate to that. Something else that's different though. This is probably even worse, to be honest. I always wear a watch. I've worn a watch daily for like the last 10 years or something. I even go to bed, like I don't even take this one off when I go to bed. So something that makes me feel incredibly like vulnerable and naked is to not have a watch on. Like it's, I don't know, it's kind of messed up, but it actually feels quite uncomfortable. Because I'm so used to always having a watch on. Despite the fact that I got so immersed in the Tolkien-esque story and ended up reading it till 3 AM and not sleeping properly, I'm well. Well, I'm glad to hear you're still doing well. Hey, you need to sort out your sleep, man. This is my time. All those times you have dogged on me for not having a good sleeping schedule. My time is here. Fix up, man. Fix up, AE. I'm joking. You know what's crazy? Robophobia is becoming a preferred term to technophobia. I don't know if I've heard either of those terms, to be quite honest. Is it for actual, like... Oh, it's for technology in general. Well, in that case, I would say that robophobia sounds like it would be... I would misunderstand that one. But here it sounds like they're different. According to my Twitch Google search, technophobia is an overwhelming fear of technology, so it would be broader. This could include like computers and cell phones, or the powers of artificial intelligence, whereas robophobia seems to be more specifically a irrational fear of robots, drones and robot-like mechanics or artificial intelligence. So it seems like they might be very similar, but slight difference. Basically, robophobia sounds like it's more the... Oh no, maybe not. I was gonna talk about like the uncanny valley stuff, but you don't really get uncanny valley from a drone. That would be more from like a humanoid robot, right? Don't talk to me about sleep times, chicken man. You're beyond saving. Yeah, maybe. No, I actually went to bed at like... I think I went to bed before 1 AM yesterday. I'm pretty proud of that one. I mean, I didn't sleep until like 3 AM, but I did go to bed early. So, you know, early-ish, relatively speaking. For me, early. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say here. Okay, what should we do? Should we do tjena tjena for Swedish, maybe? I don't know why I'm asking you. I mean, I'm gonna assume here that the vast majority of you don't speak Swedish, so... I also need I need a proper Brit to do the most proper British hello as well. And then we see, we might get Dan to do the Brazilian one. Spectacular, you have to do the Czech hello. I am... All other people get like, of course you have the option to do this if you want. That doesn't go for you, Spectacular. You are forced to, you have to do it. That's how this works. I have the same feeling with my rings. If I'm not wearing them, I feel very uncomfortable. I see. They overlap, but AI specifically, people are saying robophobia now. Oh, I see, okay. Most British hello, can you just say hello? No, I mean like the... No, I said spectacular, right? No, I'm almost certain I did say spectacular there. No, I'm pretty sure. Don't gaslight me. I'm pretty sure I did. You said shapes. Fuck off, man. How does this keep on happening? It's actually bad. It's actually a problem. No, Spec, you have to do it. You have to do the Czechs one. The Czech one. The Czech one, not the Czechs one. The Czech one. As in the Czech, like the language. The Czech language. Fucking hell, it's even that's even worse. Now I mix it up with your language as well. Fucking hell, man. But yeah, Major, what I meant with like the most British one is that I mean like the most like proper, like not just I could say hello, like that would be in the English language. But you know, I want either we go like full something with like a full like posh accent or we go like very I don't know, something like, you know, someone with a very pure like British accent going like oi bruv or something, you know, like going a bit more over the top is kind of what I want here. Acrylic, you are British. We do have an Englishman in here. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, you can? Oh wait, were you from England as well? Were you from England as well, Major? I probably asked. Look, my memory sometimes. Pure British, that doesn't... I know what you're saying, yeah. Oi bruv versus hello governor. Yeah, either one. Something like that, I feel like it's more fun than just doing like a hello, you know? And anyway, like, if we have multiple of the same language, I think that's fun as well. So anyone who wants to do it, throw one in, do it. What's up, Damien? I could go for proper English breakfast, actually. Me too. English breakfast is actually pretty sick, not gonna lie. It actually is. Okay, should I do tjena tjena for Swedish then? Rather than... just like going hey hey is not really that fun. Almost sounds like English, to be fair. What, do you want voice clips? Yeah, preferably. Or like if you only have a ways of recording a video, I can cut out the sound as well. That's fine, but preferably it would just be a voice clip. You can DM it to me on Discord or whatever feels easiest to you, or send a link to it. What's it for? It's for the check-in sound alert. So we're gonna do a redeem for people to like check in to the stream, but I thought it could be fun to just have the sound effect be hello in a bunch of different languages, but then we randomize which one, you know, which one triggers each time. I think that could be fun. I could do an English CAD. What's an English CAD? So many choices how to say hello, not sure which one I should choose. Whichever one you think is most fun. Like, obviously here, people, try to not do something that's completely outrageous. Like, you know, if you... doing some slangy thing is probably... or something more like completely default. Like, textbook hello is not as fun as, like, I don't know, a proper, like... if we take British English, for example... like, having someone just say hello is not really that fun. But going for, like, a proper posh accent, or going for, like, a pure fucking Cockney accent or something, like, going very, like, very informal or, like, over-the-top formal, like, that kind of stuff is more fun. So, whatever is suitable. But then, of course, not have it be outrageous. Like, for Australian English, maybe we don't have to do, like... or you C word, you know? What if an N-word slips into my voice clip way too... yeah, exactly. That's not what we want. No. That is actually bannable behavior. That will get you banned. I don't care if you're a moderator, that will get you banned. I need to make an appointment with myself so I can get 40 minutes of work done. You should do the, what you call it, the thing when you like work in sections and then do like 5 minutes breaks or whatever. The Pomodoro something. Do you know what I mean? Something I've never tried, but I would maybe try it at some point just for fun. Pomodoro, is that what you call it? Yeah. It could be fun testing out to see whether it works. I've heard some people have quite a lot of success with that stuff. Like a posh blog? Yeah, that would be quite fun. So maybe we have like, I don't know, just as an example, maybe like Major if you can do a very like informal sound effect, and maybe Acrylic if you want to do like a very like posh one. I feel like that could be fun. Bro really went there, yeah. Ice bro, let's go. Will do. I like how you both actually... I like how Major ends up responding in a very informal way, whereas Acrylic responds in a more like formal way as well. You guys are fucking in character. I love to see it. Both one actually took their roles seriously. Oh, that's too funny. That's too funny. I'm still trying to consider what the best one is for Swedish. I feel like Cha-cha is too... Hejsan svejsan, I could go as well. Hejsan svejsan. Or maybe that's more fun, to be honest. Tjenixen does work as well. Maybe we should do hejsan svejsan, just because it sounds silly. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. It's a serious gig, bro. It really is. No. This is the role of a lifetime, people. Like, forever. You will be able to put this on your CV that you have your own you know, you have your own little sound effect on the chirpy stream. Like this is proper stuff, you know. A lot of my avoidance is caused by not exercising / eating as much as I would like to. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a Hejsan Svejsan because it sounds more fun for Swedish. Cheers, AE. Exactly, experienced voice actor. We're on the Discord, you want it? You can DM it to me if you want, or you can put it wherever, really. Or if you wanna put it, if you are in the language ones, you could put it in the language chat as well. Either way, whatever works for you, really. Because like, if anything, I might just, if people don't want it up on the Discord, we can just delete it after I download it as well. So there's a chance, once this channel pops off, we voice actors gonna get rich. Yeah. I don't know if I can, I sound like no, it's fine, man. It's fine, go for it. Get rich quick stream. Yeah, paid in channel points, exactly. Put chirpy Twitch link for recommendation. Yeah, I will vouch for you guys. I will definitely vouch for you guys. I promise you. If you have like an employer call me to check if I think that you would be a good employee, I'll be like, yeah. I had this guy do some like voice acting stuff for me, very professional, very smooth. Like, I will vouch for you, I promise. Okay, let me do this. I think we're doing Hejsan Svejsan. Just that one is, it's not informal or very posh, but it just sounds silly, so it's kind of fun. I think that's good. Hejsan Svejsan. How's that sound? Hey, that is so fucking loud. Sorry, guys. I am very sorry. Why is that so loud? How do I have to do this? Is there not an easy way? Can I bring this down? Oh wait, that's recording level. What's this? Playback level? Okay. Sorry about that one. I did not think that was gonna be... Maybe I was a bit too close to the mic, to be honest. Because I do have like a volume gate thing on OBS, so which, even if I get close, it might sound worse for you guys, but it shouldn't get too... loud. Hejsan Svejsan. Posh, hello, awesome, perfect acrylic.
Hello.
Sweet, thank you, man. Appreciate ya. You got to shoot, have fun, no worries, man. Actually, Vin wants you to hear me. Wait, what you mean? Very professional. He said, "Oj, bruv," in a very well-mannered fashion. Oh, that is too funny. That is too funny. I want to hear the posh hello. Okay. Okay, are we gonna have a competition now? Is that what this is? Where do we put this in general? Okay. Can I raise the volume here?
Hello.
There you have it.
Hello.
Wait, were there... Oh, there were two in here. Was there?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
No, we got three even. Look at this. That is our posh hello. I did 3 takes like a pro. Let's go. What are you thinking? Oh, wait, Hilford, you could do a fucking... Can you not do a... a proper Scouse one? Pro would do it 1 take? Oh shit, we have shots fired in the chat. Fired in the chat. Here, let me download this. Jumping into a meeting, I'll be back. See you soon, Hilfert. Appreciate ya. Hejsan Svejsan. This sounds so silly, man. Hejsan Svejsan. I think I'm too close to the mic. I think I am. Maybe I am. Do I speak too close to my microphone? I might be. I might be, to be honest. I'd be the best in the credits at the end of the stream if my voice... Wait, oh, I best be in the credits at the end of the stream if my voice is used. So, is the guy an experience in civil engineering? Chirpy response. Yeah, the guy did some excellent voiceovers for me. Yeah, very much, that is what it would be like. Very good, Obi-Wan vibes. Sweet. But wait, are you calling me a non-professional spec? Because I might have to do a retake here. Hey, son, svejsan. Because I feel like this sounds... Is this not breaking or like popping a little bit? Hey, son, svejsan. It definitely is. Oh, well, I should probably fix it somehow with an effect, but... I don't know, if I can equalizer, would that do something? Dude, I do not know audio. This is why I have an audio guy doing this stuff for me. So I don't have to normalize. What does that do? Oh, no, that just normalizes the volume, doesn't it? Hey, son, svejsan. No. I don't like this one. Hey, son, svejsan. Oh, wait. Oh, no, the volume is down. Okay. Hey, son, svejsan. That should work. I also don't know how the noise removal thing here works. I never understood this. This is well confusing. Bjarne should do some. Bjarne should do some as well. Just like I said, I don't really mind. We can probably have, as long as they're somewhat different, I think it's fine to have them a few optional ones in different languages. I think that's fine. As long as if they say the exact same thing, the same tone and everything, then maybe not. But like, or then it seems more necessary. Hey, son, svejsan. This is fine. I'm gonna do this for now. Do I care enough about noise reduction? Probably not. Hey, son, svejsan. Hey, son, svejsan. This sounds so silly, man. I saw this video about how the mic is supposed to go above the head, but all the streamers keep putting it as close to the mouth as possible. Above the head? That's interesting. I think the thing is that like, if you're closer to the mic, it tends to pick up more of the range of your voice, right? Because the further away from the mic I go, like the less of like the low frequency tones you're gonna hear. I feel like that's one of the reasons why I might be pushing a bit closer to it. Hey, son, svejsan. That's fine. Okay, export audio. Where should I put this? In my little... I mean, this is technically Twitch art, but... Maybe in channel points we can do... sound effects. Let's do Swedish. Hejsan svejsan. Probably should have double checked the volume now. It might be fine. So from the next stream I should have someone come in and be my boom mic operator. Imagine someone holding a boom mic during a 3-hour stream. That would be mad. Just seeing someone sitting here streaming and then you have some guy standing like far. After a while you just start seeing like the hands dropping a little bit because they keep getting tired. And that would keep going for like 5 hours. So imagine, that would actually be fun. Oh, we have ads incoming? Has that one just been stuck there? Oh no, they are incoming. Sorry about that one, I completely missed it. Thank you for your patience though, for anyone who's in an ad. Not that you can hear me, but... let's see... Posh, hello. Yeah, I definitely have a... Oh well, now I lowered this one though. Okay, let's see which one we're doing.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I would say 2 or 3 probably. 2 or 3.
Hello. Hello.
This one sounds a little bit seductive, which is kind of funny.
Hello.
However, this one
Hello.
has more emphasis, I would say. Third is the one.
Hello.
Let's do the third one.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
That's probably good. Let's do... English, British... Posh, hello. I wonder how good this randomization is. From doing game development, you kind of learn that random does not equal random. Like, there's different types of randoms. Like, is this fully random? Or is it like clever random? Like, if I only have 2, is it actually gonna do every other? Or is it fully random, where it, technically speaking, could do the same one 16 times in a row? That's gonna be interesting to see. Okay, alert sound. I think we're gonna upload file. Oh, channel point. Oh, I already had this one as well. I guess we put that one in the same folder. That's Vin telling me to focus. I quite like that one as well. That is a pretty good redemption. Okay, let's do maybe Hasan's face on here. Well, since I don't use... Wait. Variant name? Oh wait, all of these are considered variants, I think. Yeah, okay. So let's do... Swedish. Would be nice if we could group these up for, like... organization reasons. We have to check the volume, though. Test alert. Hejsan svejsan, that is way too high. I think in general I am very loud on Twitch. Personally, I think that's a good thing, because my opinion is that most streamers are way too fucking low in volume. Like, I have to like max out my speakers and my PC fully, like 90% of the streams I watch, to be able to hear what people are saying. That's my opinion, or in my experience that's the case at least. So in my opinion it's better to be a bit louder. Like, if the volume of my stream is a bit too loud, that's fine, because you can always lower the volume, right? But you can't always raise it. Or you have bad speakers, that is a possibility. But however, I would still say that the same thing goes, where like, because everyone has different speakers, and you know that people always have the possibility to lower the volume, but they don't always have the possibility to raise the volume. Sent it to you in a DM, let's go. Thank you, man. Let me download that one as well. Appreciate ya, Major. Okay, let me catch up. I think I missed some stuff in chat here. Some people get so close I can hear the animal they ate last night complaining, damn. You can smell their teeth through it, holy shit. Some very visual examples here. I used a simple wired headset, definitely suboptimal, but it's lightweight so it doesn't get uncomfortable for a long time. Yeah, I prefer not having a headset whatsoever, at least when I'm streaming. I mean, I never wear a headset anymore, I always use speakers. As soon as I manage to get it right to where I can hear the volume but my mic doesn't pick it up, I think this is so much more convenient. It's not as good, like, of course you kind of hear stuff better, especially in like a 3D space with a headset, but I think it's arguably more comfortable to just not have one. Oh wait, you were talking about headset as in for the microphone though. Someday I may upgrade to a desk mic. If I do, I'll keep that advice in mind. Did a hello voice on my Windows startup sound when I was a kid. My mom's friend screamed when she thought I was suddenly behind her. That's interesting. Alright, I gotta work on finals. Good luck on the project. International hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Castle. And thank you for dropping by, man. Giving that follow and everything. I appreciate ya. And I hope to see you another time. And best of luck with your finals. Okay. Hejsan svejsan. I think that's pretty good volume. I think that's a decent volume. So for OBS we should remain inside of the yellow area, that's what I tend to do. Please feel free to let me know though if you still find this too loud or too low. Hejsan svejsan. But according to the sound levels, I think that's a pretty good volume. I think. Okay, create randomize the duplicates. Oh, they do kind of get grouped up actually. That's nice. So then we go... English posh, maybe? Oh, you can set the chance here. Common. Common. Oh, interesting. I guess I'm just gonna keep all of them common. And see what happens. So the only thing we need to change now is this. So now we do British posh hello. I think this was slightly lower, so maybe 50% would be fine. Let's have a look.
Hello.
I think maybe we should even boost this a little bit. 70%?
Hello.
Yeah, I think that might be better. That looks more similar to the other one.
Hello.
Maybe even a little bit more. Maybe 70, 74.
Hello.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, then we also have a new one. Let me check that one. Oh yeah, why am I such a distracted human being? I actually don't know. I actually don't know. I also was working on my game. We are gonna work on the game, but this is kind of fun, okay? We need our little distractions every now and then. Okay, that's the one we want to use. Let's remove this, and then we do this. Incorrect file type? What the fuck are you on about? Try installing F... Oh no, wait, can I not do it? Man, what's the... Oh wait, MOV, is that the Apple one? Because that one, MOV file, does sometimes... Yeah, that's the QuickTime file thingy. Is that not... Yeah, Apple QuickTime. This format is so annoying, there's always some issue with it. I think I could put it into Sony Vegas though, if I'm not mistaken. I think Sony Vegas has support for it, and then I could render it from there as a MP3 or a WAV file or whatever. I think that could work. Oh, does... Wait, no, maybe I need QuickTime here as well. Maybe Sony Vegas doesn't have support for it. Let me check. No, file is unsupported format. This is the typical Apple issue. I mean, I suppose I could just re-record this one as well. If I record desktop audio. Now, I am already streaming on Twitch, so that means I can't use OBS. What if can I use Logitech Capture maybe? Can I record? Yeah, I should be able to record desktop sounds with this. Right. Yeah, exactly. I could mute my mic and only record the desktop audio. So I think we can do that to basically do a cheap conversion. Oh wait, did I have it muted?
Oi, oi, what's good?
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, so I think we can do this, and I'm just gonna re-record it with Logitech Capture. Wait, can I show this? Yeah, I can show all of this, that should be fine. I mean, it's not really much for you guys to see. Okay, mic is muted. We're only recording audio. The music is paused. Okay, let me try recording.
Oi, oi, what's good?
There we go. Pause that. I think this should work. Not seen that cone in a while? You don't use VLC? What did I come back to? Well, I had an issue here, because it was a... you sent a MOV file, the like Apple file, and like nothing in my computer could actually import that file, because I don't have QuickTime set up, which I think you need to work with that file. However, I thought to convert it. No issue, man. I think this is gonna be fine. It's not really gonna affect the audio too much. So let me see now. I should... Where does this go? I think this goes like videos, Logitech, Logic Capture. Yeah, this should be the one. So the only thing now is that I actually do need to boot this up in Sony Vegas, since this is not a... Then we put this in here. Yep. This should work. Let's separate this, delete the video. I also don't understand why you get 4 files here. I think you can remove them though, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Oi, oi, what's good?
What happens if I mute these?
Oi, oi, what's good?
It sounds better, right? I don't think I'm supposed to have all of these on.
Oi, 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 what's good? Oi, oi, what's good? Oi, oi, what's good?
Sorry if this is making you uncomfortable. I know how a lot of people feel weird hearing their own voice, and I'm just fucking broadcasting it to everyone here. I'm muting, but thank you, man. I appreciate ya. Wait, let me try one more time.
Oi, oi, what's good? Oi, oi, what's...
I want to... We could...
Oi, oi, what's good? Oi,
I don't know if this is gonna work. Let me try it. Maybe even do a bit of this.
oi, oi, what's good? Oi, oi.
Yeah, I like it. That's fine. So let's take this portion and then we are going to render as. And now should be able to do MP3 audio. I have no idea about this, but I guess we just do highest quality maybe. Prakaka Po, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. No June, welcome in as well. Remix, yeah, exactly. I'm cracking up, yeah. Anyone else who speaks another language want to say hello for the different sound effects? Let me know. I think it's fun to have as many as possible. We currently have formal British, informal British, and Swedish. Let's go main, bum bum bum. Twitch channel points sound effects. MP3 file, let's call this one English, British, I don't know, informal, sure. Did I ask you like where you're from, Major? If you don't mind, of course. Like where in what? Where in England or so? What's happening, bro? I just spawned in. Basically what we're doing, I got a bit distracted. Normally I'm working on my horror game, but we got slightly distracted here. And we started doing... Basically, people wanted to have a channel point redeem to be able to check into the stream. So if someone doesn't want to like send a message in the chat, you can just pop that one and get a little sound effect to like let people know that you're here, basically. So I figured out that it could be fun to just do... I mean, this is... I shouldn't take full credit. This is partly with chat's ideas as well, of course. But basically what we're gonna do is have a bunch of these different sound effects of people saying hello in different languages and accents and stuff. And then we just randomize which one plays every time someone checks in. So every time someone comes and like checks into the stream, we get a different hello. I think that could be kind of fun. How you doing? I hope you having a good Friday, man. I did say earlier, sorry man. Southeast, 1 hour outside London. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was in London not that long ago. And sorry, by the way, I know I keep asking people this sometimes, but you know, it's hard to remember. However, at some point it does stick, I promise you. At some point it does, but I might need to double check once or twice. British informal highest quality, that should be good. Let's render this.
Oi, oi, what's good?
Yeah. Okay, so we have English posh. Now we're gonna create a randomized duplicate. Hey, Svejsan.
Hello.
That one is actually good. Yeah, it does sound posh. It's interesting how you can get that accent even in just a simple hello, and you can still like get the poshness out of it. Do you know what I mean? Upload file. Let's do informal. Was this? I think this was lower volume as well. Let's try 50% first, the default one, and then we'll see how this sounds.
Oi, oi, what's good?
Oh no, that might actually be a little bit loud compared to the other ones. Maybe 42.
Oi, oi, what's good?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's a good volume. We should rename this one as well. Let's do English informal. Once again, if anyone else wants to have their language represented, let me know. I think it's fun the more we have. Okay, I think I'm gonna go, rather than what they say, I'm gonna go what type it is. So for Swedish, I'm gonna go like silly. Don't forget to add my channel points later. I can't. I don't think I can give channel points. I actually can't. Okay, this 10 minutes I will do 100 push-ups. Best of luck. Your arm's gonna be pumped. Lies are lies. I actually don't think, I know with like the Streamlabs stuff you could like give people points and stuff. I don't think you can with Twitch. Unfortunately. I have been thinking for my support system to maybe add like a bonus thing where every now and then I could actually add a bonus for like the supporter list stuff. I feel like that could be pretty interesting. Not just do like bonus to this person, you get like technically like, you know, $1 logged or something. I think something like that could be cool to do. Twitch does allow it. Wait, can I? Wait, how do I? Just I can manage rewards, review requests. I don't think I can give people channel points. Purge, pin, poll prediction, purge, part. I'm trying to check the Twitch commands. I can't find the command to do it. If I can, I would definitely do it. But as far as I know, I can't manually like give someone more points. Okay, at least we have 3 now. We're only waiting for Spectacular to give us a check hello. And then if anyone else wants to, feel free to do it. So I suppose we do have enough to enable this. This music, where is it from? All the music I have played on stream over the last couple of months is Stream Beats by Harry Seller. It's from a synthwave playlist. So it is just a collection of like all of their synthwave songs. This is pretty much what I listen to every single stream. Here's a link to it. I think it was pretty good. We'll see, I'll probably get bored of it at some point, but right now it works quite well. I used to listen to lo-fi every day, but I got so sick of lo-fi after a while. One of was just on Jimmy proper Stranger Things vibes. Interesting. It's been a long time since I checked it or did any or watched Stranger Things. There we go. I don't think I finished it either. I think I watched like the first season, maybe the second one. Yeah, I know you can refund, but that's different though, right? Because I'm not giving people points, I'm giving points back. So there's a slight difference to it. I can't like create new points to give to someone. So what I can do, Major, is give you, I can give you one free check-in. You get your 25 points back. Season 5 for Stranger Things out in November. Holy shit, do they have 5 seasons now? Lo-fi bored me after a while too. Yeah, I liked lo-fi, but after listening to lo-fi every day for like 3 months or something, like I got so sick of it. I could not listen to one more day of lo-fi. I really couldn't. Fifth one coming out, that is mad. A lot of 80s remixes currently. Interesting. I thought that a lot of streamers do like video game music as well. That is something we should try at some point if we wanna switch things up a little bit. Hejsan svejsan. There you go. What's up, Strom? The only thing for stream is that we have to make sure that it's not copyrighted, because I can't be bothered getting all my VODs on YouTube, like copyright strike and stuff. That's why I tend to only go for like copyright-free stuff, you know. I know that a lot of people say that you can just play the music on like a different channel or whatever, so that it just doesn't get recorded. But I don't really want to do that either, because now all of the VODs on YouTube are not gonna have any music, and they're gonna be like completely quiet in the background, and that's kinda boring too. Should we do a little post on Discord for this as well? In case anyone else wants to get in on this. Because I think it's fun to have as many as possible. Yo, we're doing a check-in redeem on stream. So on VOD the music isn't that, only when the stream is live? Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people do it that way, but since I upload all of my VODs to YouTube, I kind of don't want to do that, because that means that all of the VODs on YouTube would be without background music. Get your free CV recommendation by using your voice for checking on stream. Exactly. That's fair, totally get it. Yeah, just I get that it's also nice to do it that way, because obviously there's a bunch of streamers who actually listen to just proper copyrighted music on like Spotify and stuff, which of course would be nice to be able to do as well. Put on some banya every now and then. But yeah, I think for me personally, the overall consequence of it seems worse for me. The pros don't outweigh the cons in my opinion. We're doing a check-in redeem on Twitch. So whenever someone... No, I'm not gonna ping people. We're doing a check-in redeem on Twitch, so whenever someone redeems it, a hello sound effect will play in different languages and or accents. Cheers, Major. Yeah, but do your stream, your vision? Yeah, I suppose that is true, isn't it? We're playing different languages and or accents. So if you want to represent your language or accent and get your voice in as a sound effect on stream, then let me know. This is definitely something you could put on your resume, right? Not resume. Wait, is it double apostrophe? Is it double apostrophe? Short statement, important details. Brief resume of the project. Short written description of your education. Oh damn, is he actually double apostrophe? I would not have guessed that. Oh, we rarely use those, we just use resume. Oh, you mean that most people just still type it without them? Yeah, it looks weird. I don't feel like I have seen it written this way. Oh, apostrophe. Oh yeah, I said apostrophe, didn't I? I think that is me going Swinglish, right? I do the Swinglish emphasis, because we say apostrophe. Apostrophe. Apostrophe?
Apostrophe.
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 Apostrophe. Applesauce. Which format should I save? Wave? That one is fine. I think almost anything is okay as long as it's... The only one that's an issue is the .mov files, but that's like, I think that's only if you record it on like a Mac or a Apple device. Perhaps you could show me in Audacity how it would work. Okay, yeah, so it's quite easy. All you do is you press record, you record yourself, you stop it. You don't even need to cut it and stuff, I can do that if you need. And then it's... all you do is to export this audio. And like, I think whether you do MP3 or Wave or whatever, that doesn't really matter. All of those should work. Just export it to your PC and like DM me on Discord. But do you use CV in English as well, right? Because that's what we usually say in Swedish. I think you do. Yeah. Short written summary of a person's career. Oh, is it a Latin word? It's very Latin. This is like life curriculum or something. Course of life, yeah. Often shortened to CV. I don't know what's more common in CV or resume. What do people tend to use? CV or resume? What's the most common one? Oh wait, are they different? While a resume is a brief one-page asset, includes the most relevant information, a CV can be 2 to 3 pages and aims to emphasize the depth of your academic and work experience. Oh, so they might be slightly different then. At least in the US and most of Canada. Resume is preferred in the US and also Canada. You always submit a resume and almost always a CV with it these days here. Okay. Resume is more popular. Note that I have sinusitis. I don't even know what that is right now, so I sound even more weird than usual. That's fine. It's in your DMs. Let's go. So what did you go with? I hope this isn't gonna, you know, no bad stuff here, chaps. I mean, informal is fine though. Okay. This is definitely something you could put on your resume. Voice actor experience A. No, I'm not gonna ping people. I feel like that's too much. We're doing a check-in redeem on Twitch, so whenever someone redeems it, a hello sound effect will play in different languages and or accents. So if you want to represent your language or accent and get your voice as a sound effect on stream, then let me know. This is definitely something you could put on your resume, voice actor experience A. That sounds pretty good. Let's do it. Checked. Did I actually... Holy shit, man. I need to stop. I actually need to. How? Okay, wait. Spectacular. I think I need to start calling you Spectacular in Chat's party. I think that is it. I actually have a... This is becoming an actual problem. I put the pressure of you to choose on you. Oh wait, did you do multiple? You do realize that I'm probably not gonna understand these though, right?
Cho.
Can I boost this? Okay, I think... Oh wait, I should always boost it in Audacity, right?
Cho. Chus. Zdar. Nazdar.
Damn, that's a lot of... Okay, you have to explain what each one is. Let's see if we can amplify this without it. That looks like it might be breaking a little bit. Or peaking.
Cho. Chus.
That's probably fine.
Nazdar.
Do I know any of these?
Cho.
That sounds like tjo in Swedish. That's another way to say, like informally say hello here as well. And then we have...
Chus.
Tjus.
Chus. Zdar. Chus. Zdar. Nazdar.
Oh, Nazdar. That sounds like a shortening of like... I don't know, I start thinking of Nazdravi, which is like cheers, right? Nazdravi, or like Nazdrovie in Polish. Amplify with the sliders on the right, but I can't go more than 100% here. But I think the quality doesn't sound too bad when I amplify it in Audacity.
Cho.
That might be a bit loud for you guys though. I think it sounds fine. Because sometimes on Stadia it's gonna start like peaking and stuff. I don't know, there's so many things you can do here as well, but I don't really understand audio. Pitch and tempo.
Cho.
No, we need more.
Cho. Chus. Zdar. Nazdar.
Perfect. I'm messing. No, my true voice, exactly. What actually happened is that Spectacular recorded this and then pitched it down, and we just found the true voice. This one sounds the most interesting.
Nazdar.
Nazdar. Is that what you're saying? Nazdar.
Cho. Chus. Zdar. Nazdar.
That one sounds the most interesting. Nazdar. Is that similar to... Does that have any connection to like Nazdravi? Is Nazdravi, Nazdar? It sounds like it's... Maybe it could be like a shortening of something like that. No? No, it sounds like you're saying Nazdar. Oh yeah. Check greetings. Nazdar. Nazdarek is a more familiar version. Could be translated as hi and is not employed in polite conversation or with strangers. Yeah, so this is like slang. Though very commonly used, it has relative recent history dating back to around 170 years to the period when the Czech National Theatre was being built in Prague. Praha. When patriots were traveling the Czech lands collecting money towards the theatre's construction, they carried boxes bearing the words Na zdar narodinihu divadla or something, which means something like to the success of the National Theatre. Within a short time, Nazdar had been shortened to Nazdar and became a common greeting. That is interesting. So wait. To which the success of the National Theatre. Nazdar. So is this like to the success? That got shortened into Nazdar and then somehow became a like informal way of saying hi. Not employed, that's an interesting expression, is not employed in polite conversation or with strangers. You can roughly translate it to good luck too. Oh, that makes sense if this means to the success. If it, if it comes from the word to the success, I can see how that could become a good luck phrase as well. Yeah, I think we're gonna use that one. It sounded the most interesting.
Nazdar.
Wait, let me pause the music for a second here.
Nazdar. Nazdar.
Why can I not... Audacity, what are you doing? Why did this get like locked here? Oh, because I'm still playing, is that it? Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Nazdar.
Yeah, that should be good. So I'm gonna boost this or go full volume. And then we can export it. Let's do... How do you shorten chat? It's ZZ, right? That's how you do your websites, if I'm not mistaken. Like dot Z, CZ or CZ, whatever you want to call it. Should have named it checks. Let's do... I don't know what to call this. I suppose it sounded like this was informal, so let's do check informal. Maybe? According to that description at least. Export audio, that's probably fine. Now we should be able to create a randomized duplicate. Check. Remove this one. Upload file. Check informal. 50% might be loud, I don't know. Oh, it's save. Hejsan svejsan. What?
Nazdar.
Yeah, maybe slightly lower. I think that was slightly louder than the other ones.
Nazdar.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so we have a Czech informal, British informal. I should probably change this. Be more specific in case we get some like, I don't know, American or Australian. So let's do... English, British, and then English, British. See, posh, Swedish, yeah. Nice. Oh, sorry. I forgot I wasn't showing the screen anymore. Okay, we got 4 now. That is definitely better than 0. There's at least a dozen different American accents for hello as well. Can definitely fill those out. Yeah, I think at least doing some of... It would be fun to have maybe some of the like more iconic or stereotypical ones. Because also, I don't think we need like 15 for every language. Because if we do 1, 2 in each language and then like 15 American ones, then, you know, what's gonna end up happening is that 90% of the time we are only gonna get the American sound effects. But at least doing some of the, you know, maybe doing like a very like southern accent and then maybe Whatever one would be fun. The first one that's like comes to mind as a stereotypical one would be like a very like southern accent. Maybe like a Boston accent or something. I quite like the Boston accent. I think the Boston accent is pretty sick. I mean, you could have just a common one as well, like the kind of how the posh British one seems a little bit more default or whatever. Do something like that for the American one as well, and then maybe also have for fun like a southern one or something. Southern New York, Minnesota, Boston, West Coast, yeah, something like that. Should be fun. Do you want to do one, Strom? I can give you Southern and West Coast. Yeah, do it. Do it. Spent a while in Georgia. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like I said, I'm here for, like, the more we have, the funnier, I feel like. From now on, all new follower or chatters must send us a voice clip for check-in redeem. Yeah, I think so as well. Maybe we should make a command for the bot to try and get people to do this. So every now and then you should just do the command to like encourage people to send in a voice line if they want their own ones. Just people are probably gonna ask when they do like, what was that sound effect? And then we have a way to explain it. Hey, son Svejson. Exactly. What's up, Mr. Grey? How you doing? Thank you for lurking. Appreciate ya.
Nazdar.
Czech spec. I said spec. I said Czech as the Czech language. I was saying that. Oh yeah, I heard Czech. That was definitely the Czech language I heard. That's what I said. Yeah, we got spec as well. I'm here as always. I appreciate you, Mr. Ray. It means a lot. Working, not very hard though. Working hard or hardly working. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to hate you. It's almost fair at this point, to be honest. I need to like rewire my brain. I don't know why this keeps happening. Check in. Command triggered. Yes, anyone can do this, but maybe we put a 2-minute global cooldown or something. Where am I sending these files? You can do it. You can DM me on Discord if you want. To the beach. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. The check-in sound effects are... The check-in sound effects is are greetings in different languages and accents. If you want to represent your language or accent, let us know. That should work. Yeah, that's fine. Then we have a very easy way to let people know of this. Because it's definitely gonna come up at some point. Like, at some point when it's like a non-English one, someone is gonna be like, what was that sound effect? And then we have that command to instantly let them know. Okay, I'm drinking too much caffeine. I'm gonna need another bathroom break. I'll be back in just a minute or so. Thank you very much for your patience. As always, cheers. And we are back. Cheers. Chirpy, thinking about it, you done a new picture for Shrouded Gloom yet? What you mean a new picture? You mean capsule art? On Steam? Or screenshots? Or what are we referring to? I see what I... Is it right? No, we're going too far now. We're going too far now. I missed a trick with that voice clip. What did you miss? I've never used these alerts in stream before. Are they easy to set up? They are actually fairly easy. I don't use this for any of my normal alerts. All of my normal alerts, like for donations, subs and follows and everything, is set up through Streamlabs. Because I've had everything there for like 10 years, so I just can't be bothered moving them. However, for the channel point redeems, I don't think I can do that through Streamlabs, so I started using Twitch alerts for it, and I actually think it works quite well. It's fairly easy to set up. You just create your different ones here, otherwise it's very similar to Streamlabs. For the specific channel points one, you can just set up like whether any redeem should be able to do this one, or if a specific one should do it. You can also do, if you want like text to...
over here.
Thank you very much for lurking, Spec. Appreciate ya. You know, whether you want to have it say the alert text or say the redemption message, you know, the GIF image or sound effect, it's fairly easy to set up. Moonis! The man, the myth, the legend. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. What have you been up to? I was lurking in your stream earlier. I think you were doing some work on Jordglobe, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much. For anyone coming in with Moonis, we are apparently doing some random Twitch alert stuff at the moment. But normally, what I do, and what we are going to do in a little bit, is to work on my point-and-click horror game. If you want to get an idea of the game I'm working on, you can see it right about here. There we go, and we do have the Steam page up, so if it looks interesting, please feel free to throw a little wishlist my way. We would very much appreciate it. Thank you very much for the raid, Moonis. And also, did I? Oh yeah, I did give you the shoutout. There we go. Multiplayer as usual. Event at 1700 that a collegeist going to. Wait, what? To show off the new mode. Oh, 17. Okay. I got you. So lots of work, gotcha. How is it going? Dude, I don't understand this. Everyone working on Discord. I mean, or Discord, multiplayer. You are like a professional though, so I guess it's like cheat code. Because I am way too scared to do anything network related. I feel like I'm far too inexperienced to do it. Like, I think maybe I have a little bit of imposter syndrome. No, not when it comes to multiplayer. Because I feel kinda shite when it comes to normal programming as well, but I am getting better. I feel like I'm starting to get quite comfortable. But networks actually scared me. It actually does. What's up, Dramol? How you doing? Welcome in. Network code is scary. It really is. Even back in the days when I was, a while ago, I did some like cybersecurity introduction courses just for fun. And it was the same thing there. As soon as I got to like the network chapters or whatever you want to call it, I was like, okay, this shit is complex. Everything before that was like, yeah, I'm kind of getting the hang of this. This all seems to make sense. And then as soon as you get to networks, you're like, okay, I just realized that I don't understand anything. You are far too inexperienced to do it. I mean, you're doing Kappa and stuff, but I actually think I am. I keep procrastinating and I do want to add a co-op multiplayer to my game, but I mean, I am far too scared to do it. So you're a fellow developer, Dremel. What kind of game are you working on? Turn-based multiplayer is kinda chill though. Yeah, I do suppose that when it's not like real time, it probably does make it easier. I don't know, it is probably still not easy, but yeah, I would imagine that it's way easier than doing like real-time stuff. Just listen to the server for new states and act on each different state. Oh, I'm working on a far too ambitious RPG. Damn, I'm getting there. Nice, nice. I did try to. I have actually failed 2 RPGs in a row before I started cutting down on scope. But I wish you nothing but the best of luck. Drum is the coolest of cool people. He will release his game in the early access in 2038. Do you have anything you want to show, Dramo? And you as well, Muniz, of course. If you have anything you wanna show, Muniz, feel free to do so. Muniz is working on this like geography game, right? Hey, Strom! Wait. Did you not... How is this working? Did you not do a Prime sub like a day ago? How is this working? I don't even know how this works, but thank you so much, you absolute legend. I appreciate ya. How is that possible? Wait, you subscribed last stream with... Yeah, I don't know what's up with Twitch. Me neither, but I hope I get double the money for it. But that is interesting. Yeah, just resubbed with Prime 2 days ago for 4 months, and it's the same exact alert now. That is interesting. I keep stove creeping, I know the feeling. I mean, even with my game I'm working on now, it's the same thing, right? Like, I thought it would take me a couple of months to finish this game. I've spent like 6 months polishing the game. I haven't even started working on content yet. Stove creep is real, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, do you actually... Oh yeah, do you have like... Oh no, if I remember this correctly, you do have a PC version of the game, right? But it's only like one of the game modes. I think the like full versions are on the phone, right? If I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me. Supporter slot number 8, indeed. It might show you wrong because I did mess up my bot a little bit, so if you ever... Whenever you support a stream, if you actually manage to rise in rank, the bot still says your old rank is a little bit messed up, but you know how it is. But yeah, it shows you, I mean, at the very least you are that rank. But if you ever want to double check, you can always do ! supporter and it will give you the exact one you're at. Because it can be a bit confusing. I need to sort that out at some point. Other than development stuff, not really. I'm more focused on making the framework for making a game solid rather than just working on a game. Okay, I see what you mean. So are you more so, yeah, making the like framework tools and that kind of stuff? Scope creep is real, but I love it. It made me a better developer. I mean, that is true in some way. I mean, it depends on your goals, right? Because scope creep doesn't necessarily have to be bad every single time. It's more so like, if your goal is to release a game relatively quickly or relatively soon, or at all, depending on the amount of scope creep, that's when it can, you know, be quite bad. Trivia at the top. Okay. So this is these are like the game modes I have here. But yeah, signal quizzes online by pressing trivia tab. Full game on iOS and Android. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, working on the systems and game system that will enable me to make the game I want and add the content easy rather than I just do as I go. Yeah, I fully understand. I mean, in some regard, it's kind of what I'm doing too. Like, obviously, I have a lot of like art implemented and stuff, but I don't have any final content in the game. Like, all I've been doing is working on like systems and polishing and making sure that the stuff in the game works well, so that I then can actually, you know, use those puzzle pieces to build the full game, so to speak. You call it scope creep, I call it having fun. Yeah, exactly. Combine the letters of cities. Oh, cities. No, is it all cities? You know, I'm not very good at cities. I'm good with countries. I'm kind of shite when it comes to cities. We also have food, alcoholic beverages, and wars. What would I be best at here? Maybe alcoholic beverage? No, I'm not really good at that either. I mean, I know a bit of whiskey, but that's basically it, to be fair. It depends on how it... Or is it, do they give me a drink and then I guess the country? Because that would probably be easier. If I have to guess a drink from a country, then I'm probably fucked. What's this? This is Jordglobe. It's a game that Muniz is working on. It's like a geography / trivia game. You guess the origin of the country of cities.
Nazdar.
Yeah, in this. Pirodia, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome in. This one, if I get to guess the country and not the beverage, I feel like it's... Oh, yeah. Okay, this I might be able to do relatively good. Which is the country of whiskey brands? Perfect is whiskey as well. As Jack Daniels and Maker's Mark. This would be America, right? Because those are... what do you call it? You call them... not blends, they're bourbons, right? It's American bourbon. Wait, how do I... How do I actually guess here? It should be America. Oh, drag the pin. Where's my pin? Oh, this... Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay. So this should be the United States of America. Easy peasy. Where is the world's oldest brewery located? Allegedly founded already in the 1040s. I'm gonna assume... I mean, if this is a hint... That sounds like it would be like German or something. But I don't know if I'm overthinking it. My history is too bad. Is this a hint? Because if this is the one, I would go with something like Germany. Otherwise, let's say oldest brewery. I actually have no idea. Maybe. Oh, I had to. No. I had to guess the city. The city, not the country. I have no clue. Wait, was that actually correct? Did I clutch that one? The pictures are usually hints? Okay, that's good to know. Mostly black tea. Tea is nice. I've started drinking more tea than coffee. I am having a coffee right now, but most of the time I drink tea now. I kind of switched it out, to be honest. Back in the GIF, no worries, Major. See you soon. Which is the most alcoholic country? Not Sweden. I think we're one of the lowest in Europe, actually. Most of Central Europe. It was correct. That was just pure luck. Poland doesn't even have wine history. Oh, interesting. I got tropical juice. Also, we started doing a new thing. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the check-in, we just added a check-in redeem, so that we basically get, every time someone checks in, you get a hello in a different language. We currently only have 4. We have 2 British accents, Swedish and Czech. But if anyone else wants to represent that language, feel free to do so. I think it's fun the more languages we can get in there. And accents or whatever it might be. I sent you one, Sharpie. Sweet. I'm gonna have a look. Let me try this first and then I'll sort it out. Thank you, Strom. Appreciate ya. No, thanks. I'm good. No worries, man. Definitely not obligatory. I'm just letting people know in case anyone is interested. The wine region... Okay. So this is like... Rioja or maybe Rioja is found in this country. This is definitely gonna be... I would say this is Spanish or Portuguese. What does it say here? Vira Comprero. Sounds... I'm getting more of a... Wait, can I even... What do I have here? Oh, this is the country though. Rioja. Sounds more... I would say it sounds more Spanish than whether it's Latin America or like Spain. I don't know. I might just make a guess here. Dude, am I a fucking genius, man? Or am I just an alcoholic? I don't know, but one of them. Where does the liquid tequila originate? So this is the same thing. This is definitely Spanish, but I think, like as in the language, but I think, is this not Mexico? Wait, am I an actual alcoholic? What is happening? I am actually doing way better than I thought I would. Which town was Guinness Brewery founded? Dublin. Okay, this is starting to... I don't know whether I'm supposed to be proud or like ashamed of this. I am doing so much better than I thought. Which country is the authentic champagne? Well, that is France. Okay, where is the Trappist? What's a Trappist beer? I have no idea what that is. Chimay brewed.
Hello.
What's up, Mr. Castle? How you doing? Welcome back. Okay, so... Chimay. I mean, it could be like French as well. I'm trying to see the text here to see if I could like get more an inkling of the language. I feel like, as someone who's more interested in languages, I feel like that's my cheat code. Otherwise, it could have been... But like, most of like the Slavic languages will have either Cyrillic letters or, generally speaking, way more apostrophes. So I don't think it's... It sounds like, from the name, it could be French as well. I wish I could see this text, but that is not readable. What does this say? I don't... This might be the first one I fuck up. I might go France again. Belgium. Oh, so I was probably right then. It was like the... You know, the word was still like a French word, or maybe... Because they do speak, you know, French in Belgium as well. I would say that's close enough. I'm happy with that one. Apple vodka, which no one talks about. Apple vodka, interesting. Which country has the beer brands such as Budweiser, Samuel Adams and Miller's? That would be America, the United States of America. Sparkling wine from this country is called Prosecco. Prosecco. I mean, this sounds like it would be Italian. I'm actually not sure. I mean, I know of Prosecco. I've never thought about it. It sounds like it would be... Sounds like it would be Italian. I am actually way better than I thought I would be. From where is the Baileys? A cream liquor infused with caramel and vanilla. Baileys. Maybe the UK? Caramel and vanilla, Baileys. I mean, the name is... I mean... Is this a misspelling? I might... Maybe... The UK? Maybe? I'm actually not sure. Nope. Ah, close enough. Yes, one I know. Oh, you knew that one? Yeah, typo probably. Yeah, it happens. From which country does the cocktail Pisto Sour originate? Okay, so Pisto also sounds Latin-based. Yes. Oh, Dia del Pisto. Okay, so it is Spanish. It's a Spanish-speaking country. It's gonna be Spanish speaking, so most likely Spain or Latin America, except for Brazil. I might go with Spain. Scheisse! Peru, okay. I mean, if it's Latin America, there's too many countries. I can't. That's. No, that's not okay. In which country is the sparkling wine called Cava? Cava? I would probably go with a Latin language here as well, some Romance language. Sparkling wine. The other one was Italy, right? Should be Italy. No. Is this city? No, country. Okay. Oh, it was Spain. Okay. Well, at least this is kind of good, you know, because I'm feeling slightly less like an alcoholic now. Sake? Well, that one's easy. That would be Japan. Bordeaux? That is definitely French. I suppose it could be Belgium as well. The wine region... No. This is France. In which country is the famous wine region Napa Valley? Is this... Napa Valley? Is that anglicized or whatever you call it? This one is actually tricky. Now we have a lot of wine regions down in southern Europe. Napa Valley. Should I know this one? Probably have a lot of them here as well, I would imagine. Napa Valley. I have no idea. Bailey's Irish Cream. Ah, what's up, Brainoid? How you doing? Hello, how are we chirping? We're trying Mooney's game, Mooney's game that he's working on. It's like a geography / trivia game. So kinda outing myself as an alcoholic here, until this question, really. How you doing, Brainoid? Nice to have ya. Bailey's not the UK, remember that forever, I will now. Napa Valley. Can we backseat? Oh, is that supposed to be the timer or is that my combo? I'm not sure. Napa Valley. I feel like I should recognize this. It doesn't sound like it would be. Like, when it's a wine region, I would most of the time guess somewhere in like southern-ish Europe. But Napa doesn't sound... I mean, it could be. Napa. Could be. Napa Valley, but this could also just be because it's with Valley, makes me think that it would be in like, I don't know, southern US or something. Do they have wine regions in the US? It's Antarctica? I don't think so. What's up, whale? I have no clue. I have no clue about this one. Napa Valley. It is in the US? It is. Do you have a lot of wine regions? California? Oh, interesting. What's up, Tammet? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. I mean, I think I actually did surprisingly well, to be honest. I actually think I did surprisingly well. I'm a little bit proud of that one. I kinda feel like an alcoholic, but I'm kind of proud of it. Timed. Okay, so this one is... Let's try this quickly as well. So this one would be Madrid. I should say, I'm really bad at... at cities. I'm decent at countries, but I tend to suck at cities. That would be Copenhagen. This is gonna be... Muniz. Alright, I can use my keyboard. Where is the Can I type I can't even do Where is my Muniz. You have to represent the Swedes here. I'm messing. That would be Barcelona. That looks like it's gonna be Hamburg. I've actually been. That's Oslo. Moscow, fuck, it's Moscow in English, right? This is... Oh shit, wait, what is it called? I told you guys, I'm not good when it comes to cities. Countries, I do good. Why is this one called again? Oh, no, this is the one that's technically... It's a divided city between both the European continent and like the Asian one. It's like the city's kind of halved in between. What the fuck is it called? I know this. Scheisse. Oh, there's hints as well. Constantinople is... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that was kind of bad. That one I feel like I should have gotten. But the good thing here, this was easy, which means that most of them are like capitals and stuff. Not that I'm very good at capitals either. What game is this? This is U-Globe, and you can play it right here. You can also download the full game on iOS and Android. So you only have some of the game modes here in the browser, but you have like everything. And I think, is multiplayer live on the app as well, Muniz? It's no problem to type for Swedes, but most people can't write Chisinau. Yeah, that is fair. Istanbul isn't the capital, but it's the biggest city in Turkey. Okay, that's quite a few of those. Brazil is the same, right? Because I think... How is it again? I think... The... Sao Paulo is the biggest city in Brazil, right? But I think the capital is like... Which one is it again? Is it Brasilia? That's the capital of Brazil. Yeah, exactly. The capital is Brasilia, but I think Sao Paulo is the biggest city, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting how that happens. Most of the time you would expect the biggest city to be the capital. But yeah, like I have to admit, I'm not good at cities. Countries I would say that I'm quite proficient in, but cities I am kinda shite. But hey, this is cool, Muniz. I need to try the actual app at some point. I did link it, right? I did indeed. Go and check it out, people. Yeah. Download it, let's go, man. Okay, multiplayer is not live, we're testing it. Okay, hopefully releasing multiplayer before the summer, nice. But game is out and free to download, let's go. Okay, wait. I think we have more. I think we have more sound effects, right? I think Strom sent in a couple of ones as well. We are gonna work on the game. Okay, we have a basic West Coast hello. Let's download that one. That one we are done with. Okay. Sao Paulo is the largest demographically. It's basically a megalopolis. Is that a word? Rio is the biggest by tourism, but Sao Paulo is the most advanced. Okay. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. Like, okay, so Rio de Janeiro is the biggest in terms of tourism. Sao Paulo is the largest one demographically, and neither one is the capital. Like, I find that kind of stuff quite interesting, how that... Because, you know, the expectation would be that the most tourism and, like, the largest one would be the capital, right? Okay, let's have a listen at this. Looks like we might have to boost this one.
Hello.
That is a proper lie. Yeah.
Hello.
I like this one. Okay, I think... Let me see here.
Hello.
It looks like we might have to boost it a little bit. Oh, I have to select the audio to do it? So let's go and amplify this. I don't think we need to do it a lot, actually. Amplification, maybe 4 decibel or something?
Hello. Hello.
Maybe slightly more. What did I say? I did 4 before. Let's do like 6 or something.
Hello.
That should be good. That should be good. So these are, we're doing a couple new redeems sound effect. What's up, Peepa Poopy? Is that one just slow, or did we get a alert? I didn't hear anything. Did you guys hear that one? Lurk, I'm gonna go lay down, not feeling 100%. Good luck with the rest of the stream and thanks for playing. No worries, Muniz. Thank you very much for the raid and I hope you'll feel better, man. Get well, mate. Thank you for the raid again. We did, you were... Oh, did I just talk over it? Which one was it? Just my volume is relatively high. Did you hear which one it was? Didn't see it. Yeah, there's not much of a like visual alert, but the sound effect should play. Maybe I need to boost that one a little bit. I don't know.
Hello. Hello.
I like this one. Okay. Let's export this. So let's do bum 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 bum. Yeah, let's do it here. Let's do English, American. Should we do, maybe we should do, because this is like, it's not really, it's not like a posh one, it's also not informal. Maybe basic or like default. Because it's fairly, oh, I can't play it now. I don't know, who cares? Let's just do something. Create randomized duplicate, yes. There was a time that Rio was the capital. Oh yeah, I think I've heard about that. It became colonial capital in 1763. Then it became an independent capital from 1822 to 1960. Brasilia was nominated capital after its construction was complete. Brasilia is a planned state. Interesting. Yeah, it's a very baseline, no accent US hello. That's what I mean, like, I wonder how would you phrase that, like, maybe default could kind of work? Because you could almost say the same, I mean, the posh English one is, you can hear that it's not only like just a basic way of saying hello, you can hear the posh accent kind of slip through. I don't know. English, American. I'm gonna go default. It was the posh UK hello? Okay. I've done a deep dive. On what? Kinda interesting, Brasilia has the shape of an airplane. That is quite odd. Well, half of this, not really well. Oh shit, it actually does. Damn, so is this like one of the... Yeah, this must be like a massive main road. Oh wait, is this a... Oh no, is this a train track? Oh, yeah, I assume you have some big main road going through here then. Probably like this as well. Interesting. You can tell that this is like a planned city. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of stuff that it doesn't really happen accidentally, does it? Interesting. English, American, I'm gonna go default. Let's try the volume here.
Hello.
Little bit low. I think we can probably boost this up to like 75% maybe.
Hello.
I think that's pretty good.
Hello.
78.
Hello.
Yeah, I quite like that. I think that's a good volume. Now we're starting to actually have a few now. Swedish, posh British, informal British, Czech, and American. Hello, indeed. What's up, Layomatek? How you doing? Welcome in. South America has more trains than North America. Ooh, interesting. I did not know that. Okay, I think this is a pretty interesting idea. Definitely want to get more languages in here, but so far I quite like this. I quite like this. Let's keep this up in the background, and if anyone else has another language or accent they would like to throw in here, then just let us know and we shall sort it out. What happened on my Discord? This looks sketchy. A link spammed in every single channel. Ladies and gentlemen, I would advise you to not click on that link, most likely, because this seems very sketchy. Because says it's a $50 gift to Steam, but then it's a shortened link. I don't like the look of this. Sorry, I'm just gonna... Yeah, classic gift card spam, it does seem like it. Please, if you are listening, if you see that message on the Discord, do not click the link. Okay, I think... Nope, still have a few. Okay, I think that should be deleted everywhere. Why if I'll gladly pay my life savings for a $50 Steam gift card? You shouldn't. You shouldn't want to do that. Just gonna double check that I got it removed everywhere. Sorry about that one, people. Stream isn't frozen, Chirp is thinking in Swedish, yeah. But I feel like The thing is that I feel like I recognize that username. I wonder if this is a little... Do we have a little hacking situation on our hands? Did someone get a little bit hacked, maybe? Do I? Usually it's someone getting hurt, yeah, I imagine so. They're offline as well, which is kind of weird. The thing is that for safety reasons, I probably need to ban them, just to make sure that that doesn't happen again, because now, fortunately, I think I saw it pretty quickly. What is happening? Someone just spammed a very probable scam link in every open channel on my Discord. The thing is that I think this might be a legit user, but they were probably hacked. Because I don't think this is not a new person who joined the Discord either. But out of security reasons, I think I need to ban them. Yeah, so if they are hacked, they'll make another account and reach out. That's what I imagine too. Because that was like 25 links or something. Maybe report to Discord that you have suspect hacked account. That's probably a good idea as well. How the fuck do I report someone? Timeout, ban, kick, message. I can't even find like a... Ignore, block, timeout, kick, ban. Yeah, report user profile. Okay. Next. But this is like reporting the actual profile, as in like the photo, name or text descriptions. That was not the issue, it's the behavior, right? Yeah, text descriptions, about me, status and or pronouns. Nothing is weird there. Like, can I not just report a... Yeah, I suppose I could do that and then maybe leave a comment as you said. That is possible. Sorry guys, this kind of stuff can happen. I just want to make sure that it's sorted with so no one... I wouldn't like anyone in my channel to get scammed. Sorry about this. Yeah, like I can't find a way. I can see how I can report like the Discord profile, but I can't find how to report. Or does it happen when I try to like ban someone maybe? Can you give a reason when you ban someone? Yeah, I can. Okay, so you can give a reason whenever you ban someone. Compromised or hacked accounts. Okay, there we go. That should be sorted. Should be sorted. Use just share the link in multiple channels here on the server with the highest probability. This was a scam. Remember to always double check links and never click on anything that seems suspicious. If you ever see something that looks off, you can always DM me or a moderator. Sorry about that one. What's up, Japan? How you doing? Tonight we chirp for Gondor. No need to apologize. It ain't your fault. Yeah, no, it's definitely not directly my fault. But it feels bad when it's through my... Like, I would feel very bad if someone got scammed somehow through my Discord server. Do you know what I mean? If you ever see something that looks off, or if you get any weird DMs from anyone in this server, you can always send a message to me or a moderator, and we will sort it out as quickly as possible. I suppose you are right. I don't think there's anything to apologize for. Save it for something worse. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. Stay safe, people. How's it going? Overall good. I think we just had a little scam link get spammed in my Discord, so that was a bit unfortunate. So I just want to notify people. A user just shared a link in multiple channels here on the server with the highest probability. This was a scam. Remember to always double check links and never click on anything that seems suspicious. If you ever see something that looks off, or if you get any weird DMs from anyone in this server, you can always send a message to me or a moderator and we will sort it out as quickly as possible. Stay safe, people. That's good. Discord mod be lurking. I think I did catch it relatively quickly, so that's good. Because I was kind of checking Discord every now and then. But I'm just happy this didn't happen, like, because it could definitely happen at worse times. Like if no one is online and that happens, that would be quite unfortunate. I don't know how the auto mod thing works. Because I know that I have like an auto moderator, right? But I didn't get anything. That one should be able to like flag stuff. Because I've gotten notifications before about like unusual DM activity and stuff. But I feel like if someone sends a link in 20 channels, the auto mod should be able to notice that something is off, but maybe I can actually, maybe I can tweak like the settings of the auto mod, make it more strict. Because I think that in some regards, I don't want to not allow links on the Discord, but I also want to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Was the sus link that guy yapping about his long gone game or whatever, then disappearing on Fridays and Mondays? Yeah, total scam, exactly. No, it was something about a $50 Steam gift card or something, but then like a shortened link, and it's like, this seems very much suspect. I think it could be, but his legit account was hacked. I think so as well, because I get people that join the Discord every now and then that I can kind of tell that this seems like it might not be a genuine user, and then like right after I'll get a weird DM or something from them, and I'm like, yep. This is definitely weird, but this one has been in the channel for quite some time, so I think it's very possible that, unfortunately, this was not just a common bot account. I think this might have been a person who had a account that was hacked or whatever. What's up, Displant? How you doing? Unfortunate, but I suppose that this is a good reminder for everyone that you can never trust everything you see on the internet. Like I said in that post as well, made sure to always double check links and that kind of stuff. It is important. It takes 2 extra seconds, but it might save you a lot of trouble. Okay, I guess we should get into some game development. We have been kinda yapping for quite some time, holy shit. I haven't gotten anything done. I mean, we did get stuff done in terms of the alerts, so that's pretty cool. We have what? Five different languages and accents for the check-in alerts. And hopefully we can make that list grow even more in the future. In terms of Shroud of Gloom, I do really need to update my GIFs at some point. I really do. I think that maybe even should be a priority, because right now these are very outdated and I think I could do way more interesting stuff here. Can also do a bit of bug fixes and tweaks, or could see if we can implement the feature to make the reverb of sound effects change depending on the size of the room you're in. I think that is something that would be quite cool as well. Consistent placement or reordering in the inventory would be pretty sick too. Just realized one way we could do it, because now I think every time you pick up an item, I think we actually remove that item from the inventory, which means that we lose its position, right? And then when we re-add it, what we actually do is to create a new one of that item in the inventory. Maybe what you should do is, when you like get a new item, then we properly add it to the inventory. But maybe when you pick up a item from the inventory, what we actually should do is to just deactivate it, so that then if the item is consumed when you use it, like something like a key for example, which is like consumable, or if it's a battery and you recharge the flashlight, then we fully remove it. However, if you use like a tool that will get placed back in the inventory again, then what we could do is to just re-enable that one instead, which means that it's gonna stay in the same position. It would be cool to do like a drag and drop reordering, but I don't think that isn't like fully... It's not fully gonna work with my current system as far as I know. Because when you start to drag, you do a click, and that's gonna trigger the thing to select it. I mean, what we could do is so that if you click and select the one, what you could do is that like if you click on another item in the inventory, then you switch those positions. Because that would make it so you can reorder it. It wouldn't be as smooth as having like a drag and drop system, but at least you have the possibility of like organizing your inventory. Because otherwise, you could also just manually sort it alphabetical or something, which means that you would always have consistent placement, but then you can't reorganize it, which might... I feel like it's nice to be able to reorganize it. And rather than alphabetical, I think it would probably be better to maybe sort it by the type. Because otherwise, if we sorted everything alphabetically, you could have like some keys in the beginning, some keys at the end. I feel like it would be better to, generally speaking, have all of the keys next to each other. If you would do that type of like consistent placement. What is that you're using? This is Notion. It's what I use for most of like my note taking and stuff, as well as this little Kanban board where I keep track of all of my tasks and my backlog. I have one called Stroke Creep. I have a full thing just called Stroke Creep. That's kind of funny. But I find it to work quite well. Drag and drop inventory with dropping on other items slash equipped items in echoes took me weak to dial in. So many edge cases. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of feeling like, not only does it complicate it because I don't think it's compatible with my current system, so we would have to like really redo something. But I also think that, as you're saying, like I think it's easy to underestimate how much work it would be to actually get that to work. I think doing clicking ones would be a lot easier. The only thing is that I currently have...
Oi, oi, what's good?
What's up, Dan? How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, it would definitely be easier to do, like, click on one item and click on another one to swap places. And like the oi approved, let's go. We do need a Brazilian one as well, though. One in Brazilian Portuguese, if it's something you're up to. I would gladly have one of those as well. Like, I don't know, like if I can oi cara or something like that, maybe. Of course, no pressure though, like if you don't want to do it, that's completely fine. Okay, so I think it seems like I should be able to solve this. The only thing that becomes weird is that currently I have a system where items can be used on other items, which means that these systems are gonna like match, they're not gonna work together. Question is, like I have that, I literally have one single interaction, which is between two inventory items. So it's almost to the point where I wonder if maybe I can scrap that feature. I probably could. Because now that...
Cheers.
Since I have that feature, that's gonna mess this up. Cheers, Liomatech. Appreciate ya. Because here's the thing, currently, if we go in here and we get this one, let's say I need to get more stuff in my inventory, so let's pick some stuff up. Now, if I select like the battery, what I'm thinking is that we could make it so that if you select the battery and then click on another item, you would swap those places. Because I also hate this, the fact that if I pick up the screwdriver and I let it go, it goes to the end. I feel like this should go back to where it was. Like, if I release it, it shouldn't be added as a new item, it should be reactivated in the same slot. But then, like I said, if I take like the battery and I click on the hammer, now that's like trying to do an item interaction. So it says that that doesn't work. So this is a system we would kind of have to remove. Because otherwise, most items, when you click like this, you would swap their places. However, if you would then do this on like, even if we have two systems, so we have like a craftable item and like a normal one, that means that this would only work on some items and it wouldn't work on others, which would be, that would feel very weird. Maybe as well, instead of actually fully removing the item, maybe we should just like make it very gray or something to like show that this is the item you have selected. And then if you let it go, it goes back to full white. That should probably work as well. It might even look better, rather than like fully removing it. Because the current system, like technically this is... Like if I wanted to organize this the opposite way, I would do this, right? So like you can reorganize it, but in a very weird way, because whatever you put down is always gonna end up at the end. Like, I think it would be nice to be able to organize your inventory. Yeah, maybe we should see if we can sort this out. I don't know, I think that might be more fun, because like I said, something else I would like to do. I'll record one for you, thank you man. Muito obrigado, appreciate ya. Yeah, I really want to switch out these GIFs on the Steam page as well, because they're very outdated. But I don't know if now... I feel like it's more fun maybe fixing the inventory. And I can do that maybe off stream in the weekend or something. Let me know if you guys think the opposite though, but I think doing the inventory might be more fun for the stream. Okay, we have an ad running. I'm gonna go and get myself a little bit of tea, so I will be back in just a minute or so. Thank you for your patience, but man needs a cuppa. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, shall we see if we can sort out the... maybe sort out the inventory reorganizing stuff. I feel like that would be nice. But we do need to change quite a lot in how we handle the... how we handle this stuff. Which I suppose that most of this is going to be in the inventory manager, right? Specifically, we kind of need to change how the select item event is handled, as well as the deselect method. Because add and remove should only happen... This is when you pick up a new item. And this is when you consume an item, right? Whereas deselect, this should basically be like a re-add. Because now when you deselect, I think we actually call the add item function. But that should change. We need to like loop through the inventory and probably like re-enable it instead. And same thing here, when you select it, I think we should disable the item or just make it uninteractable rather than actually removing it from the inventory. Because it's also unnecessary to like remove, like destroy and instantiate an item over and over again. Select item. Oh wait, I don't remove it? Oh, the item itself handles the destruction. Okay, so we need to change how that works. So this only sets the selected item to the item, okay. Show selected item true. Deselect. So this does add it. So this we will need to change to like, rather than adding this item as a new one, we need to, I suppose, enable the item again, or something similar. And then set selected item to null. And then we need to check what happens on a failed interaction, because I imagine that what I do is that now I deselect it without adding it to the inventory again. That's not gonna work, so we would have to... We wouldn't want to deselect it whatsoever. We want to basically consume item. Maybe that should be a new method to consume the item, which would basically... That would remove it entirely and then deselect it. Well, actually, this should be fine, because if the selected item... Yeah, what I do when I consume it is that I set this to null, so this doesn't get called, and then we only hide it. But now the issue is that we would still have it in our inventory if we don't remove it when you pick it up. So yeah, I think we have a new method to like consume the item, which actually loops through and removes the item, and then we deselect it. I don't think this should be too difficult. So my inventory, I have another script called inventory, but I think that is only in regards to the UI, right? Can I open both of these? This is just UI stuff, isn't it? Has no logic as far as I know. Nope. Then inventory item. This gets initialized. On click we do all of this stuff. Update amount. Yeah, so here when we reach 0, we destroy the object. I don't think we want to do that anymore. Maybe we just make it non-interactable. Like remove the raycast target. It's times like these when I realize I truly know oh so very little about programming so far. Dude, I feel like that a lot of times, man. But it does get easier. Like, it definitely does get easier. I feel a lot more comfortable now than I did before. Like, most of the time, I can get what I... If I'm trying to implement something, most of the time I can do it. Maybe not in the best way, but at least I can implement it. Do you know what I mean? Do I have a reference? I do have a reference to the images. So this should be quite easy. All we would need to do is... So rather than destroy it... Just this update amount, this only happens when I select it. Or when we initialize it. So I think here, let's start off here. Let's do a private void to... Whoa. No. I don't only want to do this... No, I don't want to do anything here if it's 0. Because it should, even if you have a bigger amount, if this thing has been selected, then we always want to show it selected, whether you have 5 or 0 left or whatever. And technically now, 0 is never gonna be the case. Because now when we select it, we do amount minus minus, and if that reaches 0, then we destroy it, but we don't want that to happen. So I do want to update the amount, I do want to do amount minus minus, but what I want to do is to have a function to, like, I don't know. Technically this is not to select the item though, that is what the inventory manager does. And here, select item event. That's what actually selects the item in, like, the logic. What we want to do is to show item as selected. That is really what we want to do. I'm only finishing my second programming course right now, so all I got is the basics of C and Java. Well, that's way more languages than I know then. I've never tried another... I did a little bit of CSS, maybe, I think. But we're talking about like one line to make the on-screen chat work a little bit differently. And I didn't understand what I was doing anyway. But C# is the only language I have actual experience with. You know less than you think you know, that tends to be the case. But I think that is also a good thing. Like, I don't think that should be, like, demotivating. If anything, the way I see it is that it just means you have more to learn. And learning is fun, right? Come on, people. It's fun to learn stuff. Wouldn't it be boring if you had nothing more to learn? If you just knew everything, wouldn't that be kinda stale? That's what I think, at least. Show item as selected. I think we're gonna loop through each image in images and say that image.raycastTarget is equal to false. We make it non-interactable. How does this happen? I guess we need a bool here. So selected, if we want to show that that would be true, so let's say this should be equal to not selected. Which means that if it is selected, the raycastTarget is false. If this is deselected, then the raycastTarget is true, which means it's interactable again. The other thing, we want to visualize this somehow. So I think we should make the item darker or something. I might hardcode the color here because I can't be bothered. Inventory grid, inventory item. Image. Are these the same color? Ah, shit, wait, the colors are not the same color either. What if I do... Shouldn't I... Wait, should I do something with a... What you call those? Should I do something with the group thingy? A canvas group? What can I do here? I could change the alpha value. And here I should set it to be... to not block raycasts, which would make it non-interactable as well. So maybe we should play with the canvas group instead. Just turn down the alpha. I actually think that's better. So let's apply this to inventory item. And then let's do a private canvas group. And here we set canvas group is equal to get component canvas group. And then rather than directly calling the images here, I think we're gonna say that the canvas group dot block raycasts. This is always confusing. So this true means it's interactable. Because if it doesn't block raycasts, you would click through it, so then it would be non-interactable. So if this is selected, it should be not selected. The opposite of this. So if selected is true, block raycasts should be false. If selected is false, meaning it's deselected, then this should be not false, which is true. Yeah, that seems to be correct. And then we can go something like float alpha is equal to, depending on selected, we set it to 1, otherwise we set it to like 50%. And then we say that the canvas group dot alpha is equal to alpha. I think that should work. I can't wait for a 40-year career of trying to figure out what I'm doing. Yeah. What's up, Meow Literary? Nice to have ya. Long time no see. Hope you're doing good. Learning is less fun when you have bad teachers and poorly planned deadlines. Yeah, I do suppose that is true. With no deadline, potentially, all learning can be fun. Yeah, I mean, you do have a... That is a fair argument, to be honest. I compute several paragraphs on the perception of and the duality of goals, but I'm not really educated about philosophy, so it's all flying by my pants. Yeah, I don't get anything done without deadlines, not to say I get much done with deadlines. Yeah, it's interesting, like, because I think I was very efficient during the Game Jam version, right? Because I had a very clear deadline set. And I feel like I've... You know, obviously the game has progressed a lot, but I don't have as much of like a clear set deadline. And I do think in some regard, I probably would be more efficient and more productive if I knew I had a more strict deadline. So, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting topic, to be honest. Whether it's a good or bad. I do suppose it's very individual, whether it's good or bad to have a deadline. Like, I think some people work... Just basically what a deadline is that it adds more stress, right? I mean, that is, in some regard, what a deadline does. But then I think that it's very different how well people work under that type of stress. Where I think some people might work better with it, whereas some work... Okay, deselecting doesn't work now. Yeah, whereas some work better, some work worse under stress, right? I think that's fair to say. Okay, I cannot see the alpha value really change. It does become uninteractable though. Is this me not understanding the canvas group? Alpha layer, if I bring this down, maybe 0.5 is just too high, but that seems like it should be visible. Oh wait, 0.5, 1. How is that not noticeable? Maybe just my light was so strong? Because it seems here like it should work. Maybe I need to set it even lower. Oh no, I mixed this up. If selected, I set it to 100%. If it's not selected, I set it to 50. Oh, yeah, I mixed them up. So this should be 0.5 and this should be 1. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh wait, do I not... Wait, when I have this one pre-enabled, I might not initialize the objects. Yeah, I think that might be the case. Is that something I should sort out? I actually don't know if I need to. Because if I just do this... No wait, this should break it as well. Oh wait, that doesn't work. New inventory. Okay, so whatever I just turned off should be enabled. Inventory open parent U should be disabled. Let me see if that makes the difference. I don't remember exactly where I initialized these items. That doesn't work either. However, I think if I would fully disable the inventory and then use my dev tools to give it to me, is that gonna make it work? Yeah. Oh wait, it removed the entire... The number disappeared fully when I picked it up. Why does that happen? Is that just faint? Did I just not see it? I know that my monitor, my main monitor, actually is quite dark, so it is very possible. Oh yeah, you're right. I can see it slightly better on my other monitor. So that's annoying. Then I would kind of want to make... How does it look if I have the flashlight? It's a bit more clear. So I kinda don't want the canvas group to affect the number then. But I don't know how... Is that possible? Is there some component I could add to make this not affected by canvas groups? Similarly to how you can have something like ignore the layout element or whatever. Wait, ignore parent groups. Yeah, I think that's it. So if I add a... Where is the... No, just as a layout element. I think if maybe I add a canvas group here, this should actually not block raycasts by default, but then we ignore the parent groups. I think that might make the text not update, which is what we want. Apply to prefab. Apply. Yeah, I think that looks better. Maybe we could make it even darker. I think it looks kind of fine when I don't have the flashlight on, but most of the time you will have the flashlight on. I kind of feel like it should be even more obvious that this item is selected. I mean, obviously you're gonna be holding the item as well, but I feel like that could be even darker. Should we maybe go down to even like 0.25? Go 25% alpha value? Did that make a difference? Oh yeah, it did. It definitely did. Yeah, I think this is much better. Now it's very obvious which item is selected. Obviously, you're not supposed to be able to make all of these look like that, but I kind of like that. That looks pretty good in my opinion. And if we would pass in false here, we would reset it. So I guess we go to the inventory manager now, and whenever you deselect an item, we don't want to add it to the inventory, because if you deselect it, that means you have selected it, so you should already have it in your inventory. So rather than adding it, we need to find it. Inventory grid transform, that's where all items are. That's what I use when I remove, right? Yeah, we loop through the inventory grid transform. Which means that if I'm gonna access this method, show item as selected, public, this needs to be public. And then maybe I should do it in the show selected item. Yeah, that makes sense. But no, wait, when you deselect it, if selected item is not equal to null, I need to up the amount now, because when you select it, we remove one. So now we need to up the amount, right? Yeah, we have an ad coming up for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience, and I hope to see you on the other side. But amount is private, isn't it? But what if I do it here automatically? Show item as selected. But no, because I don't know whether or not... I might call this with false. I need to do that when I remove it, but also when I re-add it. So I don't know whether or not I want to up the amount here. Oh my god, did you hear about the Pokemon Go update? No, can't say I did. When I do stuff like this, I usually apply some kind of black and white ethics to things like fonts and interface. So rather than this organic light system, I'll probably separate the organic looking visuals for when the light level is below a border value. And when the location is defined as lit, I'll make it perfectly visible in a digital, accessibly clickable style. So wait, are you referring to... You're referring to, like, for example, whether or not there's a light in the room you're in? Or, like, whether you have the flashlight on or not? Is that what you mean? Because that I do use dynamically in some cases. Like, for example, when you open the inventory, we actually fade out the background, but the amount we fade out is different depending on if there's a light in the room or if there isn't. Buttons, anything readable and clickable when the flashlight is pointed at them. Oh wait, are you saying that you wouldn't want the, for example, the inventory stuff to actually be lit by the flashlight? Is that what you mean? Pokemon Go now automatically gets your height and weight from your phone. So players woke up to the skinny avatar suddenly being fat. What, actually? That's fucking outrageous, man. Is that true? It can be lit as long as it's low visibility coded. But high visibility coded areas would activate a separate system to guarantee gaming agency. Super over designed, but it's how I think in my projects. I'm still not sure if I'm fully following, because I do some separate stuff with like UI elements, but like I said, I'm not entirely sure whether or not I'm following what you mean here. Sorry about that. Because like currently what I do is that now you can see my flashlight is pretty low intensity and kind of small area. I actually increase that area when you open the inventory, because this is closer to you, so I want it to be more lit. And then this kind of stuff is like semi-lit, so you can see even if I go down here, the upper corner is still visible. Whereas if I go here in the room, nothing outside of this light is visible whatsoever. Same thing with the map. So I do some stuff kinda dynamically like that for the UI elements. But I'm still not entirely sure if I know what exactly you are referring to. Is telling them to go out, walk and catch Pokemons? Holy shit, man. That is pretty outrageous. Deselect item. I mean, if the selected item is not null, that means we haven't consumed it. So yeah, I think we can do everything through here. So here we could do like an else statement and say that... But wait, if the selected item is null... then I cannot possibly know which item I want to remove. So maybe I need to update how item interactions work. Item interactions. What happens... Wait, if remove... Oh yeah, this is what normally happens. If remove required item, all I actually do is set the selected item to null. So here what we should do is probably like properly call the remove function instead. So how does it get deselected then? Oh, because the deselect function is always called. But that's fine then. Because whenever you remove an item, remove item from inventory. What we should do is check if this item is the selected item, then you also want to deselect it. Exaggerated example, if I decided the box in the room was an interface and it was not currently hidden by anything, then I make it go from dynamically lit to unlit shaded. Maybe add an outline, maybe play noise, maybe have a cartoon bird fly in and explain what it is. So if you would take it for my example, like what are you referring to? Like in this case, would it be the inventory? Because this is the thing that I find, because I'm kind of doing a midpoint thing, right? I kind of do what you're saying and I kind of don't. Because like obviously, as you can tell, the half-shadowed inventory things, they would change the style of your project a bit. Yeah, just the thing is that I never want to go fully unlit. Because I, personally at least, I think it's kind of cool that even the inventory and like map stuff and so on actually react to the light. I think that adds a bit of like realism or whatever you want to call it. But also, I recognize that these are UI elements and it feels a little bit weird to make it fully lit in the same way the rooms are, also because they're closer to you. That is what I did before and it did look kind of weird. So what I actually do now is that I have two images. So for every item, as well as the sprite of the actual inventory, we have two images. We have one unlit low opacity, which is like, for example, the keys that you see right now in the top left corner. Right now you can only see the unlit sprite. However, when the light gets closer to it, you can see how it lights up. And that is the, you know, the lit image that's behind it. So I do like kinda a in-between thing where what I like to call this is semi-lit items. So everything in the room, except for this light switch I suppose, is fully lit, right? As in, when the light goes away from this box, it fully disappears. However, all of the UI elements are semi-lit. So they are lit, as in they react to the light, but if I fully turn all the lights off, you can still kind of see the outline and stuff. That's how we currently do it. I quite like it. I think I did a mistake before when I had them fully lit, because it did look kind of weird. I mean, I can show you guys an example of how it looked. I think we should have some old screenshots of it. Inventory, maybe? Yeah, so here you can see that the inventory is actually fully lit, right? Because this corner of the inventory you can't see whatsoever. So the inventory is lit the exact same way that the room was. I think that looked a little bit weird. Whereas I think that a new version, well, here the light is on as well, but even then you can tell that this is like pure white, whereas this is like kind of grayish, like it's still reacting to the light. I think I should be able to do a better system for it though, because right now I do a lot of manual work, like I set up the unlit image and the lit one and stuff for each item. It would probably be better to have just a script that automatically creates a child object with the same image in the same position updates the alpha value and changes the material. That's probably something I should do. It's not something I've implemented so far. Wait. Oh, am I still calling add to inventory maybe? I just realized the number goes up when I let go of this, right? Why is that happening? Oh, did I not remove that line maybe? Oh yeah. Oh, maybe I just didn't save. I think that was it. My Unity dev today was making the floor shinier. Interesting. What are you working on, Blue Blue? I mean, you're working on making the floor shinier, but... you know, more overarching or whatever you want to call it. Floor polish, yeah, exactly. Hey, Japan, you are Japanese, are you not? Do you want to record a sound effect for me? You don't have to, but if you want to. Oh, you're not? That is... man, this is very... You're American? This is very confusing, you know? This is... I feel like I've been a little bit led on here. Oh, JPN are my initials? Holy shit, I had no idea. I feel kinda gaslit here. I feel like I've been a bit led on by you. I don't know whether I feel slightly disrespected here. Yeah. I am uncomfortable now. I'm joking. Oh, I'm a huge Japan fan though, and I've actually lived there. Happy coincidence. I see. I can speak it though. Okay. Yeah, just I think you typed in Japanese the other day, didn't you? I'm pretty sure. So maybe that's also what made me get that impression. Yeah, it's my only party trick. Okay, gotcha. When a bag is kind of half lit, it gives the impression of reflecting the light pollution. When it's pitch black, the light seems more like your eyes are blinded. You could use both modes for before after the lights come on, if you really want your to over engineer your lighting. Well, wait, when you say before and after the light comes on, like what lights exactly are you referring to? The lights in the rooms, the flashlight, or both? Because one thing we have to keep in mind here is that if you have no light, then you can't even open the inventory. Like which is something that potentially could change, but currently it's non-interactable. I'm very uncreative with usernames, so I was using JPN for a long time, but I got bored, so I changed the J to Slay because it rhymes. And it was my Twitch name, so I assumed I'd be playing a lot of games, doing a lot of slaying. Oh, that's actually funny. Temporary blinding, so arbitrary bright lights. It could be interesting. Dude, I'm not gonna get over this. I thought like you and American were like the Japanese guys, you know? That's the impression I've had all of this time. I feel like my world has been turned upside down. American is also American. He's from New York. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? He just lives there? What the fuck? Oh, I mean, I guess it explains the Emery part of his name, but you guys have fucking blindsided me completely. What the fuck? I feel like everything, is my life just like a psychological fucking horror or something? You guys fucking catfished me 100%. Holy shit. Okay, that is kind of funny. So basically, everyone I thought was Japanese was not. That is what we have come to determine here. Neko fished. That's kind of funny. I see what you did there. I do know some really cool people that are actually Japanese. Oh, do you? Well, force them to record a sound effect for me then. Nah, I'm missing. Where are you from, Luasoft? I might have asked. I keep saying I have to do this disclaimer every time I ask someone, because I am pretty good at asking people, but I'm pretty shy at also remembering every single one. I have a question about game developers. Go ahead. Ferrello, what kind of sound effects do you need? Basically, we made a new check-in sound effect. I mean, I even made a command to explain this. So we have a new check-in sound effect that you can redeem with channel points. So I thought it would be fun to have random greetings in different languages when people redeem it. So every time someone redeems it, it's like a, you know, different language or accent. Oh, you're from Lithuania, gotcha.
Oi, oi, what's good?
What's up, whale? Does it hurt when you sit on anything that isn't a chair? I don't sit on a lot of things that aren't a chair. I mean, I guess I sit in a sofa every now and then. That might be the only thing. But yeah, Luasoft, that goes for you as well. If you wanna represent Lithuania.
Forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Never mind, I don't even sit on chairs. That's a really good idea. I thought it could be kind of fun. Also, as you know, a little bit of a language nerd, I think it's kind of fun just having a bunch of different greetings. Probably a way for me to kind of, you know, I'm gonna learn more greetings this way as well. I don't remember if I finished my sentence, but as I was saying, it goes for you as well, Luasoft, in case you want to, you know, if you want to represent Lithuanian. So far it counts as a chair. Okay, in that case I would say I don't sit on a lot of things that are not chairs. So I don't know. I suppose I would have to say that it depends on the object I sit on. On your bum, on your knees? Ah, okay, so here's the thing. I happen to be a pretty tall human being. So, sitting on the floor is not super comfortable for me because I am not very flexible. I have long ass legs and there are few ways. I can sit on my knees actually. Sitting on my knees is not too bad. But like, you know, fucking lotus position or something, I cannot even do it. Like, my knees are like this far from the ground if I try to like cross my legs in like a lotus position. Like, I am very much, my long ass legs have made me very non-flexible. I definitely blame it on my height though. I know a bit of Russian too, but like not that much. Oh, interesting. But Lithuanian is a Slavic language as well, right? How similar would you say it is? To the other, like what is the closest Slavic language to Lithuanian? Sorry to dash your hopes, Chirpy, but Hilfert is also not Japanese. He only lived there. I would never have seen that one coming. What's up, K-Chuck? Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good Friday. Mr. Daddy Longlegs. I am uncomfortable now. I am definitely uncomfortable now. I have been training my flexibility today, and sitting on my knees is a big deal. Let's go. I think that's the only like semi-flexible position that I can sit in. Like I can pretty much fully sit on my knees, as in like, you know, I will sit on my heels, if that makes sense. And that is not too uncomfortable. But as soon as you go like, you know, lotus position or something, that messes me up completely. Structure like really similar, words not so much. Okay, Polish technically is the most similar. Interesting. Do you also use Roman letters or Cyrillic? I actually don't know that much about Lithuanian, if I'm gonna be honest. Because I know Polish don't use the Cyrillic alphabet. Czech doesn't as well. Neither does Slovakian, right? Oh, you don't either? Interesting. Really good, actually. I'm glad to hear it. It's been a productive day. Nice. How about you? Semi-productive. I haven't done too much on my game yet. But we started doing these alerts for the channel point redeems. So got quite a few of those sorted out, and now I'm trying to sort out my inventory and make it a little bit better. So far so good, I would say. So what are you working on, K-Chuck? It's just called the Latin alphabet, yeah. You could probably take a boat to Lithuania, should be coast to coast. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm probably there's quite a few of those to like cruises and stuff to Estonia and Lithuania and stuff. Finland as well. I have been on a cruise to Finland. Well, depends on how you define it. I've been on a cruise to Finnish water, if that counts. Okay, what I think we're gonna do here in our inventory item is that I might... This only updates the amount, which we only have to do if you have one or more. That's not true. No, it is. Because if you have one, we don't show the number anyway. I was thinking that we had to like remove the number or something, but we don't. We shouldn't need this. That should be unnecessary. What I think we're gonna do is maybe make a new public void called... We should make this item actually handle the destruction itself. But in that case, we would change how this works too. Now we destroy... Oh yeah, no, I want to do that. Because remove item from inventory, this... When do I use this? Wait, am I dumb? Oh no, remove item event. Okay, when do I call this one? Do I even use this? Remove item on click. Remove item on click. Do I use this? Remove item on click. I have a function to remove an item on click. Or I have a component, a class to do so. Do I use this? When would I use this? I'm not sure if I used that one. Outplayed a check in chess, you did? Is this kinda loud for you guys? Wait, what are you doing here? Are you going for like the... is this the London one? It's been a while since I played chess. Okay, did a little castle. That one's not fun. Okay, that was pretty neat. That was pretty neat, to be honest. Because it looked like... it looked bad for a moment here. Like losing your rook. At first it looks like you're just sacrificing that one as well. That was pretty clean, to be honest. That was pretty clean. Within TikTok distance of Finland. I was on Finnish water. That is how far I went. I've actually, even as a half Finn, I've actually never been on Finnish land. I've been studying hard today, nice, feeling good about it. Let's go, man, I'm happy for ya. Alert while I'm eating if you don't mind. Of course not, feel free to lurk. I appreciate ya. You can search it in total scripts now. I don't think I can, because I know that I can see where this is used in a script, but the thing is that I have a script called remove item on click. What I want to know if that is a component of any object in my game. Because right now I can't really think of a case where I would remove an item on click. Yeah, I actually don't know. Calculated risk, let's go. Was a blunder but a plan, fair enough. My words while losing on roulette, exactly. Oh, I can sit down. If you go to the Finnish embassy in Stockholm, you'd technically be on Finnish land. Wait, why are your events classes? Because they are. That's how my event pass works. So I suppose every class is like a wrapper for event. The good thing about it is that I can pass in more logic as well. Like through constructors and stuff. This was not the best example, but like here for example. So whenever I call the select item event, I can actually pass in the specific item. So anyone listening to this event not only knows that a item was selected, but they will instantly know which item was selected as well. Do those signals easier? I have no idea what that is. I suppose it's a alternative to events, to those event system. Okay.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I am so focused, Strom. I am focused out of my mind. Maybe not. Okay, what are we doing? This is what we're doing. We want a new function here to remove item, I think. And here we don't... Yeah, I think we're gonna do 1, maybe 2... Maybe to re-add item. Wait, shouldn't I make a... because these are kind of gonna work the same, whether I want to remove an item or not. Because I know I want to call this one at the end. So the last thing we want to do is not whatever I just did there. The last thing... Stop it. The last thing we want to do is to show item as selected false, which is gonna set it back to normal. This is going to be called either if you want to deselect it and remove it, or if you only want to deselect it. Because if that's the case, we need to up the amount. If we want to remove it, we don't need to lower the amount, but we have to... we still have to do this. And then check if the amount is 0, then destroy it. Yeah, so I think we could do a bool for... what would I call this function though? I feel like this should be one and the same, and then we just pass in a parameter. But this is either to... it's to add or remove item, basically. Or it's to re-add or remove. Maybe you... I mean, I suppose theoretically we could do something like... I mean, this is basically... what we want to do is deselect this item. We want to deselect the item. But then we can pass in a bool whether or not we want to remove it. I suppose. You were staring off at the chat, yeah. Let's go. I don't know much about your code, but it seems like one of those undebuggable nightmares. How so? What part do you feel like is undebuggable? And why would it be undebuggable? And though you'd write signal add item. So does that create the signal, or does this publish the signal, or like what does that line actually do? Because to publish it is quite easy. But I do have to set up the class. That's basically the creation of the event, so that the event exists, and then I publish it somewhere else. Because publishing is just one line. You should see code written in C one time. I have looked a little bit at C, not very much. My first game was in C for a... what's this? World War IV? Is that it? World War IV. That's what I'm reading. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. But in the 90s. Damn, I'm old? No, man. You're doing good. I feel like I'm getting old every now and then. I wrote some C when I was 5-6, nothing very structured though. I wrote some C never, me as well. Question is why in this ecosystem to use C? I don't really have an obvious answer for a hobbyist. Yeah, it seems like... yeah, it seems... I mean, I suppose the thing is that... yeah, maybe for a hobbyist. Because the argument often with more low-level languages, right? Is that you often have finer control, if I'm not mistaken. But like for someone like me making a game like this, I don't need that control. This is fine. I see programmers are at it again. Undebuggable Nightmares was the class wrapper, because it could change to do anything. One of my favorite patterns. Wait, what do you mean it could change to do anything? I'm not sure I'm fully following. An old BBS software. I guess I was surprised how you don't have a parent class called event. Yeah, I know I was thinking about that at some point, but I also don't really know why I would need one. Because that would just be an empty... It would be a completely empty class. There would be no logic in it whatsoever, because all the logic is in the event bus. So then I would have a... I mean, I suppose that would be a thing to be kind of, you know, made sure that I can't publish like the inventory item as a event, because this isn't an event. That is probably fair, but like the way I name it, I also know that's not event, because all of my events will end in event. You write code, you expect it to do something, but it doesn't, and you don't know why. But yeah, I'm just not following exactly what you guys are referring to, because like, it's an event, right? Like the event is not really supposed to do anything. This is just a notifier that this happens. So for most of them, like if we look at, what's a good example? Like in my game manager, I publish an event whenever the like state of the game changes. But like indirectly, I suppose it does stuff. But all that does in reality is just publish the event, right? And then depending on the specific classes do different things if they listen to that event. But isn't that how all events work? So, like, I guess that's why I'm confused. I don't see how it would... Like, as long as I'm using events, wouldn't that always be the case then? Because the standard practice would be to listen to the event rather than call the function. Yeah, but I am listening to events. So you can make the function interchangeable per event. That's what I'm doing. Like I set up these are the events I subscribe to in my inventory manager. So if the game is paused, this one does things when the game is paused. But in the game paused event is also like the UI manager also subscribes to the game paused event, but that does something different. So like the functions... am I misunderstanding this? I don't know. Just presume that when making something in my situation will... something minimum of 2 times the triangle of situations is enough to make me forget everything about how my code is used to function. No other events are different? How so? So event is a keyword? Yeah, but I use like delegates and actions under the hood. Like I said, the classes are just like wrappers for it. It's basically a way for me to have consts or whatever. Kind of, in a way, I suppose. Just like, if we have a look here, we still have like actions and callbacks. So like, what would be the main difference with using the normal ones, or whatever you want to call it? Except for the fact that I lose logic, right? Because in a normal event, I can't pass in logic. Whereas with my current system, I can pass in like, if I wanted to, I could pass in 5 different variables when I publish an event, so that everyone who listens to this event can check those 5 variables depending on like what they want to do. Can you do that with normal events? You know, I have read about the observer pattern that was in the game programming patterns one. Like, this is how my system works. You know, you listen to play def and different things do different stuff when that happens. That would be the same. Exactly. Observers don't need to know about each other. That's the same in my system as well. Function containers. That I kind of have as well, right? The main benefit would be having public variables in the inspector per event. But like, I can do that if I want. If I make like a specific component to publish said event, whatever parameters I want to pass in, I could just make those serializable and then use those when I publish the event. Like, I could get around that, but most of the time I don't. Like, I tend to prefer to work through code rather than the inspector most of the time. That's why I like almost most of the time I don't use like Unity events. I tend to prefer setting up more stuff directly in code. Yeah, I don't know. I could very well be misunderstanding this. That could absolutely be the case. But I don't really see otherwise what I get through this that I don't get with my system. Yeah, delegates with parameters. This I can do. I can't really see anything that I wouldn't be able to do with my system, if that makes sense. Your event system setup is fine, Sharpie, almost the same setup I use on both my games. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm missing something because I haven't really... This is the first time I use events. I should also say that I had a lot of help writing this event bus and stuff, to the point where I basically wrote none of it myself. But I would say that it is very much functional, and I struggle to see a reason why this would be worse than doing this stuff. But if you guys know of one, feel free to let me know. But so far, I can't like see anything here that I wouldn't be able to do with my system. And just passing in parameters, I can do that stuff. I mean, I can even trigger stuff. I should write a whole class inside of my event and make it do stuff when it's published directly from the event too. It's not something I do very often, because I think that kind of goes against the pattern a little bit. But like theoretically, I should almost make it do, because it's open-ended, right? Like the class itself, or the event itself is a class, so theoretically I can make it do anything. Most of the time, of course, it's only a message. It only carries variables or lets other classes know that something happened. Yeah, so this is like Unity events. So I do suppose that these are like serializable in a different way, but it's not really anything. I do have a component to publish Unity events on click as well with my, because I don't use Unity buttons. But with my system, I can also publish Unity events on click. It's something I do every now and then, but not very often. But for all like the manager events or like the big stuff that controls the game, I use my own system. You can do the same in both systems, sure, but you lack the level of abstraction in classes compared to events. How so? You lack the level of abstraction. Do you mean in the case that like it's harder to tell that this... Can we find a good example? It's harder to tell that this is an event rather than any other class, is that what you mean? Because that I suppose is kind of fair. But I don't know if that's like a big issue either, because it's also like, as long as I know this is an event, does it really matter? And I don't even think I would break the game if I tried to pass in another class as a event, because nothing would be listening to that, and I wouldn't have any constructor that does anything. So it just wouldn't do anything, even if I mistyped it, as far as I know. But like I said, feel absolutely free to let me know whether you disagree or agree. Completely fine. I'm definitely not gonna change it. I'm gonna say that already. Definitely not changing it, because I have refactored this entire game with the new system, which means that I'm not doing that all over again. Holy shit, that was so much work. Dude, I can't wait for my hair to actually get a bit longer. This is... It's still just about too short. So annoying. Anyway, okay, when we deselect item and we have a bool whether or not we want to remove it, I think this is all we want. So here we could check. If you're supposed to remove it, we don't want to actually destroy the item unless the amount is 0. Maybe I should do a comment here, like amount is already reduced from when this item was selected, which means that on remove the only thing I actually need to do is check whether amount is equal to 0. Because then if I deselect it and I want to remove it and I have none left, that is the one case when I actually do want to destroy this game object. And if amount is 1, meaning I still have 1 left, then I don't want to do anything, because the amount has already been reduced, so that's fine. The difference is if I'm not supposed to remove this item, then we actually need to do amount plus plus. Because now we do want to update it. Now we have to re-add it, right? Because if you deselect an item and you don't remove it, that means the only place where that should happen is if you put it back into your inventory, right? Which means we also need to update the amount again. This should probably be if it's less than or equal to 1. Wait, update amount. Do I want to do this anyway? Or do I update amount when I select it? In that case, it's fine. Show item as selected false. And that's gonna re-enable it. This is looking pretty good. Deselect item. Okay, wait, what did I do here? Do I want to do this? What do I want to? Should have 1 to deselect the item and 1 to remove the item. Because right now this is the only logic they share. I might keep it like this for now. It's fine. On deselection, deselect item. If selected item is not equal to null, that means I have an item selected. In that case, I want to re-add it, right? This is what we before called add item to inventory. I should probably have a function to get an inventory item if I don't have that. Add item to inventory. First or default, I barely know what this does. Oh, is this me looking through my list of items? Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, I get all of the inventory items and I look if they have this item. If I find one, then we add additional. Okay, that makes sense. So what, I just do the same thing, right? First or default? Well, they are stackable now, so I could only get the first... I don't know. I think delegates are the same whether the name is different or not. And the workaround is messier. Delegates are the same whether the name is different or not. It's like using a series of if statements to determine what happens on play def as opposed to changing the delegate. Event delegates are useful to me because they make everything modular. Like if you want an event action, you don't need to declare the delegate at all. Saves so much code. Yeah, I feel like I'm still not following either. What's up, Atrium? The man, the myth, the legend. We have him in here. I sent a link above. Oh, did you? Oh, but that's the... Do you mean this one?
Nazdar.
What's up now, Jewel? Welcome back, hope you're doing good. Hope you're enjoying your Friday. Nice, the check-in is done. It is indeed. We have like 5 different languages now. Still looking for more, in case anyone wants to do a little bit of voice acting, represent your language. But we're getting there. So we have like 5 random sound effects now for whenever someone checks in. Just like, I think the thing I don't understand here is that just you're using this as a you're talking about this relatively to my system, or actually kind of Atrium's system, right? Like using if statement to determine if to play def opposed to changing the delegates. Like this I don't, do I change the delegate? Like I should be very clear, I don't fully understand my own system, that is absolutely fair. But the event delegates are useful to me because they make everything more modular. So how is it more modular compared to this? And what's more modular? What, like, I think, yeah, I suppose that is really the thing that I still don't understand. Is like, basically, what can you do that I can't do? I suppose that is my question. Like if you want an event action, you don't need to declare the delegate at all. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though, like I'm definitely... You know, I'm always interested to learn more, but I don't think I'm fully following. Remove item from inventory. We do need to change how this works, right? Because now what we do, I don't even know if I call this code. I don't think I do. Yeah, I do it through that event, but... I don't think I use this. I don't think this is in use. Because I think when I refactored this, that kinda... Because now the way I remove an item, it's all through the item itself, right? Yeah, Unity events are serializable, but that's not really something I miss. It says you have one reference, yeah, but that is... like, it's like I said before. This is referenced through the component that triggers this event or whatever to remove an item. But I don't know if I use that component anywhere in the game. Like, I have a script that uses this. That is true. But I don't know if any object in my game has that script. Does that make sense? So like, because I don't think this ever is called. Because I don't know when I would remove an item by clicking on something. Because the way I remove items happens through my item interactions, right? Like, all I actually do is set the selected item to null. Which means that, this is how I did it before, which means that I didn't have an item to re-add, if that made sense. Made an omelette of scallion and hamburger cheese. Feels like eating only the bread of a hamburger. Yes, the game can be wishlisted on Steam, and we very much appreciate those wishlists. I don't think I've checked my wishlist count today. Holy shit, people. Okay, you need to help me. You actually need to help me. We are currently sitting at 299 wishlists. We are one wishlist away from 300. That's pretty sick. One wishlist away from 300. So hopefully we can hit 300 tomorrow. Because it takes a day for it to update. So you never know, I might already have hit it. We won't know until tomorrow. Ah shit, now I gotta remove mine. Outrageous. Outrageous. Wishlist on my dev account. Thank you very much, Strom. I appreciate ya. And you as well, Jewel. And you as well, Atrium, if you take back your statement. But yeah, this needs to change. I can't just set this to null anymore. I think we're gonna call the remove item from inventory. I think we're gonna change how this works. If the item is equal to item, then I don't want to destroy it. We never want to destroy it. I never have to... Now the stackable, so we never have to check if we need to destroy all or not. What we want to do here... Wait, can I not do this? Hey, Strom!
Climbing up that supporter ladder bit.
Let's go! Oh, look at that! Supportant number 7, you actually did climb up as well. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, man. I appreciate you, Strom. Absolute legend. With your setup specifically, the more like the section called scriptable object unity events, where you have a bunch of classes that need specific name to be called, instead of a parent class that has a void trigger. Regarding Unity events, they have their use cases. A lot of coders generally do not like them because you can't follow the code as easily without having to tab into Unity and check the references. Ooh, that's actually a fair point. There is something I kind of prefer, like I know that it can be nice when stuff is serializable, but I still kind of prefer to do as much as possible through code. You have a bunch of classes that's need a specific name. But like, how do you do it then when you publish a Unity event? Or do you mean that the Unity event is more flexible in the case of that, like I can add whatever function I want, like in the Unity event as a button? Is that what you're referring to? But then you don't really have listeners, right? Because those types of Unity events just more kind of... Or at least in practice, it feels like they more directly just call a specific class. So if I want a lot of stuff to happen, I need a reference to all of it, right? If you mean in the case of like a button. Remember when I was using a dev Steam account, I could not get through the password capture stuff? Because it was glitched and Steam support never got back to me. I had to keep trying every few hours until it worked. Damn. Oh yeah, even with buttons, I do get component button, on click listener, add. Yeah, I do that with all of my settings UI. I set nothing up through the inspector. I add all of the listeners through code. Because that also gives me more control where I can, for example, I need to initialize my settings, right? Make sure that the audio sliders are aligned to where you currently have it. The issue is that if I boot the game and I just move the value of the listener or of the slider, then I actually trigger the you know, the event, like on slider value change or whatever it's called. Whereas now, the thing that's so good is that since I do it through code, whenever I initialize my settings, what I do is that I just remove all of the listeners from everything. I set up the values correctly without triggering anything, and then I re-add those listeners in case you want to change it later. It's quite convenient. Also just nice not have to set up all of those references to like what everything is supposed to specifically do. I just have a reference to that slider, and then the thing it does is just set up through code. This is a very specific example, and setting different references is the main use case for all events. It's referring to all events, not just Unity events. Right, because it's the Unity events that have the advantage of being serializable, right? But events are great, observe a pattern is great in a lot of cases. Yeah. Yeah, Unity events uses reflections so they can serialize through the method names. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like implementing this like event bus and stuff is definitely one of the major things that made my entire code base better. Especially in terms of like, what do you call it? Getting the code to be more loosely coupled, or whatever you call it. The main benefit of events is scalability and abstraction. It makes it easier to maintain single responsibility. But that, like, this is where I get confused, because I use my event system to maintain single responsibility. Like, that is what I use. I think that's where I get confused, because I don't really get what's different, I suppose. Except for it not being serializable, which technically we have a system that made it serializable as well, where we can call a, but that, you know, Atrium knows as well. That one is a little bit maybe sketchy, but technically we can serialize it in a way. But I agree that, yeah, with the main benefit being, it's making it easier to maintain single responsibility, because that is the main reason I use the events, right? Because before, what I did was that I did direct calls to different singleton managers and stuff back and forth, and it got very messy. Which is now something that I pretty much never have to do. I don't need this bool. Transform child into grid.transform. Oh yeah, I think we should, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to do this. Where you say inventory item exactly is equal to this. So we get just the inventory item. And then here we can just say that inventory item.item. We check if that is equal to the item that we want to remove. And if it is, we can now tell this to deselect the item with remove being true, right? That is a little bit weird. I think I might want two functions here. Because removing and deselecting are kind of different, and this looks weird. I'm saying that I want to remove it, and then I say I want to deselect it true. It looks weird, I don't like it. I think I'm gonna change that. So I think we're gonna have one method for normal deselecting, which is when we should add it back, and then we do a different one where we want to... Technically what we want to do is to reduce amount. Yeah, really what we want to do is increase and reduce the amount. Oh no, because the amount is already reduced, right? So remove item. We're gonna check if the amount is 0, in that case we destroy it. Otherwise, since it already has been reduced, all we need to do is to stop showing the item as selected. We can put this comment here instead. And then if I want to deselect an item and thus re-add it to the inventory, then we re-add the amount, we update it, and then show item as selected false. Increase the amount again. I think I prefer this. So now rather than doing this, we can just say that we want to remove item. Which means that in our item interactions... Do I still need to set this to null? I don't think I do. I should probably do that automatically. Oh, That's not true. What if I want to remove an item that you haven't selected? That might be something I need to do at some point. Oh yeah, that's the book I'm reading. Getting through it fucking slow. I definitely don't. I need to actually finish that book. I've gotten quite far through it though. I've been reading it a lot when I've been traveling, so on like flights and stuff, which is convenient when I got it, because I got it on the phone, you know. But it's actually really good. Deselect item. I guess I always want to set this to null. Right? I'm pretty sure when I deselect it, selected item should always be null. And then we hide it. Think so. Selected item. Do I use this? When would I use this? Select item. Oh no, right. This is from the sure, I'll keep it like that for now. It's not really how this is supposed to work, but it should be functional. Here we remove item, which means that in my item interactions, should not need to set this to null, but I do need to deselect the item, but I suppose that is different though, right? But maybe we should explicitly call deselect here as well. Just to be on the safe side. Just otherwise... I would do all of this, but I mean, it depends though on whether or not the... But otherwise it could be very weird where I could theoretically remove an item here, but not set this to null. So yeah, I think we need to deselect it as well. I think that's the case. So here, what I would actually like to do... Wait, I can make this way better. Just realized, can I not do this? Boom, boom. And then cut this. Boom. And then do this. This works, right? So now if I'm in the Unity editor or a development build, I use this condition to do this. If I'm not in one of these, if I'm in like a standalone build or something, then I use this condition to do this, rather than retyping whatever's supposed to happen twice. I think this should be fine. I'm pretty sure it should be. Otherwise I could just... If this is equal to master key, then we return successful immediately, but I'm pretty sure this should work. We don't need to change that one. What we do need to do, if you're supposed to remove the required item, then remove item from... I have a reference to the item, right? Oh, well, the item would be the currently selected one. Here, oh yeah, selected item, I do have a reference to it. So, remove selected item from the inventory, and then I would like to... Yeah, I think we need to explicitly deselect it as well. I know I'm doing like singleton calls here. It's fine, it's fine. Boom. Gotta take out the dog and go buy some Friday snacks. Nice, man. See ya soon. Oh damn, now you kind of made me want some Friday snacks. You can use application.isEditor, but I don't only want to do it in the editor. I want to do it in development builds as well. What this basically says is, should I have cheats on? That's basically what this says. Which cheats means I am either in a development build or Unity editor. Just anything else would be a production build. And then I don't want the cheats to be enabled. So like the master key should not exist if I'm not using cheats. Does that make sense? But just that one I assume would only return if this is true, but not if this is true. And also application.isEditor, that would run in production builds as well, right? Just the good thing here, since this is like conditional compilation, is that in a production build, this code doesn't even exist. Like there's no way for people to reach this, because this will not be compiled, right? As far as I understand it, at least. Okay, have I changed everything I need to? Remove item. I think we should just run it and see whether or not this works. Whoopsie. No overload method for remove item from inventory. It takes 2 arguments, so that would be in that one, right? Yeah, right, but it's called a preprocessor directive. Wait, what is? What do you mean? Do you mean because I said conditional compilation? Is that what you mean? Okay, this selection there did not work. And now we're not adding the number back either. Okay. I'm definitely doing something wrong here. Oh, am I not? Oh, I'm not calling the deselect function, am I? I think that's the issue. When in the inventory manager, whenever I deselect an item. Yeah, we need to change this. So selected item should only be set to null afterwards. Well, I do need to check that I even have an item selected. That this has not become null somewhere else. You have to use the conditional attribute to strip the method from builds. I guess this doesn't compile the code. Wait, what's the difference? You have to use the conditional attribute to strip the code from builds. Is that not what I'm doing? Which is, I mean, this is a condition, right? If I'm in the Unity editor or a development build. Otherwise, do this. Am I misunderstanding? Okay, how do I want to do this? I could wrap this up in a... I should make a function to fetch an inventory item. That is really what I should do. I think I need to have something like a private inventory item called get inventory item. This would loop through all of these. And if it finds the same item... I wonder, maybe I should do the other one. Is this one more efficient? Is it more efficient to do this? It probably is, I wouldn't be surprised. Should probably do this. First or default. So how do I know what default is? Is that null? Can I just return this? That seems fine. You are correct. Okay, what's up, Red Cabin? Hope you're doing good. Conditional attribute, conditional Unity editor. We can use that to hide methods from compilation. Hides the method, not the line. Oh. But like in practice, that's it kind of makes the same. The end result is the same, right? Like if I wrap up a function with if Unity editor and wrap it all up, or if I do the conditional Unity editor, like the end result is the same, right? Hides the method, not the line. But yeah, then it's less customizable. So wait, should I even do this then? If I understand this correctly. Where's my item interactions? Because here I don't want to hide this entire method, right? Like I only want this line to change. It's unnecessary. Because if I have to hide this entire method, then I would have to make a new method for when this is not supposed to be the case. If I'm understanding that correctly. But doesn't this give me more customization or whatever? Or customizability? Correct. So wait, well, I am so confused now. So what are we talking about? Sorry, but now I'm very confused. Because that means I shouldn't use the other thing anyway. Oh well, I should, but it would be less optimized. Or well, I would have to write more code. Right? Okay, we have a function to get our inventory item. Yeah, so now what we do... We no longer have to loop through this. We don't need this. We can go something like this. And then here, instead of doing this, we will call our get inventory item. And then we're gonna pass in the selected item. And then rather than checking this, because now we should return the correct inventory item. Now we can check if inventory item is not equal to null. Then we remove item, set selected item to null, and then we hide it on the cursor. So now, if this for some reason would be null, this would not be called, so we're not going to get an error. We then made sure to set it to null anyway. That's probably fine. And then hide. Yeah, that should be fine. We should be able to clean this up now as well. Where instead we do this and we say get inventory item item. We check if it is not equal to null, then inventory item dot remove. Don't need to do all of this. Here I don't need to do this either, right? Add item to... Oh, well I do. No, I don't. Inventory item first, because this is checking if I already have this. So we should be able to say inventory item is equal to get inventory item. Here we check if that is not equal to null. That means we found it. Then we add additional. If we didn't find it, we instantiate it. No, that's a little code cleanup. Don't mind it. Sorry, brother, I'm lurking, but doing some research and watching a video, but I am here. Thank you very much for lurking, Major. I appreciate ya. Oh, now I need to change this. Can I rename this now? I can't. Oh, well, that's an issue.
Cheers.
Because do I... Oh, well, this is null, so couldn't I just remove this? This should be fine, right? Cheers, Major. Your way is fine, but we were talking about complicated code. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you wanted to clean it up further, you could have a separate method for the cheat code function. Since the if statements overlap. Okay, I see. I think the way I view it with this specific case is that like the method, the thing I do is actually the same. So if this were, I think this should work with conditional compilation. So rather than making a new function, I can just change the condition of when I want this to happen. Low hydration level detected, exactly. I don't know, it looks a little bit messy, but very little code. I only need, what, 3 extra lines or something? Okay, I think this is fine. So we get our inventory item. If that is not null, then we add additional. If it is null, then we instantiate the item prefab, and now we say that the inventory item is equal to the inventory item of that prefab, and then we initialize it. I think that should be fine. Lubricate your cells, become a sloppy what? Abandon your dry treacherous bone and return to him. Okay. That is to say, drink water. There we go. I mean, it's the same as if selected item.item name is not equal to master key. The else doesn't really do anything. Well, it does do something, right? Which is what this actually does. If this is in a production build, the thing this does is make sure that technically the player should not be able to find the master key, because this is a cheat item. But the master key technically exists in the build. So what this does, this is basically what makes the master key work and not be removed and stuff. So this just makes sure that technically if you would somehow find the master key, that would still get removed when you use it. Whereas I have like infinite uses when I'm cheating, basically. It's not a, you know, it's not a massive difference. But it basically makes the master key more worthless in case someone would find a, you know, fucking cheat code to get access to the master key. Not that I really know if that is, but it probably is. It probably is. Somehow someone could probably find access to the master key. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I have no idea how that would work, but I imagine someone could figure it out. Add item to inventory. Okay, so what was the issue before? It had to do with the deselection. Yeah, because I... Deselect item. Wait. Wait. What am I doing? Deselect item, remove item? That's not what I want to do, right? Remove item is what's supposed to remove item. What am I doing here? Yeah, this should be the select item. And then... Wait, why would I need to pass in the item here? That is very dumb. No, oh, it's a bool whether or not to remove it. But I don't want that anymore, do I? Yeah, because this is to deselect this item, this is to remove the item. Deselect item, and then here we remove the item. Should probably make this a little bit more logical. Like put that one here. And then put this one here. Remove, select, deselect. That seems fine. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna try to run this and see what happens. That's what I'm gonna do. Normalize speaking like old gun cultists. Would it be easy if you were making the game in C or C++, where you could probably find a way to put memory into an uninitialized variable? But shouldn't the people still do that? Just like what I'm talking about now is not for me to be able to do it, it's for people who have the production build of the game to be able to somehow cheat and find that item. Just like, you would still be able to do that in like assembly or something maybe, right? Take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I don't really know what I'm talking about, but this is my layman's assumptions. But like, I think it's very hard for me to actually fully make something impossible to do in this game. Oh, look at that. This, ladies and gentlemen, seems very functional. Okay, 5. Now it goes 4. If I put you here, we should now have 4 left. That's an issue. Okay, so I have infinite. Okay, so when... Oh, it's the item interaction, and the item interaction is not working properly. If successful... What? Remove item from inventory. Ah, it's probably here then. Yeah, just wait. No, it's because I deselect the item after, you fucking Dumbo, and when I deselect it, we add to the amount again. Solve your own custom chipset, simply dab the buzz effect in your item with a magnet to remove it cleanly. The issue is that C# is garbage collected, which means the memory thing doesn't work. I'll be a little impressed if you hooked this game up to the blockchain. That's probably not happening. Okay, so how do I want to do this then? I think I need yet another function. Unless I do a parameter, whether or not I want to re-add it. Because otherwise what I should do is make sure that deselect only does this. Wait, do you even need to... Why is this public? Well, I should call that one as well. That should actually be what I do when I deselect. And then we rename this one into like re-add item or something. Yeah, that should probably work. So now, when I deselect an item, I don't want to re-add it. I want to show item as selected false. So deselect actually only means deselect, it means nothing else. This makes more sense in some regard. What is happening here? Tom Waits start playing, that's not what I wanted to do. I mean, I wish I could sit here and play Tom Waits, but...
Time to stretch.
Chirpy, serious question. What is your streaming schedule lately? It is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I start at some point in the afternoon. The start, I think according to my schedule, it's like 2 PM or something. I think I started maybe slightly earlier today, but not by a lot. But the starting time is still a little bit iffy. I do vary a little bit. About weekend, currently no. I have been thinking about adding a few extra days. But yeah, currently I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The thing is that I find it hard for me to justify... This is quite ironic, I should say. But I do find it hard to justify adding more days currently, because I have so much editing I need to do. So, like, my thought process is that my off days are supposed to be my editing days. However, let's be honest here, I don't do enough editing. Most of the time I kind of end up procrastinating, working on the game or something instead. Which means that I probably could be streaming. But if I make the choice to stream more, I guarantee that I will have less time for editing. So I kind of want to like catch up a bit on editing, I think, before I start streaming too much more. Can you edit and stream? It would be nice, but I don't think it would be very enjoyable to watch. Also because, here's the thing, I'm gonna be quite honest, I don't really enjoy editing either. So I think it would be harder for me to make it seem interesting when I feel like editing is kind of long to... If I'm being honest, like, that is kind of the way I view it. It's... I wish I enjoyed editing more, but I kind of don't. Our styles of coding are very different. Wait, that's a foreign concept to me. Wait, what is? Weekend gaming stream would be nice. Yeah, I think if I add more days in the week, I would definitely do... I would want to have at least one like variety day where we do something different. Which is pretty much the plan. The thing is that now when I only do 3 times a week, I feel like, you know, it's a third of my streams that become variety. I do need to work on this game, like this game is the priority. But yeah, I feel like currently the plan is kind of to see if I can get a bit more disciplined and sort out all of the editing I need to do. And then maybe up the amount of days and introduce a variety day. That's kind of the plan. I mean, it would be, in some real, I think maybe I would enjoy editing more if I did it on stream. I just don't know if it's the best. I don't feel like video editing is the best content in general. And it's also a little bit weird to the point where, like, at least for the people watching, when I finish the video, you guys have kind of already seen it. Now that heavily minimizes the chance that you're gonna watch it. But maybe you would still be nice enough to go in and leave a little like or something. But what actually ends up happening is that I get worse viewer retention. Do you know what I mean? Which is now someone goes in, maybe nice enough to like the video, but then you actually only watch 5 seconds and then you get away from there. So now I have a 5-second viewer retention on that person. Pros, finish scripts in 30 seconds and cons scripts look like if test poop blah 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 whatever bind on whatever. Yeah. Wait, you actually think that's a foreign concept for me? Oh, okay, now I get it. Sorry, that took a while. I like watching friends edit in Discord. I have been thinking about potentially doing... We should do more like Discord hangouts at some point. I've said it to my fellow Turkish. Not fellow, I can't really say my fellow Turkish. But for Portuguese people, that it could be quite fun at some point doing some Portuguese voice trolls. Give me a bit of extra practice as well. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, in the end, I would definitely like to stream more days. Just I actually think that I don't stream enough, if I'm being honest. Like, I stream very long hours, yes, but 3 days a week. Like, even if I do these like 10-hour streams and stuff, you know, 3 days a week ends up being like 30 hours. Come on now, that's not even a full-time gig. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Not even 40 hours a week. I mean, it's kind of true though. It should be fun. Maybe we add like a stream on Sundays where we play a bunch of games and stuff. We can do like sub-Sundays to like subscriber multiplayer games and stuff. That should be fun. I have done that stuff before. But yeah, with 3 days a week, I don't feel like taking away too much time from the game. Like, we still do... I still do play games every now and then. It's not that long ago that we played... you know, I played Roadblight on stream, and we played through Undertale. Relatively soon after going full time, I streamed through all of the not Borderlands, the Portsword games. Okay, this is an issue. So we're calling the wrong function somewhere. Oh yeah, it's in the deselect, right? I think I saw that. Now, show item as selected false. So how did that remove it? Well, I don't re-add it now, do I? That's the issue. This is only the deselection. So wait, how do I... Wait. Now I'm confused. Oh yeah, because I did a new function called re-add this item. So that is what I want to do when you properly deselect it. Or when you fail an interaction. But let's do one thing at a time. So do I not have like an update function here? Yeah, deselect item. You are actually supposed to... Well, what are you supposed to do? Wait, deselect does this. Maybe I should pass in the parameter whether or not I want to re-add it. But here I know I always want to re-add it. So what we should do is get inventory item selected. Oh, this is only if I have a... Oh, but we already checked. Selected item is not equal to null. Okay. Get inventory item, selected item. Selected item. Selected item, there we go. Holy shit. Dot. What I instead want to do is to re-add item. Maybe I should go return item. Like return it to the inventory. That kind of makes more sense, actually. It's kind of the same thing. Stream 24 hours, sleep 2 and edit for 8. Yeah, I wish. I wish I could. Oh. Oh, just now I don't deselect it, so I need to do both here. Just now we have infinite batteries. So I want to... I mean, I guess most of the time when I want to re-add an item, I also want to deselect it. Right? Yeah, that must be the case. So maybe we make a new... Do you even need to be public? I think you do. Well, if I do one here called re-add item, item, where we kind of do this. Well, we don't need to do this. But we get this item, and if it is not null, then we re-add it, and then we deselect it. And now up here, we can just call the re-add item selected item. Thing is that even if this works, I know there might be one thing that's broken at the moment, which is items that are not consumed when I actually use them. Yeah, so this seems functional. Now let's try recharging the flashlight. Boom. Okay, so that did work. That is functional. So what about a failed interaction if I do this? Do I get it back? No. So now a failed interaction will waste the item. And what about one that's... Should this re-add it? Well, that seems fine. What about this? That one was consumed. That is the way it should be. How do I only have one hammer? I just added another hammer. That one updated. I think that one updated. Okay, there is something weird going on here. Let's have a look. What is this? I don't want that. So failed interactions. That's one. That should be here, right? This is if successful. What happens if it is unsuccessful? Well, that should be in the interactable script. Not that one, but this one. Interact, pam 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 pam. If non-successful. Failed interaction. Selected item has large pam pam pam. Oh yeah, because I deselect the item. Okay, but deselect item. This only happens if it is failed, right? Because an actual... Oh no, it doesn't. Well, the item interaction is gonna check if you're supposed to remove the item. In that case, it does this. Otherwise, it doesn't remove it. Deselect item. That calls this, but it doesn't re-add it. What if I... Well, if the interaction was successful, then the item interaction handles the removing if you have to remove it. However, if you don't want to remove the item after you use it, then it is up to the interactable script to re-add it, which should be in the if deselect. So this is where we would like to re-add the item. I mean, I guess we should just call this through the singleton for now to see if this works, because this should be what I'm supposed to do. So I'm gonna comment this out. Hey, Chuck, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. And then here, let's do inventory manager.instance.readd item, selected item. Do I have a reference to the selected item? I do. Why do I need to pass in an item when I re-add it? If I want to re-add an item to the inventory, it must be selected, right? I can't re-add something you haven't selected. No. I should not need to do this. I should just pass in. I should find this selected item in the inventory and then re-add it. Which means that here, I mean here, I can just do this. Now we probably need to change this somewhere else as well, right? In here, I think we call it to re-add item, don't need to pass that in. Because yeah, it should, if I re-add something, it should always be the selected item. I meant the production way is if X... If X remove everything, the debug way is if X and has master key, remove everything. So it made sense to have one if statement for X and then one if statement for isEdit or dev build. Wait. Remove... What do you mean remove everything? Yeah, the production way is if X, then remove that item. Debug way is if X and has master key, remove everything. Well, it's... This is basically... What this is basically saying is that even if I am supposed to remove the item, even if that's the case, but this... Yeah, wait, if the selected item is the master key, then I don't want to do this even if I'm supposed to do it. Does that make sense? I felt like I explained that in a very bad way. But that is basically what I'm trying to say here, right? Because this is a check to make sure that the master key can never be removed, even if it is technically supposed to be removed. Which is any door where you would use the master key always is supposed to remove the required item. What I could do here, to be fair though, instead, is just check if the selected item is the master key, then immediately return successful and don't even go down to this code. In some regard, that might actually make more sense here. Like make this into a positive and return early. As in like doing something like this. If the selected item is the master key, then I want to immediately return successful, and we skip all of this. And then this would be like a end if. And then we can check this, because now if you did have the master key, you're still not gonna reach this code. I suppose this is actually... This is kind of more readable to what this is actually doing. And then if you're not in a build that's supposed to have cheats, you shouldn't even be able to have the master key, so this line doesn't need to be here. Personally don't like the if return because it gives you the opposite of what you want. If should do something, but that's personal preference. I've started using these quite a lot because it minimizes nesting, right? Because otherwise I would wrap this up inside of this statement and so on. Whereas here I find this to be more easy to read because everything is like connected. Does that make sense? But as you said, I do suppose it is personal preference in the end. Because in some regard, I do want these to be separated, right? Like, which is kind of the argument why this May was better than what I had before. Because this code is completely separate from the remove required item. As soon as I make this negative, if I swap it around, if I don't have the master key, now I have to connect this and say that if I don't have the master key, then this is what I'm supposed to do. So either I need to nest this one, or I need to do a double conditional statement. But then I'm back to the code I had before. I feel like this is cleaner, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. I don't remember what I did. That's working. 5. Okay, I still get infinite. That's not working. What if I do this? I still have a hammer. Let's go and pick up the other hammer, or well, I could just do this. Now I did get 2 of all of these. What about failed interaction? 11. 11. Okay, so that's working. So now I broke the successful interactions. Oh, I know why, I think. So wait, the successful interactions are here. If deselect item, then re-add it. Oh, this happens even when successful, right? Wait, this is so confusing. So wait, if I want to deselect it, I obviously want to deselect it. How do I know whether or not I want to re-add it? Well... no, this must be in the item interactions. Yeah, exactly. If removed require item, then you remove it from the inventory and you deselect it. But we need to do another check here, right? Wait, line 31, where? Interactable? No, item interactions. Line 31. Yeah. Wait, I failed my logic here, right? Yeah, exactly. Because this is the cheat one, which means that I don't want to go down here. Yeah, we never want to remove the master key, but I think we need to add more logic here. Because we still want to... we probably still want to deselect it, but do I? Wait, I'm always gonna reach the deselect down here. Yeah, so this is how it should work. This should deselect the item. If you're supposed to remove it, we remove it and deselect it. Otherwise... if you're not supposed to remove it, then we want to... what am I doing? inventory manager.instance. Then we want to re-add the item. And then why what? Your troller stream still fucks my brain. Oh, it kind of messes me up as well, to be honest. I think I want to reset it. I really liked the dark theme of it, but I didn't like how it changed my text. Like the actual color of the different variables and stuff. I kind of want to I would have preferred to keep my text normal and only get the like background color scheme. What's up, Mr. Zombie? How you doing? Never really noticed how much I rely on colors for reading code. Yeah. I prefer VS default colors. I've trained my brain to them. Interesting. Yeah, I think in the case of the text, I agree. I just wanted it to be darker because I hated how Visual Studio was. Is that like, it's dark mode, but it's also kinda isn't. It's like a somewhat dark. Where's the default one? I don't think it's pure grey, is it? It has some of a tone in there. Or maybe it is grey. No, it is pretty grey, to be honest. But like, I just wanted it to be even darker. The dark I really like, but the text I agree is a little bit weird. Hey, Mr. Zombie, by the way, you're another fellow proper Brit, are you not? You can. Do you wanna do another sound effect for me, or do you wanna make a sound effect for me? I feel like you're the type of person to, we should definitely add in another informal British one. Okay, I need like a proper British, like, hello governor, or something like that. Something like that. I do have, just what we're doing is that I have a new redeem, which is the check-in redeem. And what we do is that we basically have like a greeting in different languages that are like randomized. So I do have two British ones. I have a posh hello, and we have a somewhat informal like oi oi what's good or something. But I feel like we should have another one, something like, or if you think of something funnier. But yeah, we do have something like oi what's good, and we have a very posh hello. But if you want to throw another, if you want to represent the UK with yet another one, whatever one you think is the most fun. I'll do a few and then you can pitch. Oh yeah, go for it. That sounds fun. So dark it kicks puppies, holy shit. Cheers, man. Appreciate ya. I think it's gonna be fun to just have as many as possible. We do have to keep in mind to add more to each language, or at least get a lot of languages in here, because now the only issue is that now it's gonna be 50% chance for people to get a British accent. Oh, well, actually, no. Just, you know what we could do as well? We could lower the chance, like the more British ones we have, we could slightly lower the chance of each British one. To make sure that we still have more variety in language as well. So, you know, actually having more in the same language is not really an issue. So we could do something where common means that we only have one sound effect in this language. Uncommon maybe means we have 2, 3, or whatever. Maybe not, but just super rare sounds like it's never gonna happen. Those damn British people invading, exactly. Yeah, you can pick a random language and then pick a random greeting out of that language pool. I don't know if I can do that, can I? Not in like... Like, I could do it if we did it with like... Which I suppose we actually could do if we did it with StreamerBot instead. Because I can't add... It could work if I could add random sound effects here. In the... So I could have one British but add multiple ones here, but I don't think that works. But we would basically simulate something like that by just... Because if we get too many like British ones in here, we might need to make the British ones slightly more uncommon. Yeah, exactly. This is Twitch indeed. Why not just a default color theme dark? It's so nice. No. Atrium. The dark color theme is not dark enough. It's not dark enough. I want it proper dark. We want it like as close to black as it could possibly be. What do you mean dark enough? I mean that it's like the normal dark mode is like darkish grey, isn't it? So dark you can't read the words? Exactly! Dark color theme is for noobs. I have cyberpunk theme. That is a controversial statement. You know it's bad for your eyes? Yeah, I actually read something about that quite recently. That actually dark mode is actually worse for your eyes. Which sounds quite counterintuitive. Because it feels easier for the eyes. But it's something about you... Technically, it's harder for your eyes to like see the text on a dark background, I think. So you actually end up straining your eyes more. Oh, that's why a lot of the dark mode has been converted into the grayish scale. Ah, interesting. We'll see. Maybe. I code using ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe I should read up on it. But I do know what you're saying, because I read something quite recently about it, that it actually is supposed to be worse for your eyes. It feels counterintuitive though, doesn't it? Like, it feels like a dark color scheme should be better for your eyes. It feels like it. I'll get you those sound clips later, dude. Oh yeah, no stress whatsoever, man. Okay, I think this should work. But wait, what happens if I do have the master key? Then I'm not gonna re-add it, am I? So yeah, I think we do need to add, exactly, we need to add a little bit extra here. If it is the master key, then I'd like to re-add it and then make sure to not reach this code. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Deselect item, intro instance, deselect item. Atrium, do you use the standard colors for like the text and stuff as well? Or have you done some custom stuff? Out of curiosity. I remember coding without IntelliSense the good old days. I do too. I was using an older version of Visual Studio before. I didn't have IntelliSense on that one. I think. No, yeah, I don't think I did. You just do default? Okay. All in Notepad? That would be kind of badass, to be honest. Gee, I might need to run to the store real quick before they close. Deselect item, what am I doing? That should be fine, right? What have I changed here? Oh, that is why I changed. Okay, I think this should be functional now. The less I have modified, the less it is to swap between devices and setup. That is very true. The worst thing I did was to install Copilot. Made up some weird stuff. I still haven't tried it. Okay. Deselecting works. What about a successful interaction? That seems fine as well. Let me try this. Yeah. Now we have 2. That's okay. So this should work as well. Now we should have 19. Yep. So this one was returned correctly. This one was consumed correctly. 9. Can try this. We still have 9. Failed interaction. Okay, we have 8 there. And then I use the light bulb on the door. Shite. I'm losing them. Okay. Failed interactions are not working. Let's see, I have 19 total. 18, yep, I am losing these. So does that happen with tools as well? If I use this on... well, I think you have interactions with everything. This one here. Yeah, I lose the screwdriver as well. If I do that... I still have one. That's a bit weird. Now I kind of want to see what happens with the light bulb. Wait, why am I doing it this way? Let's do this. Let's reload. Oh no, shite, this is not gonna work either. Well, it is if I don't cheat. If we actually play the game as it is intended. Which is to speedrun into this room. Gonna pick up this one. Now we should have 1 light bulb. What happens if I use you here? Okay, that one is consumed. So why is... well, that one is not consumed, so now the failed interaction does work. Wait, this is confusing. Oh, but that one didn't work. What? What is happening? I'm so confused. Oh wait, failed interaction. Because if it's successful, then we should go down here, right? If you're supposed to remove it, you remove it and then you deselect it. And this should not add it again. This should only handle the actual deselection. But wait, isn't this null now? Oh yeah, but then we just... oh, I don't do this, and this is why I destroy it. Oh, I think this is an issue. If this returns null... but wait, I can't return null, because I never destroy it. No, that should be fine. I'm so confused. Here's the thing about AI for code, it's good at concepts but not technical stuff. Resolaton is 90% AI code. I don't know if I know what that is. Agree I can make it... I can ask it to optimize something, so explain where my logic is wrong, but never write me this. Yeah, I feel that's kinda accurate to my experience as well. Oh, Nintendo game. Well, I assume a new one then? What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Welcome in. How's your Friday? Oh, this is serious, okay. You're doing good, nice man, how's it going? So far so good. Added some, I was a little bit distracted at the beginning of the stream here. We did some new redeem sound effects and stuff. And now, I'm trying to make the inventory work a bit better. Which is kind of working, not fully. Deselect item, that is almost always the case. Here I just deselect it, but what if I need to re-add it? But, this becomes so confusing. Because now I might deselect the item twice, right? Because we also deselected. Wait. If Unity editor build. Oh, that's to make the master key work. Bool successful is equal to items contain selected item. If it is successful, we do all of this stuff. I think this should work. If we're supposed to remove the required item, we remove it from our inventory and we deselect it. Otherwise, if we had a successful interaction but we're not supposed to remove it, then we instead re-add it to the inventory. I think that should work as well. But what happens if it was unsuccessful? Well, then we skip all of this, we return unsuccessful. If unsuccessful interaction, we do this. Yeah, so I think the issue is here. Maybe, because we don't we never re-add the item when it's unsuccessful, do I? Sweet, yeah. I want to make it so that we don't throw the items around as much. Because before, what we would do with the inventory is that whenever you picked up an item, we would fully remove that one. Now I've made it so that, you know, the outline still stays there, just darker. So you don't have to, like, you know, it doesn't reorganize your entire inventory every time you select an item. The other thing I would like to do is to make it so that you can actually, like, rearrange your items. But wait, I need to figure out exactly what isn't working. So, successful interactions are working. It deselects the item. What about that? That worked as well. And we still have it in our inventory. Failed interactions would be like this one. That seems functional as well. What about if I do this? So this was a successful interaction where we are not supposed to remove the item. That seems functional. What about a successful one where you are supposed to remove it, like this one? That one seemed functional as well. And this also seemed functional. Something didn't work before. What kind of edge case was that? Was it when I only had one left? Is that it? What if we use the basic key? So we have one left and we are supposed to remove it. That worked. Okay. What if I have one left and I'm not supposed to remove it? Well, when would that be the case? I'm so confused. Something did not work before. I found some edge case that did not work. Was it when I only had one left? So now we only have one light bulb left. I'll take that one, we put it in here, and it's done. That seems functional. Did I fix something? Now we have one again. Boom, we have 0. 9 batteries, now we should have 10. If I fail the interaction, that's when I lose it. Okay. Okay, so I lose it when... Yeah, why do I lose it here? There I don't lose it. Oh, there I do, wait. Oh, I lose it there as well. Okay. I don't understand the edge case here. I'm almost certain it worked before, but now it doesn't. Why? Well, the battery... It worked correctly when I actually recharged the flashlight. However, now, when I do a failed charge, it disappears. And it also disappears here. What happens if I... But if I only have one left, it's fine. Birdsong Technology with the raid. Welcome in. How you doing? What have you been up to? Let me throw you a little shout out here. What have you been up to? Anything specific? Anything you want to show off? Are you a fellow developer? I don't think I follow you, do I? Let me throw you a little follow. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy and I am currently developing a point-and-click horror game, trying to sort out my inventory UI. But if you want to get a bit of an idea of the game, here you go. There we have it. I mean, pretty well, just wrapped up a game dev stream. Nice, nice. Mind if I drop a screenshot of what I've been working on? Absolutely not. Feel free to do so. Okay, so when I have one left, it is functional. Now we have 7 batteries. Now I lose them. Why does that happen? Do I deselect it before I re-add it somehow, maybe? So what code would this trigger? This would trigger an item interaction, but it would be a failed one. Okay, so we have a failed item interaction where we have more than one item. Oh, maybe because I need to do this, even if it's not successful. Right? Because before what happened was that the select item would technically re-add it, I think. So what if if not successful interaction? Yeah, I guess we just have to re-add the item here. Because we never want to use if it was not successful. But wait, if it's not successful. Then we have more logic here. If selected item is not equal to null and always successful. Otherwise we use the default ones. I'm confused about my own code, holy shit. I'm making a squad-based 3D roguelike in Unity. Currently putting together some pretty graphics, some not just whiteboards and everything. Ooh! Ooh, this looks quite sick, man. squad-based 3D roguelike. What are you doing the 3D stuff in? Are you making it yourself? Are you using like Blender or something? Or are you using or are you using assets? But this looks nice, man. Cool stuff. Do you have a Steam page or anything? Just out of curiosity. Right now I'm just using some assets, but we're going into Blender when it's time for some custom stuff. Nice. Have you used Blender before? I kinda wanna try Blender at some point. I mean, I kinda wanna try 3D at some point, but I've still never really worked with a 3D game. Oh, just for the Blender donuts? Nice. I haven't even done my own little donuts. But yeah, squad-based 3D roguelike. It sounds fun. I mean, I am kinda weak for roguelikes to begin with. The thing is that if I would not want to deselect the item, then I don't want to re-add it. That's a weird edge case we have to think about as well. So I think we need to do it that if we did a non-successful interaction, I guess we need to say, and if you're not supposed to deselect the item, no, if you are supposed to deselect the item. This is a little bit weird. But then, basically before deselecting, we need to make sure that we re-add the item, right? Okay, so that worked. That one was consumed. But so was that one. But I wonder if that's because I'm handling the recharge more custom. That. What happens if I do this? Yeah, now that is functional. And that looks functional. That works. Let's check the basic key. That one is removed. Four. So that's correct as well. Okay, it seems mostly fine now. It's only the recharging of the flashlight that's somewhat broken. 5. I did use one, so I should have 5, right? 5 batteries, we now have 6 batteries. Now we should still have 6. Yeah, it seems pretty functional. No Steam page yet. Once I get this placeholder art in place, I put it in place. Nice, man. Let me know when you do. This looks like a cool project. This is your first Steam release. It is indeed. It is indeed. It started off as a game jam game, but now the plan is to make a full game out of it. And yeah, I've technically released one other game on itch, but this will be like my first more proper release, if that makes sense. Was the theme for the game jam? It was safe in the dark. So in the game jam version, the main mechanic was to turn off the flashlight to remain hidden, not be spotted by the monsters, so to speak. Which that will be a mechanic in this version as well, just not, it won't be the core mechanic. Because obviously we do scope creep over here, so my ambitions are somewhat higher now. Okay, most of this actually seems to be functional. The main issue is really the recharging of the flashlight. I suppose that I just deselect the item, maybe. Interactable. I don't have any item interactions. That's interesting. But I do deselect the item. Okay. How is this working? On recharge. That seems to mainly handle the logic. Do I have something about recharging here? Recharge? No. Wait. How am I recharging? I don't have any item interactions. How is that not an item interaction? Oh, battery item, battery. Okay, so it must be through the battery manager. I understand scope creep. I'll see something cool happening in my game. I'm like, ooh, I could do that too. Yeah, exactly. My Trello board is a nightmare, yeah. Oh, Chirpy Matter, you're putting this for next fest in October? Yeah, that is currently the plan. I wanted to do it this one, but I'm not gonna make it in time. I wanted, my initial goal was to have it for the next fest in June. But right now we are basically looking for the next fest in October instead. Oh shit, it's getting too late. I need to take a quick break and just run to the store, and I will be back in just a few minutes. I promise you guys it's not gonna take too long. And then we'll see. I want to see if maybe we can even sort out some of the item switching, see if we can get a rudimentary system for it working. But I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you very much for your patience. If you did decide to stick around, just know that I appreciate ya. Thank you very much, Birdsong. And yeah, let me know whenever you get the Steam page up. I'll gladly wishlist the game for ya. How are you? Like you said, it was a, let's see, 3D roguelike, squad based, so I assume multiplayer. Oh wait, we're doing multiplayer. Man's cocky. There we go. I mean, I'm joking, but it's also kind of true. I don't dare touching multiplayer. So what is like? Would you mind explaining what you are considering in terms of like the core mechanics and stuff? Like, are you fighting enemies and stuff? Is it like first-person shooter? Like, can we get some deets? What are the deets? It will be a while, no worries, man. Yeah, I know that games are definitely not made overnight, are they? Oh wait, do I use an event here? Oh, maybe I do use an event. I know I'm doing something more specific here. Because here I have the recharge flashlight. Okay, that's the actual mechanic. But how do I call this one? Oh wait, does the flashlight have the eye interactable? Okay, so but that's also maybe because you turn it on and off. Okay, so we have some edge case here. I'm doing my... No, that is only to toggle it. Okay, so is the battery manager... Is that checking the selected item? Why did I do it this way? No, because you don't have the eye interactable. However, you do have the recharge flashlight event. Okay, so I do use events here. Oh, this is an eye interactable. No, wait, how does that make sense? Oh wait, that does make sense, but what triggers this one? Now we come to one of these moments where... This is where I wish everything was through code. Oh, here it is. I just had that one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we have the item interaction here. Just had this one. I thought I didn't have any item interactions. Look, this is the issue with serialization. You can miss it in the inspector. Okay, so yeah, whenever you use a battery on this item, that's when we get the recharge interactions. Okay, that is how we publish it. Then it is using the normal thing. Only difference is that the recharge flashlight one triggers a script, which is, well, triggers an event, which is a little bit weird. Could just make that one have a direct call to the battery manager. I don't know why I made an event out of this. Or maybe, oh, is something else listening to this event maybe? For references. No, it's only the battery manager. Yeah, I don't know why I made this an event actually. Because this is on the same game object, so I could have just called the... battery manager directly. Oh no, it would be single player. Okay. The whole gist is you are a wizard fleeing your village, which was just destroyed by monsters. On your way to go to safety, you recruit other survivors controlled by AI. Okay. And you fight your way through sorts of monsters on your journey. It would have the elements from survival-like games and morale systems like Darkest Dungeon. Interesting. Wait, do they have morale in? I know that they have like a stress system, right? Do they have it's been so long since I played Darkest Dungeon. Oh, I also only really know of the first one. Okay. But it sounds cool, man. It's ambitious. It sounds ambitious, but it also sounds really cool. And I mean, it's not that bad actually now when it's not multiplayer. Multiplayer, they would have... I'm too scared of multiplayer, man. I can't do it. I mean, I can barely do AI to begin with. The AI in the game jam version is very simple. But it sounds cool, man. I'm excited. Multiplayer is fun. Is it? I feel like it would just be complex. I feel like I do enough troubleshooting without working on multiplayer. Do you know what I mean? Also, Atrium, you know, you messed up my entire like self-disciplined Friday here. I've been working hard all day, being productive. And then you started talking about Friday snacks, and I couldn't help myself but buy a bit of Friday snacks. I'm blaming you fully for this. This is fully your fault. Hashtag worth. Multiplayer scares me too, maybe for my second or third game. I do know, as far as I know, Unity has like a... Don't they have some system now for multiplayer which is supposed to arguably make it easier? Do you know that, Atrium? Is that true? I know I heard or read something about it. I do suppose maybe there's some decent assets you could use as well to kind of help you along the way. I'm experimenting with a new way to cook food and turn out I'm pretty okay at it. Okay, interesting. What are you cooking? Wait, what? I missed that part. I was saying that I heard something about some... I think Unity implemented some system to like make multiplayer games easier to make. Now, in my mind this was like something new, but new could also mean like it was implemented 3 years ago, so I use new in a very loose term here. But I heard something about it that was supposed to make it a lot easier for people. I was just checking if there was something you knew something about. Netcode for game objects. It's apparently great, but never used it myself. Okay. But a friend is trying it out and he likes it. Interesting. Yeah, so I suppose there are tools to kind of help you along the way. But yeah, like Birdsong said, but still, you know, it still scares me, man. Here's Unity's new system for volumetric clouds. It's super easy, like 4 or 5 clicks. Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where like half of becoming a good game developer is just like realizing the tools you need or the tools you can use. Do you know what I mean? Like the game jam version of this game had pure spaghetti code. Why? Because I didn't know about events. I had never used events. Or like the interfaces as well. The two things that, you know, fixed my code base the most. Like, the reason I didn't use them was not because I was like stubborn and like, oh, I'm not gonna use those. I just didn't know about them. I had never used them. And I feel like that's the case with a lot of stuff. Okay, on recharge. Oh, well, maybe this is the issue actually. Maybe it's actually the setup here. Now, remove required item is true. Ah, and that is the issue. Because this removes the battery whether the recharge was successful or not. So we need to set this to false. But wait, wouldn't that have been the case before as well then? Now I am confused. Successful recharge. Because that didn't happen before. But if removed required item is true, that should happen. Unless I re-add it here. Ah, that is so cheeky. I'm doing this in such a backwards way. So I did remove the item. But then what I did is that I reselected the... If I failed, I reselected the battery item and then deselected it to put it back in the inventory. This is fucking outrageous, man. That is absolutely outrageous. So this is actually a thing that we don't really have a system for. You should have stern words with the developer, exactly. Just like the thing is that we have these item interactions, right? The issue now is that this is a very specific edge case where I actually have two different interactions with the same item. Because most of the time a failed interaction is when when you use an item that's not in this array. You don't have that item doesn't exist as an interaction for the lamp, so that's a failed interaction. Whereas here, I basically calculate whether I want this to be successful or non-successful. So basically I have two interactions with one item. So when you're checking, I'm trying to find the optimal ingredients in terms of satisfaction, nutrition, and cost. Then try to create something that you can basically eat every day and you have a perfect diet. I did something similar before as well. Like, I had a very, very cheap dinner that I almost ate every single day. It was a lot though, because I also tried to make it kind of healthy, so it ended up being a lot of food. Because I also don't like to eat many times during the day. I prefer to eat a bigger meal, but then when you eat something healthy, it becomes even more food because it's less calorific. To be fair though, it wasn't the tastiest thing, it was okay. The thing is, for me, I'm kind of fine not eating the tastiest food all of the time, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind eating like a good meal. Of course it tastes nice, but like day to day, it's like, I'm also kind of fine eating the same boring stuff every day. Like, I eat oatmeal for breakfast every single day. And I've done that for like, I suppose like at least 6 months now. I'm still not bored of it. Exactly, it just has to be good enough for daily consumption. Yeah, and that it is. Like, the oatmeal is not like I go, oh yeah, I'm so excited to eat this oatmeal again. But it's like, yeah, it's good enough, I don't mind it. So what is explain your food here, Adrian. What is this meal you have cooked up? Anywho, I got to jet to take care of some live stuff. I'm lurking for now though. Have a great rest of your stream, new friend. Thank you very much, Birdsong, for lurking, and thank you again for the raid. I appreciate ya, and I'll try to swing by your stream at some point when you check out your game as well. Cheers, man. Sounds like 2 chained events. What do you mean sounds like 2 chained events? Because the thing is that I only have one event, which doesn't even need to be event. I have one, like, interaction function. Because this is barely an event. This should equally... All this does is publish this to this one thing that listens to it. This should have been a direct call. It would have been fine. However, the thing that's weird here is that it's actually this interaction that triggers like whether or not you're supposed to remove the item. Ah, so the way we fix it, interactable, we should make this not the select item. No, because then I wouldn't deselect. Like, if I use the hammer on the flashlight, the hammer wouldn't be deselected. I don't like that. I actually don't know how I want to solve this. I always eat good food unless something weird happens, but my focus is on doing it cheaply. Okay, I mean, I'm kinda... I prefer to eat cheap. I definitely don't always eat healthy, that would be a overstatement. I don't mind eating healthy. I definitely don't do it all the time. My leftover hamburger cheese is from when I felt like eating expensive brioche hamburger, but I use cheap ingredients for everything else since they taste less. Yeah, like most of the time I am relatively cheap. I mean, especially now when I'm like living on my savings and stuff. Like I have no shame in buying like the cheapest version I find at the supermarket, you know. Like if I can save 2 crowns, why shouldn't I? Do you know what I mean? What's the issue? The issue is that we have an edge case here, where I'm using my interactable script. You can basically see. So this script is basically my Unity button, right? But instead of using Unity buttons, I have my own script that handles all the interactions. Like whether or not this is supposed to be interactable, and all the other logic behind clickable objects in my game. And then this uses interfaces to trigger other stuff wherever it's supposed to happen. But then we have these item interactions. So now we have a battery, and we have this successful interaction. So if I use any other item on this object, then that's a failed item interaction. If I only click on the flashlight normally, then we trigger the interfaces, the interactable interfaces of the components on this object. Usually this works for everything in my game. The thing here is that we have a weird edge case where I only want you to be able to charge the flashlight if you have a low enough battery value. So the issue is that I kinda want 2 different interactions with the battery. But that is not possible. So I need to find a workaround. Because I don't really want to change this script too much either, because it's the basis of the vast majority of my game, and this is a very specific edge case. Because the weird thing is that this obviously handles the item interaction itself. So what becomes weird here is that remove required item. I want to remove it if you successfully recharge it, but I don't want to remove it if you unsuccessfully charge it. But since this is an interaction with the same item, it becomes a little bit tricky. So I suppose what I would do is to not remove it. Either I always remove it, and then if it's failed, we re-add the battery into the backpack. Or we never remove it, but then I manually remove it on a successful one. Like, one of those options is basically what we can do. So on click interactable cross flashlight event, no. There's no events in terms of the interactions, generally speaking. It's all interfaces. So this one will trigger stuff through that interface, or whatever you want to call it. Did an interactable have an interface? Yes. So, well, interactable doesn't actually use that interface, but we are using this one interactable is the trigger for all I interactables. Does that make sense? So this specific class doesn't use the I interactable, but it is the trigger for any I interactable. Which in this case, for example, the flashlight is a I interactable. So if I click on this one without the battery, we will trigger the I interactable in the flashlight to turn it on and off. Okay, let me catch up a bit in chat here. Well, this meal today was just various random stuff I grabbed from the store, based on the high nutrient list I found. So, kale, carrots, onions, peas, potatoes, crushed tomatoes, mushrooms. I'm like a fucking child when it comes to mushrooms, man. Tuna and chorizo. And this was mostly an attempt at trying to build something from a bit of randomness. I think my main issue when it comes to food is that I just don't really... I don't enjoy cooking food. I wish I did. Same way I wish I enjoyed video editing, but if I'm being honest, I kinda don't. I kind of don't. But chain events, I mean you raise an event, is listener response and then decides if it needs to invoke the second event. I've been here for 2 minutes, so not really sure of the problem. Yeah, I think that should not be the case here. Like, I do have one event technically. Like, this I interactable, the recharge, triggers an event, but I don't even know why I do that. It is completely unnecessary. Like, I could just find the battery manager through the parent object. Nothing else listens to this event anyway, so I don't know why I made this an event. Flashlight event switch. No, so there's no flashlight event. I mean, there is one, but that's separate. That's something else. Flashlight switches between charge and illuminate based on target. Well, it switches between charge or illuminate or something else depending on the item you have selected. So if you don't have an item selected, that means you want to turn it on and off. If you have an item selected, that means you're trying to do an item interaction, where every item interaction would fail, except for if you're using a battery, then we trigger the recharge. Can't you duplicate the interactable component for this specific case? I mean, I suppose I could. Well, it's not really the... Yeah, I would need to duplicate the interactable too. Because the thing is really that I want like a conditional item interaction that does different things depending on a certain condition. But I don't know, like it's such an edge case that I don't know if it's worth doing like a big refactor to solve it or whatever. Or whether or not I should do something similar to before, where I just did like a cheeky little workaround. Because like I said, it does work as well to just like, either I don't remove it, and then I instead through code manually remove it on a successful charge, or we always remove it, but then we manually re-add the battery into the inventory on a failed recharge. I kind of feel like that's the easiest thing to do. Instead of charging the battery, simply let the player jam it in there and make the flashlight longer until it slowly shrinks back to empty. This is the perfect example of when to use a delegate. Why? Why would I need to use a... Why do I even need to use events here? Like, if I'm not gonna have multiple stuff listening to this event, what's the point of having an event? Am I missing something here? That's what I mean, like, in the case of, like, my recharge here, this being an event, sounds completely unnecessary. Because there's no other things that listen to the recharge event. That shouldn't be an event, it should just be a direct call to the battery manager. Because I'm on the same game object anyway, it's not hard to get the reference to it. It's that my item interactions is not, like, fully compatible with this type of logic. Don't forget you can get official credits by being chirpy check-in sound effects. Would you like to know more? No, I never said this. What I said is that, I mean, I didn't really say anything, if I'm being honest. I feel like you didn't read the fine print here. What I said is that I can refund one of your redemptions to give you a few extra points. You get a free redemption, basically, by doing the sound effect. I may have mentioned this before, but I believe I have never in my lifetime used an interface. I had never done it either before this game. This was the first time I ever did it. But so far, I definitely see the value of it, because I'm gonna say events and interfaces is definitely, with the help of Atrium, is definitely the reason why this code is so much better than it was in the game jam version. Like, my workflow is so much better because of events and interfaces. I truly believe that to be the case. Video games are like 90% cheeky little workarounds, yeah. Great video. Have I seen this one? Yeah, the flaws of inheritance. I think I watched this one. Yeah, because what I did before, the game jam version was way too much inheritance for all of my interactable objects. And then way too much back and forth calls between singletons for like the overarching game logic. So what we did instead is that for all the interactable items, we switched it out to interfaces. So it's more like component-based little puzzle pieces. And then for all of the overarching, like, managerial stuff, we just have events instead. And I would say that, like, improved the ease of working on this game, like, tenfold. Inheritance is another thing I have never used since I left school. Oh wait, so you don't use inheritance nor interfaces? That's interesting. Very fast and loose. That's how you write your code? Let's go. Like the diagram that I showed you, the same input is going to multiple unique outputs. Yeah, but no, this doesn't solve my issue. I was trying to say it could actually, because what I could do is pass in more logic in this event, whether or not it is like successful and stuff. But it doesn't solve the, because the issue is in my interactable script. The fact that this one, my item interactions are not compatible for like conditional stuff. So I mean, the thing is that I need to do a workaround here. Either I use something different than the... But I can't just remove this one, because then this would be a failed interaction. And that's not gonna work. So either we do a new interactable specifically for the flashlight, or I do a workaround where we re-add or explicitly remove the item in one of the edge cases. Because that is what I did before as well, right? Why is this what this shouldn't be an event? I'm using events in a way I don't like here. Because this is, I'm just doing a direct call through an event. That feels dumb. Why am I using an event here? That's what I'm saying though, the interactable script should be in one-fits-all solution. Yeah, but also just to be clear here, man, it is for 99.99% of everything in the game. Like, that's what I mean, like in this specific case, this is such an edge case that I don't know if I mean, theoretically, could I need this somewhere else? The interactable is responsible for choosing which method to call. And that is how it works in general, right? In terms of like, if you don't have an item, we call the interfaces on this component. If you do have one of the items in the item interactions, then you do that specific one. So it is like this is basically the one handling the input fully, and depending on what type of stuff you should trigger. The thing is that here I have different ones with the same item. Open interactable. Well, I don't think it's really... Oh yeah, we do have some ads running. I don't know if interactable is the issue here. Like, is it not the item interactions that is an issue? Like, what I would do... Wouldn't I need to have like a item interaction where I can pass in some Unity event that adds a bool or returns a bool, so we can check a specific condition, and depending on that condition we do interaction 1 or interaction 2 or something? Maybe? I don't know, I'm kind of freestyling here, but cheers, Major. Well, we can add the functionality within the required item check. Okay, so that would be in item interactions then, right? No, well, is it? It's kind of both in some regard. Because here, what we do, let's say we have a list of our default interactables and our item interactions, right? And in the interact function, what we do is we loop through all of our item interactions. If we have item interactions, okay, this is just some edge case stuff for doors or unlockable stuff, but if we don't mind that. If we get a successful one, no, it has to be through our item interactions, it must be. Because it's always gonna, if I have that item, it's always gonna be successful. So it must be in the item interactions. And here what we do... What's up, Amises? How you doing? Good evening, how's the development going? So far so good. We're getting there. The inventory feels better, but I have a weird edge case now that I need to fix. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. Wait, we can also add it in interactable as well. So you support both in interactable. Add a variable. Okay, so wait, we should change interactable to what? Pick between different item interactions. with the same item. I'm doing great. The dedicated server is finally bending under my will. Feels good, man. Let's go. Nice, man. I'm happy for ya. Public event function item build can interact. But here's the thing. The thing we have to remember as well is that you should always be like, I always want an interaction. It's just that I want the interaction to be different, right? Anyone here want to recommend me a host for free testing of multiplayer? Amesis might know what you mean. I will show you. So now I have 10 batteries, and let me actually do this. You can see the entirety of this. So you can see that the flashlight is getting a little bit low on battery. It's within the you can recharge state. Yes, I want to fail. Well, yes, kind of, yeah. Depending on a certain condition, which is what is the current battery level, that is gonna determine whether you can or not or can't recharge it. However, I still need an interaction in both places, right? Because now, when I can recharge it, I want this to happen. Boom, it's now fully charged. However, if I just have a failed interaction, that would be something like this. That won't do anything. But that's not true. Like, I want a specific one. If I now try to use a battery again, I say the flashlight doesn't need charging. So like, this is the issue now though is that I still remove the battery, right? Even though I don't charge it. So I basically want the same item to be able to trigger one or well, 2 or more interactions depending on a specific condition. But that's when I also start go, I don't know, is this something I'm gonna use in more places in the game? Just everything that's in the game right now doesn't need this. Exactly, well, isn't it easy to just re-add it? That's kinda where I'm leaning towards as well. I feel like since I don't use this anywhere else in the game, it feels like, should we really like change how the interactable stuff works for this type of edge case? Or should we just do a little cheeky workaround? Which is what I did before as well. Re-add on fail seems like 5 seconds. Exactly, that's what I kinda mean. It would be different if this is something I'm gonna use in like a bunch of places in the game, but I mean, most item interactions will only have one. Like, if I use the hammer on the window, like, it's always gonna break, and no condition is gonna change whether that's gonna break or not. I feel like maybe doing a workaround here might just be better. You know, I'm basically just trying to make sure that, like, I want to do what's best long term. So I'm trying to think of if there's other cases where I'm gonna need something like this. I'm not sure if that's... Because if that's ever the case, I can get around it by switching the actual object. And say, for example... what should I have as an example here? Say that I have some electrical thing that you can... connect to something else to power it. However, that interaction should only work if the electricity is on, just as an example. But like that I can still get around it, because then what I do is that if the electricity is off, then we have a turned off generator or whatever it is. Meaning that you would not, even if you use the correct item, you can't do that interaction. I set up a new one. And then if you turn the electricity on or whatever, then you would switch it to a new object, and now that one has that item interaction. Like, I think I can almost always get around it. It's just that switching between two different flashlights, depending on if I can charge or not, seems like going a bit far. I think this is too much of an edge case to worry about this. I think we should do a cheeky workaround. Like I said, which is what I did before. So before this, like, this is obviously very weird. Like, I select a new item and then I immediately deselect it on a failed recharge. But this is because what I did was that I always remove the item, and on failed one, this would actually reset it, or like re-add it. And I think we should do the same thing here. I think that makes sense. It seems like we're in a bit much of a edge case to make like major changes to the code. This is a smoke and mirrors type of situation, I think. You can get pretty far by just self-hosting in the editor. Oh yeah, you did that quite a lot, right, for testing. And then you can host your own server, or you can utilize Unity's free credits for 6 months. But note that you can't get them back after you start using them. You could do a pause through component as well, so instead of calling the recharge object... Hey, Tattlebag!
Tattlebag just redeemed name in credits for 30,000 points.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you for your support. Appreciate ya. You shall be added to the credits. I don't actually want my name in the credits, just add someone you love or that you feel helped you along the way. Well, why not? You can have them. It's completely fine. If you want a different username for it, I have a system for that as well, so that's completely... Like, if you just want to change the name to something else, that is completely fine as well. You could do a pass-through component as well, so instead of calling the recharge object, you call another object that does the conditional check. Yeah, the thing is that I think we still have the same issue, because it's the item interaction that removes or doesn't remove the item. However, it would still deselect it, which is gonna... I think I would still have to do like a workaround. Because you're talking about doing like a middleman step, right? Like, instead of calling this directly, we'd do something else that checks it. But I think I feel like that would just move where the problem is. Because I can't make this not deselect the item. Just that's gonna be weird for other failed interactions. Like, I think we're just moving where I would do the workaround. Why not just edit the flashlight code? Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, but it would be a workaround in the flashlight. Because the flashlight code is not the one handling this. But yeah, what I'm saying is that I think it's best that we just do a cheap workaround here. Similarly to what we did before. So we always deselect the item. And then say, for example now, we always remove the item, and then all we do is to re-add the item here. Well, technically we would have to add it... Re-add item. This would only work... Oh, well, this should work. No, because I did remove the required item. So what if I remove the last one? Now that one doesn't exist. No, I think I need to add it as a new item. So the only issue here... No, this should be fine. Yeah, no, this should be fine. We should be able to just add it again. So, we always remove the item, but then in here, we say something like inventory manager.instance.add item to inventory, battery item. It should be deselected, it should be removed, so all I should need to do is to re-add it. I think that should be fine. Oh, you're using the netcode for game objects? Yeah, we talked about that one earlier. How do you find it, Amesis? Aisho, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Is it Aisho? Aiza? Aisho? I have no idea. How do you actually pronounce that word? Has some small server you can set up on free tier, but rarely anything is free. Okay, let's see if this works. So let's say a failed interaction like this should work. It gets re-added every time. On a successful one, we're gonna remove the battery, and on a non-successful one... Did that work? Yeah, 9. Yeah, so we get the battery back. Now I kind of want to know... I need to have 2 batteries. I want to see what happens if I fail with the final one, but since we now add item to inventory, that should be fine. So let's go in here, make sure to pick up this battery. We can grab this other stuff as well. Might as well try some interactions here. That looks fine. Now I think we have another battery in here, indeed. So now we have 2 batteries. So we're gonna charge the flashlight once. Now we have 1 left. This should be fine, right? Because I think now we would remove it and then re-instantiate it. Yeah, I still have 1 battery. So that seems fine. Last one. If I only have 1 battery, does that work as well? Might as well check every case we could. Okay, 1 battery, charge, 0. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is what I mean, like, it's a little cheeky workaround, but it's basically done in 1 minute, and it works the same as a big refactor would have done. And since I don't think this is something I need to use anywhere else in the game, I think we should be fine. So I'm pretty happy with this new like selection thing, not actually removing the item. Now the question is, should we make it so that you can like swap these around? That is going to kill the item interactions. Make it so that you can't actually use an item on another item. But I don't know if I'm gonna need that. We're not, cause like yeah, you in the game jam version you crafted one item. I could actually make it work as well, because inventory items are interactable, which means that we have item interactions. But then we can do some other thing. We add some extra one that checks if you have an item selected, then swap the places. However, if it is this item, then don't do it. Do you know what I mean? So it should probably work, because I think being able to reorganize your inventory would be kind of nice. Code Red Games with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Let me throw a big shout out here to Code Red Games. If anyone coming in through Code Red does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy and I'm working on this point and click horror game. Today we are changing a bit how my inventory works. So far so good. I think I want to make it so we can reorganize these though. Still working on a boss, but almost done. Nice. Is it the one I saw, the spoilery boss? I don't know how I should phrase it. The one that I think might be one of the last bosses, is that the one you're working on? Yeah, if you guys want to see a little teaser... I mean, do I really need to show the teaser? You see the game here, right? Nah, fuck it. Here goes the teaser. There we have it. We are currently sitting at 299 wishlists. So, you know, if anyone wants to throw a little wishlist my way, appreciate it. Gotta have a teaser? Indeed. 100% stolen tactic from Code Red Games. I'm not even ashamed to say it. It's true though. And of course, if anyone has not checked out Code Red's game, it's called Roguelite, and the demo is available on Steam. It's a really fun Souls-like roguelite game. Kind of, what you call it? We have some influences from Slay the Spire here as well, with like the map system. It's really fun. This is a, you know, this is a demo, and I got like 30 hours in this game. Like, it's actually mad fun. So if you enjoy roguelites and stuff, definitely check out this game. Make sure to wishlist it and all of that good stuff. Here we have the link again in case anyone missed it. I have critique for the teaser. The map doesn't make it obvious enough that it is a map. Yeah, that might be fair. I think I have more issues, to be honest, with the teaser. I think the main issue with the current teaser is that, for some reason, my video editing software messed up the colors, so it's way darker than it's supposed to be. Like, you don't really see these, like, wall details and stuff in that teaser. But here's the thing, that's a temporary one. Like, the issue is that I made that teaser like 3 days ago or something, and it is already outdated. Like, the puzzle, Y puzzle, looks completely different now, or completely, that might be a stretch, but it looks different. So the thing is that it's so annoying during like this early development to make teasers and stuff. Because if I make a new one now, yeah, it's gonna be fine, but then in like 5 days it's gonna be outdated again. So I'm trying to waiting until like that's the reason why I didn't publish this one to YouTube or anything. I only updated it on Steam. It was kinda a shadow update on the teaser, you know? It's just that the old one was way too outdated. But I do wanna make a even better one before I like start pushing it elsewhere, so to speak. But would you say that the map in general is not clear enough that it's a map? Or specifically for the teaser? Roguelite looking very wishlistable, exactly. Stood out to me that like my dad would look at that and be like, huh, squares. I don't know how else to do it. Doesn't look like entirely like rooms and doors, so it should be completely misunderstood. Okay, I see what you mean. I mean, this is, to be clear, this is still an early version of the map, but doors. Because the reason before I had these like completely perfect or whatever, like it was actual squares. Now I made them a bit like wibbly wobbly because I was trying to kind of lean into the fact that maybe you're like drawing this map as you go. The thing is that I don't know how to make the. I mean, I think in the end I'm gonna have to like manually create the map anyway, because I'm too dumb to programmatically make a map. So I suppose I could make the actual doorways and stuff myself and just... Because like most of the time it's gonna be, you know, left that... Oh wait, you know what I should do? Just realized. I could just have a hallway sprite that I put on top of this that like blocks out a certain portion and like connects it to a new room. Then I could like move them around. Because the thing is that it's too difficult to like calculate where I have doors and don't have them. But I might have an idea how to fix it. Like, I just have one hallway or like connection sprite that will like flip and move around depending on where the door is. Even, because that would work whether the door is here in the center or here in the corner. And then I could just flip it for the sides. Ah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I'm not gonna do it now, I'm just gonna test it. So what I'm thinking... Because this would... We would be able to add more complexity to this easy, even if I have a room that's located like here or something. Let's say, for example, that I have two like this. So what we could do is just make like a semi-big one that goes like this. Make sure to always cover all of this stuff up. And then like connect it like this. It's a bit weird now when we have like a selected room, but maybe we can show the outline on that one. And then what we would do is to just like copy paste this one. wherever we need to have like a connection. I don't know what happened there. So we just do this. What do you think? I do suppose it would register even more as a map just by having those. I still kinda like having the rooms be a little bit squiggly and stuff rather than completely perfect. Because we did try that before, like that was the first implementation of the map. But I found that to look a little bit boring. I have a map here, no, version 3 maybe? Here you go, this is what they used to look like. But this is not even better really in any way. But maybe do something like this. Okay, we have an ad running for any non-subscribers, thank you for your patience. Wait, Meow, literally let me know if you're in ads or not. Because if you're in ads, I'll wait with your message until they're over. Your ad is over? Okay. I should probably explain this with a drawing, but you could programmatically make a dynamic graph of individual drawn wall tiles that randomly rotate slightly, add extra faded pen stripes with a little randomized variation in position and rotation. Perpendicular lines with the same stride strip for doors. But the thing is, like, how do I calculate where to make the connection and stuff? This is where I go, like, this seems like it ends up being too complex for me, where it's easier for me to just don't worry about the map now, and when the entire level is finished, I just hand draw the entire map. Because I think I'm too dumb for this. I have thought before about ways like we did discuss how to like not only generate the actual map, but even generate like the connections between all the rooms and stuff. It's no randomization. But even that, like, generating the map itself is trickier than it sounds. Just like, what do you generate the map from? Like, because the only thing we know which rooms are connected, but how they are connected is kind of difficult to calculate, I feel like. Because you have to realize that this is also in, like, the rooms are not connected in, like, the actual 3D space, right? So, like, in the game, every room is just another object. And then, like, of course we have connections here, which you can't really see. So I do know which rooms are connected to this one. And I do suppose that if it's... No, even then. If it's door unlocked left, yeah, we know it's gonna be a left connection. Should even check the position of this game object. But how do I know whether there's more than one here? Like, it becomes, I feel like it becomes a pretty complex, like, algorithm to try and calculate this stuff. That makes it easy because you can do it by hand. Yeah, that's exactly my fault. Like, at some point I went like, I don't know if this is too complex and it might just be easy for me to, like, draw the hand, or draw the map by hand. Just script updates on the map by the relevant events. Yeah, so what I do now is that I never... it's not as visible, but I never show the full map. I basically did it like... Binding of Isaac, right? So what we actually do is... check the rooms we've been connected to. So these are the rooms we know exist because we've seen the doors. These are the rooms we have been in, and this is the room we are in. But then if I go in here, for example, that's gonna show us a new room. Well, if I get the key for that door. So now when I go in here, we discovered a new door, and now I activate this one. Which is a little bit, it's not supposed to look like this, but it's a smaller room, so I wanted to just test it out. So all of these, like map rooms, have a reference to a certain room, and whenever you go into a new one, you check whether we have like discovered any new ones. And we, like the last one we were in, we update to the visited state. So that otherwise this one would remain red as well. Since we found this one, we do like the darker grey one. It's undiscovered or whatever I call it. It's not hidden, but it's undiscovered. As in you haven't unvisited maybe even. But yeah, I feel like for me personally, it feels like it would be too complex for me to... I feel like I would save time doing this manually rather than trying to do it through code. Do you know what I mean? Even this is quite easy. The connections can always have the same color, because you always... Oh, can they? That looks a bit weird. I mean, I suppose it is if I don't do... If I actually keep it like this, so they're not like... fully connected. Because then, since this is technically like a discovered doorway, I feel like it's kinda fine. And that means I wouldn't ever need to update these. They can always stay the same color. Because you can only ever see them where you have discovered them. And I do suppose this might sell it more as a map compared to not having them. Yeah, I think it does. Not something we're gonna do now, but like... I don't know, add... connections on the map. Probably a good thing to do. I think so. So, item interactions none. Do I want a item interaction? I could just change this one, because you have the eye interactable. Yeah, we actually don't need to really... modify the interactable script to try this. We can just do it here. I guess we would need to... how do I do this? I guess it's easier to have a function in the inventory manager for this. Maybe. What I'm thinking is that we should have something like a public void. What would you call it? Reorder items? Or like swap item placement, maybe? And then we pass in a... No, wait, I can actually pass in a inventory item. That means I don't have to find it later. You were talking about locating the rooms in a space, but one way to get around that is to use an array of data, like strings and programmer's side system of what to put in the array. Then be like, if array contains coded location, then treat that as a collision. Wait, what? Codified location. Use an array of data like strings and a programmer's side system of what to put in the array. Then be like, if array contains codified location, then treat that... Wait, are you talking for the map now or for the like physical rooms or whatever you want to call them? So if you add a door to the map, then you want to know whether to add it and you want to know whether to add it again and check if it has been added to the drawn array first. I don't know if I'm fully following here. So if you add a door to the map... Okay, I add a door to the map. I want to know whether to... What do you mean whether to add it again? My cloud service CPU usage went from a whopping 200% to 40%, by just capping the server frame rate to 30. I was starting to get worried about it, damn. That's a big difference though. Well, was the server running on vSync? Basically just a shopping list instead of simulating a space. Okay. I still don't fully understand, like, where do you... How do I figure out whether or not to... like, where I should or shouldn't draw a door? Because we can't only check door items either, because they should go up and down as well. Which I suppose in that case, what we should do is just add something on the actual room. Like, that might actually be good no matter what. Like, for example, if you have a staircase in this one, maybe we do something like this to, you know, just display that this is a room where you should go up as well. Or maybe you have like a... I don't know. You have a fucking trapdoor where you can go down. That should probably be calculated quite... But then again, well, if you have both. A layout element, put them side to side. Both of them, maybe. The door itself already knows where it is. So wait, would you still add these manually then? Yeah, I think maybe that's the issue. Wait, which problem are we trying to solve? Sorry if I'm being slow here. Uncapped FPS is scary. The network manager had a 30 tick set, but I reckon it didn't actually change the frame rate of the game. I have no idea how a server works in this context. So wait, you have a server that's... So the server is running your game, and then what? Okay, so the server is running like the true state of the game, and then when you play on your computer, you update your position or whatever, and you send that to the server. And the server sends back the position of the other player. But it's basically real-time it's not simulating, it's actually like basically just playing the game in the background. Is that kind of how it works? Did I make any sense there? Yeah, so basically the clients are only inputting and seeing what's up. Server does the rest. The clients are only inputting. Yeah, you exactly like updating my position or whatever. You send that to the client. But then the client must talk back, right? Because then if we both have a character in the game, I also get your position from the server, of course, right? So like I send my location to the server. It's basically a full loop, right? That's how it works. In my layman understanding, like we would have the server here, and then we have my client and your client. And what I would do is I start playing, so I update, say I run somewhere. I now send my position to the server. For you to see me, you kind of get my position from the server, but then you also update your position to the server and I get your position from the server. Kind of. Then you can do player prediction. Oh yeah, I've heard something about that. So you let the player move, send a new position data, and then the server can verify that the move was valid. When the server has allowed that move, send it to all other clients. Okay. Yeah, so there's basically in here... Basically what you're saying is that this arrow still has some double check in the actual server before sending it to you, to check that this is valid and stuff. So it's not like my position is just like bouncing, being relayed over here. I mean, in some regard it is, but there's like more checks on whether or not this is supposed to happen, basically. Client only requests to walk somewhere. Okay, yeah. My game is server authority, so it's a server moving me. Unit is netcode handling the syncing between everyone, including me. Ah, so I do not only send... Okay, I see. I don't only send my position to the server. I send my request to the server. I say, hey you, I want to go over here. And then the server actually sends that position back to me and is like, okay, you can go over there. And then I also get like your position from it. So yeah, basically the game is being played in the server. This is just like I'm just sending my inputs, but the server is basic. Yeah, as you said, the server is the one that's technically like moving you. In my topology, it's is that the Unity's netcode run on the server is syncing all transforms. Clients are only requesting to do something and the server actually does it. So I'm clicking on position 000, the server moves me there and syncs it to everyone. You can make the server have a frame rate of 1, then have the client generate the in-between frames. Ah. Causing a full second delay, pretending to be physics. I might be describing RuneScape. I mean, Amice's game is basically based on RuneScape, so... I allow my service to go down to 1 tick. All clients have to try and predict and figure out where the players are. Oh, interesting. So wait, 1 tick? Are we talking about the same? That would be like as in 1 frame, 1 FPS, like the frame rate of 1. Is that what you mean by 1 tick? Sorry, I'm a fucking newbie, but I'm here to learn. So allow me to ask my dumb questions. And I shall ask the dumb questions for anyone else who feels dumb. And we shall all learn together. That's the plan. Yes? Okay. I rather ask an extra question than not learn. Do you know what I mean? Servers are usually in ticks or hertz. Okay. Why? Oh, because they don't generate frames? Huh. Okay. So, would you say that the server is... Is the server playing the game basically without graphics? That's kind of what's happening. Am I understand that correctly? They don't generate frames. Right, just why would you display it anywhere, I suppose? I'm not familiar with RuneScape's netcode, but it's quite peculiar. Source engine has ticks on multiplayer clients. It's extra confusing. Okay. So you can have different tick rate to frame rate. Oh. If a game is running on a tick rate like 30 physical updates per second, but you have 120 frames per second. Oh wait, are you saying that like the... Okay. So the server is running at a tick rate of 30, but I'm playing the game at 120 frames per second? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that the server itself could run with a tick rate of 30, but also 120 frames per second, like simultaneously? Simultaneously. Yes, that word. Also, I completely missed that follow a while ago, but Somnolent Potato, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Damn, are you guys gonna make me start making an actual multiplayer game now? I'm gonna get all into... Let's make a fucking massive MMO. Massive MMO. Massive multiplayer online. Oh, yeah, whatever. You get it. I still pronounce that word with an American accent. So how would they say? Because that was the British pronunciation, right? So my server architecture, I let the player do whatever they want, but the server does anti-cheat checks. And if an action is not allowed, the states will not be replicated to other clients, and instead the player has to do rollbacks, which is the server denied his action. So that would be something where you would maybe experience your character actually be kind of teleported back. Or how would that happen? But I mean, I suppose because you did some cheat, right? Would a player... Is there enough time where there is that delay then? Like if I'm trying to walk through a wall, do I have the time to kind of walk through it a bit until the server like warps me back to my actual valid position? I don't know if you already know this, but generally it is not a good idea to put your physics updates in your render frames. Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, because then you can get the kind of stuff where like the game plays at a higher speed if I go and up my frame rate, right? Yeah, you run faster looking at the ground, less geometry to render. Oh, interesting. Clients does that invalid action, then they would have, yeah, an ugly rollback. Generally this would never happen unless you actually cheat. Yeah, so at that point it's like, who cares if that happens, really? Because if you're trying to say that you're trying to walk through a wall, at that point you're already doing something that looks incorrect, so if you get warped back by the server denying you, who cares, kind of. Swap item placement. I want to try and see if I can get this to work. I think it should be fairly easy, because we do have a reference to the selected item, and this must be the item we just clicked on. The only issue is that the selected item is the actual scriptable object and not the thingy, so we're gonna do inventory item selected inventory item is equal to get inventory item by the selected item. And this is the one we clicked on. I guess I want to deselect both here, right? So now we have access to the ones we want to swap places with. But do I need to use placeholders here? No, I should be able to check the child count in the grid, right? Like in the inventory grid. I should be able to, because it's all sorted by child count. So I should be able to... Is this gonna change now, depending on if I swap an item from the right to one to the left, or left, because I'm gonna move the... No, because I save the... Before I do any moving, I get both positions. That's how we do it. I don't know how to do it, but I think that's how we do it. So, what we would do here is get the child index of selected item, and then we would get the child index of the inventory item, and then we would swap those child indexes. This could be weird though. I feel like I could mess this up by... Because when I swap, am I not gonna change the... I feel like this is gonna change if I swap it from one on the right to one on the left, or vice versa. Is that something I need to calculate here? And then, like, the select item. Well, I would actually have to re-add and deselect item. This is kind of what I'm thinking. They said way you said it okay, so I said it first, yeah, and the UK says sim. Okay, so simultaneous or simultaneous. That's a fucking tricky word, man. If a player casts a spell, so just checks if you have all the required data to cast the spell. Most Americans say simultaneous. Simultaneous. Yeah. That is so much better when you can type it in Swedish, man. Instantly readable, right? What's up, Runeson? How you doing? Well, still live? Yeah, we're going for almost 9 hours, man. I'm always surprised when I'm nearing the end of a workday and you're still live. Great for me, though. Cheers, man. Nice to have you, Runeson. I hope you're having a good Friday so far. I call this optimistic client-server architecture, as client-server assumes there is no cheaters, but if values or data is wrong, we refresh the player to a previous state, the server state. It's a lot of extra work to make it work though. And now I don't want to do multiplayer anymore. AAA just pretend they have anti-cheat, then make you manually cheat cheaters. Hey Chappy, how do you unlock the other game modes in Memento Mania? Okay, this might come as a bummer, but you buy the game. That's how you get them. So the browser one, the one playable in browser, is the that's like the demo, which is only that game mode. And then if you buy the standalone build on itch, then you would get all of the game modes, including the local tournament thing as well. So yeah, the browser one, only demo. This is like the full game, which is the standalone build that you would download, so to speak. However, I should also say, keep in mind, for anyone who is a subscriber, you can download the full game for free on the Discord, along with some free assets and stuff. If you have your Discord connected to your Twitch account, you will have access to like the sub rewards channel, where you can download all of that stuff for free. So yeah, thank God it's Friday, exactly. In case anyone is interested in the game, if you're a subscriber, you do not have to buy it. You can just download it from the Discord. Okay, we have some ads running. I'm gonna chill a little bit responding until the ads are over, and then I'll catch up with you guys, just in case people are in ads. Okay, so I think this is what I'm thinking, but I don't know if this is actually going to work, specifically this part, or whether this is gonna be like a logical error. But we should be able to at least try and call this function. So for now, let's do a debug log where we say trying to swap items or swap placements, whatever. And then in inventory item, so this is the item you clicked on. So what we do is check if we have a item selected. So we go inventory manager dot instance dot selected item. If that is not equal to null, that means I actually don't want to do any of this stuff, right? I probably still want to hide the description, to be honest. I probably still want to do this. I do know I want to return at the end. I'm so freaking proud that my game works. I figured it out. There's some hiccups, but this being my first multiplayer game makes it special. Dude, I am proud of you. I am proud of you, man. I am heavily impressed. I do not have the cojones that you have. I'm all here for it, man. Yeah, my bad, I should have read the description. Game was so much fun, I forgot to scroll down. Thank you very much, man. I do appreciate that. It was my first game that I actually tried doing a little bit, like, actually put some time into the polish and stuff, and I'm actually pretty happy with it. I'm quite happy with how it turned out. This little one. Technically like my second finished game or something. Give it some time, I hear you're still in your 20s. That is true, that is true. Oh, this is an old GIF. Alright, all of these GIFs are kinda old. Kinda need to swatch them out. We have a new font and stuff. But yeah, friendly reminder again, if you are a subscriber, you can get all of this stuff for free. Just download it on the Discord. I should probably make a command for that game as well. Okay. Selected item is not equal to null. Well, here is when I would like to call the inventory manager. Again, a lot of singleton calls here, but it's okay. Cope. This is just copium, I'm gonna be honest. What we want to do is to swap item placement, and we are going to... Well, I can't pause in this... Can I pause in this? That was ironic. The way I phrased that sentence. I was going to say I can't pause in this game object, but then I realized I think I can pause in this. What does this mean again? Is it this instance or this class generically speaking? This is a C# thing, right? This keyword refers to the current instance of the class, and is also used as a modifier of the first parameter of an extension method. So this should be fine, right? This instance? Yeah. So this would pass in this specific inventory item. Even if I have 17 others in the scene or whatever, it would still pass in this specific one, right? You know, just double checking here. That's rough, 0%, yeah, it happens. I still appreciate you, Amisis. You can get your name in credits just with channel points as well. There is a non-financial way of getting that too. It's not all about the money. It's not all about the money. But yeah, because that percentage is only, you know, that's like bits and donations, subscriptions, that kind of stuff. Spoken like a true indie dev. Okay, so I think that should work. Also, how you doing, Wolfeet? Nice to see you, man. So we shouldn't be able to swap them, but we should be able to at least get the debug message, right? Nope, because that became a item interaction instead. Why? Ah, because I have an item selected. Ouch. Because you still have the interactable script. So even if the item interactions are none, if I find that you have a selected item... Ah, so what, to get around this I just go always successful. Right? Yeah, because always successful means that whatever is on this script is gonna be called instead of any item interaction, whether I have an item selected or not. This is kind of what I could have done with my flashlight as well. I should rename this. This should be called something like ignore item interactions. Okay, I think that should work if I'm not mistaken. Now we should not be able to get a failed interaction. Yeah, so now we select it instead. The question is, does that mean I didn't... Oh, we didn't get the debug message. I mean, now we do have consistent placements, so like it could work to just keep it like this as well. Like stuff would always pretty much remain in the same place, but you can't reorganize them. Question is, do you want to reorganize them? That technically means it's gonna be harder to swap item, because if I have this one and I want to swap, I would click here, they would actually move places, and now I would have to go here and select it, or deselect it and then select a new one. I think this is the kind of thing that you have to test. I'm less than halfway to the channel points one. Yeah, it's also, unfortunately, I should say, I might be a little bit of a good guy, making sure that people can get it even without financially supporting the stream. However, I'm also a little bit of a douchebag, because I do make it more expensive for each person who redeems it. You know, there has to be a balance. I can't be fully the good guy, right? We need to find a good middle point. Okay, so why is this not working? Because now this should always be successful, which means it... Oh, deselect item. Right, I'm probably deselecting the item too quickly, right? Yeah, just the deselecting should now be handled... That's why I can't do the swap, because I don't have an item selected. However, if we stop deselecting items, we should not be able to swap the selected one like we did, but we should get the debug message, right? Scheisse! Wait, I lose batteries? Wait. I'm losing... Oh, because I'm not... Oh, because I'm not re-adding it. But what? What? Initialize interact. If selected item is not equal to null. Yeah, that should be correct. Cheers, Miss Chirpy. Appreciate ya. This is confusing. Not equal to null. We should call this function, hide the description, and return. But this is being called. How? Why? Why would that happen? It's always successful. Is it something with... Does it have to do with that? Maybe. If selected item is not equal to null and it's not always successful. Otherwise, what happens if it is? Then we do this. If selected item is not equal to null and always successful, then I deselect it. But I want to do that on other ones. Scheiße. What if I want this to be always successful? We double check if we should... Okay, yeah. This is gonna become a long one, but we check if selected item is not equal to null, and if this is supposed to always be successful, and if I'm supposed to deselect the item. Only then do I deselect it. I find the always successful confusing. What does it mean? It is confusing. I did mention earlier, I think I should rephrase that one as something like ignore item interactions, because that is basically what it means. It's almost easier for me to draw this, I think. Basically what we have is we have this interactable script, and on this specific class, when you click on it, we do have these like default clickables. So this is like the it's basically the default interactions, which is what happens when you just click on it normally, you know. However, if you're holding an item, then we actually check a different array of different clickables that have a reference to certain items. And then like if you have this item, then we do this interaction. If your interaction doesn't exist, then you get a message that like, oh, this was a failed interaction, like that doesn't work or whatever. So in this case, what always successful actually means is that even if I'm holding a item, the default interactions are always gonna be successful. So this is highly confusing, because in the item interactions, I also have something called a successful interaction, right? Which is if that item exists. Otherwise it's a failed interaction. So what I think this bool should actually be called, which would be better, is to call it basically ignore item interactions. And whether you have an item or not, always do the default clickables. Or the default interactions. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that you are correct in the sense of that, like, I think my naming is quite confusing. I think it should be called ignore item interactions. Still a bit confusing? Yeah, I think it's harder also when you obviously, because my interaction system, I suppose, is a little bit complex as well. So it's hard to give like a quick, complete overview of how this works. But basically you can see here, like, this is the interactable. If I click on this one, on that click thingy, I'm gonna trigger, if I don't have an item, I would always trigger the default interactions, which is going to be this, the inventory item, because this is on the same component. If I have an item interaction, then I add it here, and I would say something like, if you have this item, then I want to do this, and I would I would reference like a empty game object with just a bunch of interactions. So always successful just means that we're gonna ignore these item interactions, because normally that would only happen, right, if you have an item selected. Then you either get a successful item interaction, or you get a failed one where it says like you can't do that. Like if you use the hammer on your flashlight, it's going to say that that doesn't do anything. That's a bad idea, or whatever the message might be. Whereas if I use a battery on the flashlight, then it's gonna be like, boom, you recharge the flashlight. And then if I have nothing, then you would turn the flashlight on and off. But yeah, this is confusing because always successful is like... I still don't know if I'm explaining this in any better way, but it does become quite confusing since there's no... You can't really tell whether this is in regards to item interactions or the normal interactions. So I think a better name for this bool should be something like ignore item interactions, because that kind of tells you what it does. Whether you have an item selected or not, if this is set to true, you should never have a look at the item interactions. You should always just do the default ones. So it's kind of like you should have a try combine method, and if not possible, do try swap instead. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If I have a try combine, which I'm not, I do have one item in the game right now, but if that's going to be the only item that has it, then I might just scrap that mechanic. But yeah, right now I'm basically thinking that if we can combine this, then we would combine it. If you can't, then you do a swap. But that becomes weird to teach and stuff as well, like teach players how to do that or how it works. So I'm not sure about the combining thing. I do have that kind of thing right now, where you have like interactions between different inventory items. But yeah, just to be clear, this is also the system I use for the entire... It's not only for like my in-game or my inventory items, it's for every item, object, door, everything you can click on basically has this script. What's up, Lupo? How you doing? That sound effect sounded like it was too low.
Lupo_1 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. "9 hours indeed, and this man is still forcing me to stand up. I am grinding. I am absolutely down, fucking hard working, and he still forces me to stand up." I'm joking. 9 hours, that is long. It is a pretty long stream. I do tend to do kind of long streams though. But I am gonna get off relatively soon. I just want to see if we can get like a rudimentary way of this to work. Well, the player could just drag and drop, but you in the logic could run those methods, and the logic decides what happens. That's the thing. Currently, I don't know how to do a drag and drop. I do think it would be better. I have done something similar. I did try to make a deck builder once, and that you could like drag and drop your cards to like reorder them. And I think that is a better, more intuitive way of doing it. The only slight issue is that that does mean that I somehow need to change how my interactable script works. Because right now I use on-pointed down when you actually click on the object. On-pointed down would be called on a drag and drop as well, right? So as soon as you start to try and drag it, like how do I differentiate between the drags and the clicks? Or is there a different one I could just change that to? On-pointed down, should I do like on-pointed click? So it would be like a full down up? Is that a thing? Oh, there is. I pointed click. Well, I can't just do on pointer up either, right? Because then that one would trigger instead when you stop dragging it. I need to have something that's... Oh yeah, wait, you release... Okay, so... Okay, yeah, so the drag and drop would happen on the on pointer down, on pointer up. Yes. But then we would basically change the normal interaction to be a I pointer click. Is that how I would get both of these systems to work? You could also keep a bool for if dragging. But how would that work? Like check how long the pointer is down or something? Either way, nothing is going to happen because all the calls are being blocked by the dragged item. Wait a second. Nothing's going to happen because all the trolls are being blocked by the dragged item. But am I on the right track here to how you could get that system to work? Because if we can use something, if we can add drag and drop in here, then we can very easily have both inter-item interactions. That was a fucking weird term. But we could both have interactions between different items, but also do reorganizing by drag and dropping. Oh, when releasing mouse, you set the bool to false. I guess that should work. Because I do think that dragging and dropping would arguably be better. It's the more intuitive way. The only thing that becomes a bit confusing is that do I not have to like... I need to do like a placeholder, right? Well, I already have a placeholder. Because we no longer remove the item. We just make it a darker version, darker outline of it in the inventory. So we just use that one and move the position in the grid depending on where you're hovering the mouse. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I did not know that on-pointer click was a thing. So that basically solves all the issues. I think I'm gonna try this system first, just out of curiosity, and just get something done, but I think drag and drop is better. Because then we have a very easy way to... Because you have a different input when you try to do an item interaction and when you try to swap places. Because the issue with the system I'm doing now, if this kind of works if I don't have any interactions between different items in your inventory, but if we have that, it becomes confusing because you would use the same mechanic to swap places and to try and combine. And that becomes a bit confusing, because that kind of means that now you wouldn't be able to swap items that you can combine, but you could still... I don't know, it becomes confusing. What's up, Booyah? How you doing, man? I pointed coffee handler, there you go, there you go. How you doing, Booyah? Yet another fellow developer working on his game Alpine Lake. Go and check him out if you haven't. There's also on mouse drag you can use. Oh, interesting. But what is determined on mouse drag? Is that... Does that mean that you also need to have the pointed down? Like, what triggers on mouse drag? Yeah, I suppose it is. A drag must have the pointed down, right? So what's the difference between using pointed down, pointed up, and pointed drag? Well, now I feel like I have to add it. Don't know what to do with it. Drag handler is whenever you point it down and drag a specific threshold. It's like a few pixels. Okay, so can I have a delay? Would on pointer, I don't know, but in case you know, would on pointer drag be triggered if I click down on an item, but I don't move the mouse, I wait for like 5 seconds, and then I start dragging? Would that still trigger on pointer drag? Even though does it have to be like a pretty... Do they have to be more connected or whatever? Just me trying to think of like all the edge cases here, how this works. Be your problem, welcome in, how you doing? Hope you're on a good Friday. Okay, so I think we should... I think I'm gonna get this system to work now. Look, I even have reordering, drag and drop here. Hey, be a problem with the raid as well. Welcome in, people. How are you doing? You were streaming, Björn. Did I know you're streaming? I don't think I follow you. I do follow you. Sorry, man. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate ya. What have you been up to? Anything you want to show off? If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Madchirpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam. Here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. Thank you very much for the raid, man. I appreciate ya. Making an endless runner where the player has to manage an increasingly tilted collection of stuff from Toronto... Oh, for the Toronto Game Jam. Ooh. Not in a show-offable state. Okay, I got you. No worries, man. Let me know when it is. Feel free to share it. I'd gladly have a look at it. How long is the Game Jam? Pointed down and up are just the time you press or release. Drag is every frame it's held and moved. Oh wait, so does it continuously trigger during the drag? Is that how that works? Oh, so then wait, should I even use all of them then? I could do something like on pointed down, like grab the item. On pointed drag, move the position to where the cursor is. On pointer up, release the item and put it in that slot instead. So for anyone coming in, what we're doing right now is that I'm trying to basically improve my inventory a bit. So I made this before we would fully remove the item. Now we kind of just make it darker whenever you grab one. And I want to see if I can make a system to like swap the places here. I'm gonna do it kind of rudimentary now, where we just like... It would be click on an item to select it, click here to swap places. But I'm thinking of maybe later doing a drag and drop thing instead, because I think that is arguably better. I think as long as your point is down and you move past that threshold, it will trigger. Okay, doesn't need to be quickly. Yeah, that's good. So, did I understand that correctly though? So, for a typical like drag and drop thing, would I use all three? Would it be pointer down, drag, up? Pretty much in that order. I think it's every time you move the mouse while held. Today, tomorrow and Sunday. Ooh, so it's a short one as well. Deadline is 6:30 EDT, whatever that is, on Sunday. Okay. Oh, I can sit down? Let me sit down. I gave you guys a few extra free minutes there. Such a good guy, am I not? Yeah, it's updated every frame, okay. It contains a delta, how far it moved over each frame, okay. So you can use that to update the position. It sounds like it shouldn't be too difficult to implement then. I need to cook some dinner for the family, so I'm heading off. Cheers. No worries, B. Thank you very much for the raid, yet again. And feel free to link your game in the Discord or come over here and just let me know when you finished it. And I'll have a look at it. And best of luck with the game jam. Cheers, man. Yeah, it sounds like doing a drag and drop system actually shouldn't be that complex then. We're not gonna do it today, but I think it would arguably be a better system. So let's do a prototype mechanic to swap item places in inventory. That was a mouthful. But then maybe what we want to do, maybe next stream or something, is to I don't know, make inventory items, drag and droppable. That's what I'm gonna call it. Drag and droppable. Made sense, right? In my system, I used on begin drag, on drag and on end drag. Okay. So do you know, is there any difference to doing that compared to doing on pointer down, drag on pointer up? Just wait till you realize the draw order on objects. As you drag an object, you have to fix the rendering order so it's on top of everything. Oh. But do I? Could I not just move the X and Y position of the object and everything will be fine? Or am I being too optimistic here? Oh, I also used on-pointed click for cases when the item is clicked and not dragged. Yeah, so I think that's what we need to do with my interactable system, just change to on-pointed click. Okay, we have an ad coming up for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you. I need a special thing to happen on click. Yeah, I would need that as well. Unity UI is rendered by hierarchy by default. It's kind of multiple stuff at the same time, right? Because you have the hierarchy, but then you also have, at least in 2D, you also have the Z-axis, right? Like I can technically put something deeper into the game, which does make it render behind it, right? Because if I go like into 3D space here, you can see that like my UI elements, such as the map and so, is technically in front of the actual game view, because it's closer to you. It doesn't make a difference in how the game looks, but I do play audio in 3D space, so the stuff closer to you is slightly louder than if you click on something far away. And also have different things happen for right button. On drag is called for all buttons. Yeah, that is something I did sort out. Now, I did make it for some reason so you can swap the buttons. I don't know how necessary that is. If anyone wants to chime in, feel free to do so. But I basically did a setting for people to swap the right and left button. But then again, I started wondering, is anyone ever gonna use this? Ads are over, welcome back people. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying is that I do check to make sure that you clicked on like the primary button whenever you click on an interactable item. But I made a setting to basically invert these buttons so that like left click would be to deselect and right click would be to interact with stuff. But I don't know if this is an unnecessary setting. Because if someone wants to use... If someone wants to invert right and left mouse clicks, wouldn't you do that on like a Windows level or like a hardware level or something? Like how many players would actually use this setting? I'm starting... The more I thought about it, I'm like, is this just unnecessary? Is this me going too far into trying to make the game accessible when I do stuff that maybe no one will use? But I don't know, so please feel free to chime in if I'm mistaken here, if this is something that people might end up using. But the more I've been thinking about it, I'm like, I might be going too far here. There are some freaks out there. I know a fellow FPS game streamer who wants to unbind mouse scroll from every game he plays because he got ADHD and stims by scrolling non-stop. Oh, interesting. Alan Wake 2 didn't have an option to unbind the wheel, and that was almost a deal breaker. Damn, he kept swapping weapons mid-fight. Oh, it's kind of unfortunate. I can see someone getting quite infuriated by that. Setting it every time you click seems bad though. Have the player set that in another class once and then just use that. That is what I'm doing. So I'm not setting the button here. I'm getting the button. So I check the state of default mapping, whether that is true or not. Right, which is from this integer. But so I don't oh sorry, this integer, this player pref integer, I suppose. So I don't change this every time, but I do check it every time you click. I suppose that is unnecessary though, right? Yeah. Is it? No way, I would do the same thing, wouldn't I? Just otherwise what? I would have a different class, have a return method for the default mapping. But that one would basically do this check anyway and then return. Or unless you save it as a variable, I suppose. Yeah, I see what you mean. But what now? Okay, interact button is set there. You could have it set once. So what happens if they swap mid-game? Or if they open up the settings while playing and they invert the buttons? How does this know that the interact button has changed? We do some event or something, all of these like set it to null and then like if null then get it again. You know, settings change that variable. But like I have... Oh, no. Yeah. I made this a static variable. Because I was gonna say I have like 1,000 objects that use this script. Can't go through every single one, right? But we can just have a static one. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Exactly, it should be in a singleton or a static one. Yeah, that is absolutely fair. Save this. Save default mapping in some static variable or something and only check once. Make the settings toggle. Also update that static variable. Yeah, absolutely fair. Gonna head to bed, thanks for the stream, and good night. No worries, Amisis. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I shall catch you next time. On his way out, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to give the one and only Amisis a little follow as well, and check out his game, Shadows of Tuonela. It's a really cool game inspired by RuneScape Wilderness. It's like multiplayer PvP. Man is cocky. He's making a PvP game, so go and show him some support. Cheers, man. See you next time, Amisis. Yeah, I think this made sense. I'm not gonna do it now, but I'm gonna save this here. Also, remember to actually do this at some point. Lemao. Thanks, Wolfeet. XO. Okay, let's have a look now. What are we doing? We want to... Inventory manager, right? Swap placements. Is this even gonna work? I still don't know if this is gonna work or not, but we are triggering this debug log now, so the function is being called correctly. How do I get the Let's see, I have both of the inventory items. The way I see this, since I'm using like a grid layout thing, I would have to swap the child index, like actually move them in the hierarchy. But does a object have a reference to the child count? Is that a thing? What's up, Spectacular? How you doing? Still going? Damn, you ain't tired yet. I do need to get off pretty soon. I don't know why you guys never get used to this, man. I stream for like 8 to 10 hours most days. People keep being surprised. But yeah, I do need to get off soon. I do. But I do kind of want to see if I can at least get this like rudimentary system to work. Make a temporary inventory item. Do I need to? Just the thing is now I never actually remove them, right? Because I have both the items here. Like even when I select this one, that one actually stays in the inventory. I basically just copy it to the cursor and make it non-interactable. So when I click here, boom, both of these items are in the inventory, right? So according to my understanding, I should be able to find the child count of this one and just like boom boom swap them. I usually don't tune back in these hours, so I have no idea when you usually... No worries, man. I hope you're doing good, Spec. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Any fishing trips upcoming? Oh, been gaming a bit? What have you been playing? Transform.child count. But does this give me... That gives me like the... No, that's how many children that one has. I want to find child index in Unity. How to find an object's child index value. This is basically what I want to do. Get child in... But this is the opposite, right? Index of the child transform to return. Because this transform would be the parent object. I mean, I can check the parent object, but do I have to like loop through it? Is there no way for me to just like get the index of this child? Counter-Strike in Valheim. Ooh, do you like it? I have seen a little bit of Valheim, but I've never played it. Swedish developers, right? If I'm not mistaken. In that case, you have the helicopters. You just overwrite the original one from where you drag with the toy. So at this moment, we're not dragging. Now I just want the point and click to work. So I have one that's selected and one I'm clicking on. So I should be able to... The one that's selected, I find here. I find the one that's in the inventory. And then the... and here we pass in the one I click on. So because I think I'm gonna do the drag and drop system later. I just want to see if this works and see how it feels. Because it shouldn't be too difficult. But do I actually have to loop through the parent? Transform get child 0. Because this is always using the parent object. Is a game object not because a game object is aware of its parent, but is it not aware of its own child count? Get sibling index. Is this not what I want? Yeah, the index of this transform relative to its siblings. I think this is what I want. When a game object has multiple direct children, these children are considered siblings relative to each other. The sibling index describes the ordering of the children within the sibling group. The first child of the parent game object has an index of 0, the second one has one of 1, and so on. Inactive game objects are still counted in the sibling... Okay, so this should work. I think this is the method I wanted. Not really any plans. Girlfriend went to a bachelorette party for the weekend, so probably just chilling. Well, it's nice to have a chill weekend every now and then as well. You can also have the held item have a int value that has the origin index. Yeah, just what I think we should do later, right? When we do the drag and drop one, we should use this, the gray item, as the placeholder, right? That's what I've been thinking. So then, like, if I would drag it over here now, I would basically swap these two places. Like, we just reuse this one. Because in my deck builder, I would make, like, an invisible... like, an invisible... Maybe that would look better, though. Maybe if you start dragging, we should actually maybe make this fully invisible. Just have a space there. And then move the space. That might actually look better. I think this is fine when you pick it up, but maybe when we drag we should hide it fully. But basically what I'm saying is that we would still reuse this game object, the one that's in the inventory, as like the placeholder. Yeah, Valheim is great, played like 4 years ago and I had a feeling I should revisit it. Have they done any changes or so, or just for the nostalgia or whatever you want to call it? Okay, so... we should be able to do like an integer selected index is equal to selected inventory item dot get sibling index. Can I not do that one? Is that in a different namespace or something? Get sibling index. Oh, dot game object. This needs to be a game object. Right? Okay, I cannot find this. Oh no, it needs to be from the transform, is that why? So it would be dot transform. Okay, there we go, fair enough. They added some new bosses, areas and stuff, so it's nice. It's basically like a... it's like a survival game, right? Like I said, I've seen a bit of it, but not very much. You have to push in the inventory item. Well, but this should be fine, right? I also need to make sure that I get both of these before I move them around. Selected index, I guess this is the one that I clicked on. Yeah, sure, clicked index. Or maybe, actually better, maybe target index. And then we rename this one into target item. That sounds kind of good. Get sibling index. So now we have both of those. both of those. So now we just swap them, right? No idea how to do that, but we're gonna brute force it and see what happens. So let's see. Let's start with like the selected. Selected inventory item. Yeah, set. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, IntelliSense. But not to the selected. No, I want to set you to the target index. And then I want to set the... Well, I should just get the transforms, right? Swap with temp is better than tuples. I am not following. Do you mean like having temporary objects? Is that what you mean? What's a tuple? I don't know what a tuple is. How am I a chicken? I am so not a chicken. What's up, Brainoid? Yeah, else you will overwrite the reference, will I? But isn't that fine since I save it here in the function? Make the temporary item and store one of the items there. Then write to the position and then write a temp into the other. So why? Just because I don't. What is it? What's bad about what I'm trying to do? Just because I want to learn. What do I gain from using a temporary item here? How's your 10 hours of streaming today? So far so good. Did a little bit of being distracted in the beginning as per usual. And now I'm trying to polish up my inventory a bit more. So far so good. How you doing, Brainoid? How's your Friday? Just this is what I'm thinking, but I don't know if this makes sense. Re-add does the select as well, right? Yeah. This is what I'm thinking. Still trying to prepare a trailer for the Indie 3 Fest? Nice. How's it going? Do you have any master tips for making good trailers? When swapping the items directly, you need the temp. Yeah, but why do I need the temp? I think that's the thing I don't understand. Like, to be very clear here, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying that you're, that I don't trust your opinion or whatever here. I'm just saying that I don't understand. I just want to understand it. Moving the indexes in a list. So wait, is the sibling, is that a list? Like the sibling, are those stored in a list of the game object? I assume so. Moving the indexes in list, you can move them into position without overwriting, but it recreates the list. I don't think I'm following still. Moving the indexes in a list, you can move them into position without overwriting, but it recreates the list. Just basically what I want to do, just like basically what I'm trying to emulate is me reorganizing them in the what do you call it? In the hierarchy, right? This plant with the raid, how you doing? Have you actually started streaming now? Let's go, man. I remember you mentioning that you wanted to start. Let me... Oh, that did not work. Sorry about that one. Let me throw you a little shout out here, man. How's your stream? What have you been up to? If anyone coming in from this plant does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on this point-and-click horror game. I'm currently trying to make my inventory a bit better. Make it so that we can... Oh, I think this works. Yeah, we just made it so we can swap around our items. So now, for anyone who is a bit of a perfectionist, you can actually organize this stuff. You put your tools over here. Oh, I just realized I can't move my diagram, right? Because when I click on this one, I'm gonna open it. Ah, interesting. This is another reason as to why... Wait, why does that happen though? Oh wait, I can do it like this, can't I? Yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, because I need to have a selected item to be able to move that one. But I can't select this one first. I do suppose this is yet another reason as to why a drag and drop system would arguably be better. Since this doesn't really work on inspectable items. Only the opposite way. Like, I can move this wherever I want if it's the second item I click. But I can't grab it as the first item. Yeah, I'm tired. Understandable, man. Let me know if you have anything you wanna share. Feel free to do so. Both are valid solutions, I think. Do you think is it better to... But is it arguably better to have a placeholder? Have a nice stream. I'm going to take a rest for a bit. No worries, man. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the raid again. And I'll catch you next time, this plant. Have a good one, man. Cheers. Cannot figure out the intro. We'll see about the rest. Interesting. Do you have any... Not... Do you have any... Just, you had a old trailer, I assume, right? Do you need a trailer for demos as well? I assume you do. Holy shit, how many... pages do I have up? I assume you do, because I know you don't need one to publish like a page. Yeah. 2 trailers even. But I guess you do, because I know for a full game, you need to have a trailer when you publish like the full... Oh, well, when you release the game, right? So I assume when you do a separate demo that it's the same thing. Not demo, but something exclusive for this festival at least. Need to stand out from the hundreds of games, yeah. Well, I hope it goes good, man. I'll be crossing my fingers for you. Or holding my thumbs, as we say in Swedish. I mean, prototype mechanic to swap items is kind of working. But yeah, this just goes to show that I think we need to have a drag and drop system. It would feel better as well. Like being able to just drag and drop this would feel a lot smoother. But yeah, I do think I want you to be able to do this. It's kind of... It feels better when you actually can reorganize stuff. So how would I move the placeholder in the drag and drop system? I guess... Maybe I can check if my... Do I need to add like rigid bodies or something, or like box colliders? And maybe check when I move my cursor, if I like collide with another object, then I switch to the child count of that one or something. Maybe. What's up, 8-bits? How you doing, man? How's it going? So far, so good. Doing some tweaks to the inventory here today. You can now reorganize it, except for inspectable items, apparently. Yeah, I think I want to do... a drag and drop system. How you doing, 8-bits? I really like the lighting in your game. How it highlights as you move the mouse, really nice job on that. Thank you, man. I do think the highlight system, if you refer to this specifically, is added a lot to the game. Because you could tell in the game jam version that you just didn't get clear enough feedback whether something was interactable or not. Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It should not start a cutscene there, but it's because I didn't start in the first room. Yeah, we can even have a look at the game jam version and you can see the difference. I personally think it's quite massive, in my opinion. So like here there's no feedback as to like what is interactable or not. Like basically everything is, but you can't really tell. Whereas I feel like with the new highlight system, it just gives that extra feedback, you know. Well, like here, because the door kind of lights up when you hover it, I feel like that gives you that extra bit of feedback to know that like, okay, this is actually a interactable item or object, whatever you want to call it. I like it. I usually don't use the game object order. I prefer to keep them in an array or list and work with that. So how does that work then? Because the thing is that the way I do it is that I used to have a list. What's up, Jin? How you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. I used to have a list of all the items you had, but then at some point I was like, I don't know if I even need to have this. So what I currently do is that I just place the game objects on this transform, and then I have a grid layout group, or whatever you want to call it. So these are like automatically sorted. That's why I now felt like the easiest way to swap places was to just switch the child count, because that makes the grid layout group swap their places. Because would I not still want to use something like a grid layout? Or would I like would I change it in the list and then like reload that into the grid layout? I don't know. I'm just freestyling here. Oh. I would check for valid swaps and have the last valid swap happen as soon as it becomes valid. Releasing mouse would just reset it to the last valid position. Is that the behavior you want? I do suppose so. Yeah, because if I mean, can you release it in a non-valid position? Yeah, I suppose you could actually drag it and go out. That would be a bit confusing. What do we do then? At that point, I might just say that you have selected this item and just keep it like this. Because if you drag it outside of the inventory, you're probably gonna use it on something. I can tell the difference from the view highlight and the interact highlight you have. Yeah. I think it's pretty neat. How's your game going, 8-bits? Didn't you do a new update recently? I'm pretty sure I saw that on itch. Been dying all day, it's so sunny out and I got a bad headache. Oh, sorry about that one, Jin. How you doing though? How's the stream been? So far so good. I feel like we've gotten a bit of work done today. Basically, probably going to refactor a bit of this. But we do have a system to reorganize the inventory now. But I do think having a like drag and drop thing would just feel a lot cleaner. I don't know. Well, time for water. Cheers. There we go. Cheers, Jin. Small update, yeah, still fighting some hitbox issues between players and enemies. But looking to finalize the game in about a week. Wait, like fully release it or whatever? Call it my first real game and then move on to another project. Ooh, exciting, man. That is exciting. Feel free to share it in the Discord or something if you want when you release the final build. And we'll check it out. I've changed too many things and they are just not meshing well anymore. But yeah, I'm excited for you, man. I've been studying today and it really messed with my perception of time. Like every few hours I think it's really late and I'm slowly getting there in real time. Oh, that's kind of funny. I suppose that's what they say, right? Time moves slowly when you're studying. I'm joking. It was my learning game, same with the next project, yeah. I mean, that's nice. That's nice, though. It's still like, you know, releasing actually finalizing and releasing your first real game, as you put it, it's a major milestone. So you should be proud, man. Boom, boom. Third first. I already forgot it. Was it here, here? Here, here. Is that what it said? Yeah, that looks right. First, second, not the fourth, so it must be here. There we go. Easy peasy. I quite like this. With my new little puzzle we've been working on. But of course I was mad enough to decide to randomly generate how you're supposed to connect it, hence why I actually need to check the document myself, because I actually can't tell. It should be pretty hard to brute force now though, because before we definitely had an issue where it was too brute forceable. But I think now we should have about 120 different connections you could do. So at that point, I think few people would actually go through and brute force the entire thing. However, ladies and gentlemen, it is getting a bit late. I've been live for like 10 hours. I think it's time for me to take a bit of a break, isn't it? I think so. But please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let's see who we have live today. As always, thank you all so much for watching. We've had quite a lot of people around today. Always nice. Let's give a few shout-outs here as well. Quite a few new followers. We had Moonis with a raid, as well as Birdsong, Coderad, Be Your Problem, and Displant. Thank you guys very much. We also had Strom with the resubscription and the 100 bits. Appreciate you, man. 10 hours, damn Giga Chad streamer. You know how we do it. You know how we do it. We ain't streaming no rookie numbers over here. We are streaming... I mean, I only stream 3 days a week, so in total it's still kind of rookie hours. I've talked about this before. It's quite ironic because it feels like I stream so much because I do so long streams. But then when you look at it, like Hilford Games actually streams more than I do. Like on a weekly basis, he has more hours live than I do. I just do way longer streams, but not as many of them, if that makes sense. Could go to Welfast again. Oh, I actually don't have that many people live today. We do have Oich as well. And it looks like Welfast pretty much just started. Yeah, let's head over to Welfast. Reswell, thank you very much, Meow Literary. Appreciate ya. I feel like I do a lot, but I stream 5 days a week, and 4 of those days is just, yeah, 2.5 hour streams before work. Feels so much more than it is. Yeah, I feel like that's probably often the case, right? It's Friday, everybody's out to book clubs and volunteer work. Yeah, I believe ya. I believe ya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't, of course, #1 thing is probably to go and wishlist Shroud of Gloom. Would very much appreciate if you do so. We are very, very close to 300 wishlists. I mean, technically, I'm sitting at 299, so, you know, we're getting there. We should probably hit it tomorrow. Exciting stuff. Also, if you want to connect more with the community, join the Discord as well. I think we're getting close to like 150 members or something. We're going to have a demo soon. I'm hoping for at least have one out by October for the next fest. But if I get it down earlier, which hopefully I should do, we should be able to get it out sooner. Man on the grind, indeed, Chodrad. Yeah, book clubs, exactly. Exciting stuff, indeed. Exciting stuff, indeed. But yeah, as per usual, I will be back on Monday, most likely, with some more Shroud of Gloom developments. So if you've been enjoying the stream, if you've been hanging out, then make sure you have actually followed the stream as well. I'm pretty sure there's a little button down here somewhere. You know, if you haven't, you should probably click that one. And yeah, as always, thank you all so much for watching. Let's jump over to Walfas, throw that chirpy raid in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much to all the new followers, all the raiders, the subscriptions, all of that good stuff. I really do appreciate all of you. It means a lot just having you guys here, hanging out, lurking, helping me out, whatever it might be. I just want you guys to know I appreciate all of you very, very much. And yeah, I shall see you guys on Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. I appreciate you, Trevino. Thank you for lurking, man. Have a great weekend, everyone, and I'll see you on Monday. Cheers.